Okay. Sorry, I started a bit early. Because I started to read Brennan's notebook and I started to have problems. So I've left links down below. Now there's 5 notebooks that they dropped. For some reason, I don't know if there's something wrong with the downloader that I had. I did notice last night when I did a search just on the website that because it's just a batch downloader thing, it didn't pick up these documents in my search. I don't know. Has anybody ever read these? Has anybody read the interview with Brennan? Okay, so this was done August 10th. Very last minute. I'm not sure exactly where that falls in terms of other RCMP senior witnesses, which is important in the timeline of things. You read it last night? You've skimmed it. Okay, I want to try and get through it. So, and we have 5 notebooks, which I left the links for. But when I was going through it, because I was like, well, okay, I'll go through it on my own. I did notice it last night when I just manually punched it in. I could pick up the link, but it didn't come in on my computer, which was interesting. So I was like, well, I'll just pick it out of my download folder. But as I was starting to skim through it, started to see this. I should say good morning to everybody. I can here. Crystal, Peter, Tanya, Truth and All, Robert Thomas. Why are they so late? Because they want to ram everything in the last minute. Glenn B. Chiang, Kelly, Chris Lee, MEH, Nova Scotia 44, CK. Okay, so you read through it and saw this. All right, well, I just want to, I was going to do it anyways on my own, but as soon as I saw that notation here, we received last night at 8 Atlantic time, last night, 4 sets of notes, and I'm just going to go through the Government of Canada numbers. Okay, so they don't even have not COM numbers assigned to it yet. This is how late they're dumping stuff, just last minute. We provided those notes last night. I don't think it's a code. I don't think Brennan could speak to that. I'm not sure whether he would be aware of those developments. We've long identified we have a long list of date ranges that we don't have notes for. Are the notes coming? I believe, here we go, see into their fucking games. I believe that we have completed a review of the notes that we have. We can either talk off the record or later if there's notes that you feel, aren't, that you don't have as of yet. We can confer with Deputy as to what the notes are and whether he has the notes in existence for those time periods. Or are we going to have a moving problem again? These people are sick. They're sick. And then the Mass Casualty Commission obviously has had them for a while, because I don't remember seeing these notes. And they're not on my computer, and I download quite regularly. Hello. Morning to you. No walk for you this morning. Sorry. Come here. Okay. So this is really, really disgusting. Caper. Jamie, good morning. So I want to see if we can cut up these notebooks and go through them. There's some particular dates that I think will be of relevance. Where's my fucking list? Some particular dates to look out for, because this is very last minute, obviously. They were the ones that I believe it was Cromwell was going after DOJ for in respect to, okay, here we go. That's only one. November 20th to 23rd, November 25th. Those are 2, or 3. Oh, there's another one. Obviously, the 23rd. Somebody says I don't take notes. See, this is why I don't take notes, because they just end up everywhere. So if somebody wants to cut up the notebooks, that would be good. Looks like CK said she, I'm not sure. Sorry. Maybe you can help me with that. Went through the notes, through the interview, last night. But I'm just going to try and scan it. So I don't know, you can put on some music and maybe once in a while I'll pipe in with something. Who wants to take notebooks? There are 5 of them. I've left the links in the channel. There's one with 12, one with 14, one with 12, one with 17, and then 39. These are very scant notes. And I know when I was looking at this one, which obviously he seemed to have an issue with the date. He likes to change the date, particularly the 20th, 23rd. Here we go. 20, this is an important day. We got 22 going to 23, 23 going to 24 type of thing. And he barely mentions the phone call. Deputy Minister Committee, and I think it's actually earlier, spoke with Sharon Tessier regarding some of the access related to timeline, something out of HDiv. Who wants to do notes? You can do 5994. Okay, so that's the first notebook. Thank you. That's the longest one. Appreciate that, Nikki. All right, so we still have 4 left on the table. Next one we can do is somebody, what is this? Jesus, my eyes. 6262330. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, CK. All right, thank you, Nikki. All right. She is, okay, you're a she. You are a she. Whatever. Pardon me. Forgive me, that's all I can say. The stupid world. 62331. I don't know why the downloader didn't pick these up. Anybody? Cindy. Okay. Cindy with an I and a Y. Good morning. Come on. Got 3 more notebooks. These aren't terribly long. And there's black. So you can just through the black. There you go. Not even a hardy. His writing doesn't appear to be very difficult. Got mentions of prime ministers and all kinds of good things in here. He's the man. Well, he is the man, yeah. Deputy Commissioner Brennan. Contract Indigenous. Oh, come on. I need 3 more. Who knows? I'm picking on you. Tiny. Okay, Tiny can take one. All right, Tiny, this is for you. 62331. Double zeros. These people are ridiculous. 62,000 documents, and that's just what they're releasing. All right, need 2 more. Thank you, Tiny. I believe the link is in the box. We got 3-2 now. Only 2 more. Okay, no problem, Chris. Appreciate it. 2 people are like, there's work? What? I gotta leave. Quintet might come up here. That would have been in the earlier book, I believe. Okay, awesome, Peter. 62332. The link is in the box. And I'll try and breeze through. I'm probably not going to read it aloud. But I'm just what reading, then what I got to do. Says Nova Scotia 44. Are you ready to read? Or look at black? This is the last one, right? "12 pages, Ooh, when there's red boxes, that's usually alert. One more. To August. Okay, interesting. All right, so somebody's got November there. That's probably book 2. Book 2 is going to have. Why is this? I thought it was on two pieces of paper or one piece of paper. Shit. Because one more. I'm very close reader these days, so I take my time. I'm slow. No comment on anybody else. I'm just very slow. Used to read a book a day. One more. Come on. 31 of you in here. 27 of you don't have a notebook to read. 12 pages. Black. A lot of black. No, they're very short. Very short. Spooky. And I'm sure looking at them, probably there's going to be some funny games going on. One more notebook. Morning, Linda. You having difficulty with the writing? It's got to be in Darren. Okay, well, we can try. How's that? 6233. Blue nose. Appreciate it. Blue nose. Okay, what the fuck? I've got. All right, this is for you. Okay, so there we go. November 20 to 23, 25 will be an interesting. There might have some interesting things in there. Obviously, the 23rd, the 28th will have interesting stuff. Sorry, in the office. Okay, no worries. I think everybody's got notebooks, right? We've got 5 of them out there now. Good stuff. And CK says that this doesn't. Those of you can read along with me. Try and jam this in. Wow, only got a little bit. We could have a discussion. Wow, these people are just gross. Why are we waiting till the last minute there, Mark? Mm-hmm. This DOJ black stuff is DOJ. Following the interview, she'll talk about it. Off the record. Everything is off the record with these people. They're so proud of themselves, you know, and this shit is going to go down in history. Miss McPhee, you're going to get known for that. Known for your sly and stinking moves, screwing families, screwing Canadians. Jesus. Also, sorry, those of you who have a notebook, make a notation of the Government of Canada COM number, please, if you could. It'll be in the bottom here. Right here. Irrelevant. Litigation privilege. Okay, so they're getting sued. There's also a letter. There's a letter from Brennan in regards to two from, I don't remember, about Bootland. Bootland is, they're worried, very worried about Bootland. I can't speak to that. I live under a rock. Please don't lift it. Light kills me. No, not right off the cuff. I can't talk to redactions. I'm just slimy. Started in February 2014. Formerly commanding officer. Got that interesting picture of Deputy Commissioner Brennan standing with, I believe that's at the time, I think it's 2011, standing with a Rod MacD. Okay, thank you. One note, October. Okay, geez. All right. Well, I think it's going to be the benefit of other people because I can't read two screens at once. Federal policing officer, HDiv. Okay, very interesting. From 2006 to 2011. I oversee federally mandated drug enforcement, border security. See, these people all got a wicked background, man. Puts them right in the time frame. So maybe all of his involvement might be more so for his knowledge of other things. Operational readiness response. National criminal operations. Strategic policing agreements. And then there's an acronym. I don't know what it stands for. ACCIP. Something to do with contract Indigenous. Assistant Commissioner, Contract Indigenous Policing. Dennis Daly. Okay. Interesting. He would be number 2 to me in the structure. In the disgusting. Lucky describes it. the role as contract Indigenous. Quote, the policy center, which in fact would standardize our policing approach and appreciate the uniqueness of each province. Ronsley. Your scant notebooks. Scant. Maybe the hand was tired of writing. It would be one of several calls on the 19th that I received from Commissioner Bergerman throughout the day. I don't know what kind of updates they got because everything says by the 23rd they hardly knew shit. All the sit reports on the website, all the early sit reports are missing. I think it starts at 13 or something ridiculous in May. Yeah, that's total bullshit. The irrelevant personal information bullshit. Bring it before a judge. One you don't have in your pocket. First priorities on the 19th. Well, upon getting the call, literally a briefing from Lee, suspect, and the suspect that was mobile. He was moving. Bert was in pursuit along with other investigations, multiple scenes, as my notes indicate. 8 victims deceased. Okay, so be interesting to see what time the phone call came, including one of our members. Okay, there we go. And another one injured. So that's really a small window we're talking about. 20 minutes. Engaging New Brunswick. Wonder if he participated in the wellness. If he required police assistance in the area, depending on this particular matter. Reminding to reach out. Could help with the In the first instance, she wasn't aware of anything at the time. Wasn't aware of anything at the time. And then I got the final phone call. Well, how many phone calls are you getting in a 20-minute span? The first phone call is after Heidi and that the suspect is mobile, a series of phone calls, and then the final phone call is when he's deceased at Enfield, unnamed, to which, don't even assign a deceased to. Internally, that's really spooky. Any situation she might want. Her team, think supports employees, chaplaincy program. Come on. I know somebody who's going to have a field day with these. Telling Lucky. Have a look at the 20th phone call. Oh, going backwards. When was the first time of the first call that you got from Bergerman? It was probably, I don't know the exact time. I don't have it written down. Great notes. Sort of before mid-morning my time. So I would say probably from 9 o'clock. Well, that doesn't work. What if Heidi and Chad are dead? That would be sometime after 10. Oh, we're looking at the first phone call. I see 9:10. Maybe you can help us with what your notes say as to who was on the call. Sure. The call was a call that we had with the division. So it was Commissioner, myself. We were speaking with Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman. Okay, so Branda's in the room. Chief Superintendent Chris. Darren. Emma. I liked Emma. Hey, Darren. What's up, Darren? They've obviously been speaking. Friendly. Purpose of the call was obviously the day following to get okay, so this is on the 20th, sorry, at 9:10. He's got that noted down, I guess. An update from the division, since then we were in the office. It was almost like a teleconference. I was with the commissioner at the time. With reference to your notes, can you walk me through? So basically an overview of information that they needed. Each division provided us information of the suspect. Through the investigation, they determined that the suspect wanted to be an RCMP member in his early years. I thought he hated police. Get your story straight there, War Room. Blew up on your face yesterday. Wow. Fail. his family paranoid of certain things. COVID. His family. Okay, so they've interviewed family, I guess. Yeah, obviously, Paul. Survivalist. Binge drinker. And use of cocaine. Where's that come up? Okay. I don't think so. Screw off with your contextual. Next entry at 10:30 in the morning, video conference. SEC SMET. What is SMET? SMT. SEC is the Senior Executive Committee, Commissioner, Operational Deputies. Jesus Christ. Operational. These people. And civilian X5 positions. Okay. I have a feeling that Todd can speak to that. Chief Human Resources Officer. Uh-oh. There we go. Chief Financial Officer. They run this thing. They do. They say it's like a board. It's a corporation. That's what they call it. And it also includes commanding officers, deputy commissioners, British Columbia, and Alberta. SMT. Oh. Interesting. Chief Informatics Officer. You got Daly in here. Oh, good. It doesn't break down what SMT is. I'd like to know what that stands for. Maybe I missed it there. Context. Oh, God. Oh. These people all do. Ah. Interesting. And for for context, me during COVID, I also took the role as the goal commander of the RCMP's response to COVID. Yum. What goal is that? Lots of frontline officers just loved handing out tickets and going after people for nothing. They were so happy with that. Once again, destroying great officers and your reputation. Understanding your COVID limitations. If you need help, reach out, but there's COVID. But I take it that you became aware relatively early that CERT was going to be involved. Why not in Shubenacadie with discharge of weapon that falls under mandate of CERT? No. We'll just take that from you. It's okay. Be taking carriage that? Okay, ESDC and Hoyt investigations. All this shit is going to fall under Robin and his goofball stuff. Well, first it'll start with Gray, then move to her husband. Solid line. Mayor Thorpe. Mm-hmm. Just got to keep having these fucking reviews all the time because they can't get their shit together. Can't find anybody. Don't even know if somebody's driving a car. Huh? What? We don't know. Maybe we got all the tech stuff, but we were doing tabletops and crayons. Just retarded. Sorry about us. Okay, I'm going to discuss the alert ready. People pissed with the alert ready or lack thereof. With a significant issue. Huh? Really? Nova Scotia, so the title, Nova Scotia not ready to question public alert should have been issued. I'll call it a non-use of the alert ready. Ooh. I'm not sure if I understand the question. Okay, that's usually a skatey one. The reference to me personally. You became personally involved in managing the issue heavily. Correct. Through an operational lens. You and your goddamn lenses. You have so many fucking lenses you can't see. Or trying to pretend you can't. Looking for clarity. Clean them. Tell the truth. The war room was dealing with it extensively. Oh, yes. The National Headquarters War Room. Potential liability issues. But if you believe that, I've got a bridge for you. They don't frankly give a fuck. It's your money, my money. You keep rolling out, printing it more over there. Look at the M1 money supply. You can thank inflation on the non-government of Canada, Bank of Canada. Yum. And head to page 5. Okay, so this is on a column number. You'll see Deputy Commissioner. I know you've got notebook in front of you, the scant notebook. Which one does he have? I don't think those are his real notebooks. Not to be tinfoily, but they just seem really empty. Who's on the teleconference? Sharon Tessier. Jangad. Barb Maisie. I'm not sure if I know Barb. Okay, and Lee Bergerman, Chief Superintendent Leather and Leah Scanlon, and then Scott McCroson. Okay, Scott McCroson is law shit in Nova Scotia. He's the one who witnessed Darren's affidavit that didn't get issued for a year, and then everybody hush-hush on it, while the other stories in the background blew up. We'll talk more about Leah and Scott later. Scott McCroson, in-house legal counsel. Yeah. Barb Maisie. Okay, so all right, there we go. Interesting. I didn't know this one. Barb Maisie, head of legal services in Ottawa. So that's the headquarters. This group is it's so fucking huge. And they don't want anybody knowing about it. I don't want to get into the obvious one. I want to get into privilege. Okay, see, so there's a tactic right there. If you have a lawyer sitting in on a phone call, then the call is considered privilege. But it can be challenged because now possibly solicitor client is out the window. It can be challenged. Though they come in a capacity of representing an organization, so, and all people in the room are members of said organization, so I don't know. I'd say probably not. Miss McPhee, stop me if I do. Okay, so they're getting into the privilege shit now. It was one of many. Is the alert ready is the topic. Jesus Christ, I got 10 minutes. Sharon Tessier. Jenga. She bailed. War room. Sharon. Big time. Leah. . of its non-use. These people are out of their minds. We're going to move into the comms realm without potentially infringing on any liability. Ooh. Lawsuits. Thursday, April 22. Fair amount of the media talking about alert or lack thereof, non-use. There's a notation at 1:30. More missing pages, days. Excellent. Sorry, I just glanced over. May 12th. Next note is there's these books. They're just fucking passing it off as bullshit. Justice Cromwell, I plead with you. If this ever happens to get your way, I have a great deal of respect for everything I've read so far. You better jump all over these people. Please. I know you have been. She was my strategic advisor, Krista McKenzie. Okay? That's his right-hand woman as to covering goo. I'm not sure if I directed Krista to do that, to do a review of the major incident report. I'm not sure if I directed her to do that. But being my strategic advisor, she would have. Okay. Let's see that. She may have been forward-leaning. I'm looking through this. But at the end of the day, Krista is going to be providing me with a review. She would do in regards with what it says in my notes there. Yeah, major incident action report. Krista, okay, so we want this one. That will be coming, hopefully. So just so I understand, you told me you don't necessarily remember whether it's something you asked her to do or do she volunteered. I can't recall. She would be forward-leaning. Listen to these garbage people. The big scope. She might understand. She might have brought it up and said, hey, she might have brought it up. Okay. Then I could have agreed with her. Okay, do you see the way he's speaking? Yeah, she might have brought it up. And I could have agreed with her. So that's, of course, she did. Or I could have said, and more qualifiers, Krista, I need you to, so he asked for it to lean in on this one. Ooh. Hard to say, hard to remember how that transpired. You just told us. Anybody with half a brain and 3/4 of an asshole could read that. But in any event, the purpose of the review of the major incident after action reports was to look into the alert ready. Yeah. Okay, so that will be somewhere. The issue of the after action reports, proper noun, again, something that should be forthcoming. Okay, we've got 4 minutes. I better get this lined up here. One moment. I'll have to turn that off then. That's the way that goes. Now, do I have something? It's not telling me I have anything. But I know I do. $11 Jesus, you want to cram in everything at the last minute? Screw us all. Drop it on us in the last minute. Important to note, this is really important to note, that the mass casualty in this case is the one that waited. I don't believe I've seen a copy of this. I think this came out yesterday, I believe. There's no record of it on my computer. But in doing a search, didn't find after yesterday's download. Okay. Oh dear, good morning. Missing pages, bad. Okay, Barb Maisie. Yes, okay. Barb Maisie, Deputy Assistant to Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister. Justice. Yum. Stop going into that field of depression. People only solve their problems if they want to solve them. Not shitting on you, just saying. Robert, every problem can be solved. Anything you put your mind to. Bergerman requested February 5th call concerning her husband, Mike, might be hired. 8 strong. Again, she asked for payments twice for him. Nepotism, gross. Case management team. I'd love to find when I first talked about that. Disclosure analyst that are hinted. I do a lot of hints. I'm like, that would have been, I think, 2020 for sure. Morning, Todd. Morning, Countryside. No notes, April 29th, May 1st. What dates do those fall on? Interviews by C.O. Bergerman. Tiny's. Thank you to the 5 people, Nikki, Tiny, we had CK. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember who all was doing notes. Excellent for reviewing and helping. Stand up and take a bow. Cindy Bears. Her name was redacted in Leather's notes, which was interesting. She's underneath Leah. I don't know why they would redact her. Probably somebody you might want to call as a witness. Not meaning anything by that. SMT, Senior Management Team. Second notebook. Okay, thank you, CK. So there'll be all these notes in here that I wasn't able to. Blue Nose was doing a notebook too. Thank you. She's having difficulty with the handwriting. Okay, there's the Government of Canada numbers. I was hopeful that I could get to further along and then see the references to things. because you have to count. You have to, this kind of shit. You have to figure out what's what. These people are gross. Their fucking website is gross. Whoever designed that should be fired. Never work on internet again. They knew exactly what they were doing. Fucking clowns. Completely redacted as irrelevant information. Mm-hmm. And then for some reason, the CBC thing gets them wound up. I don't know. I think it might be a bit of a red herring, but that's my feeling. October 15th, starts day, daily 11 a.m., 1 p.m. call. Sorry, it starts at 11 a.m., 1 p.m. call. Bergerman related to H Strong. Bergerman's asking for a blank to H Strong. I think that would be right. Timeline, yeah. That would be when Robin came in. Gray out. Thanks, Jamie. Good to have you aboard. Okay. COVID military and RCMP. That sounds like a pandemic, of course. April 22nd, TC Provincial Alert denoted discussion point. Wednesday afternoon. Okay, I'm sorry. Interesting. April. Notice how she disappeared. Mind you, they said in the wellness study, basically she was out. De facto. No leadership, no captain at that ship. And none of the things I say is because I have personal things to grind with these people or with the RCMP. It's accountability. If you do something, stand up. That's the way it's supposed to be done. 5 p.m., Fury. Fury not happy with first press conferences. Equipment lack of information. If these people aren't happy, then they have to air that. You can't put it, I'm going to talk about it in a back room and nobody's going to know. And then it's going to be in somebody's notes and then it'll come out later and I've got my fucking pie plate built in place. Fuck you, man. Whistleblowers. Commissioner is only well worded instead of running away like he did. They all seem to do because they're fucking cowards. They're babies. Going down in history. Second in charge, yep. Yep, he's the man. Not from the photos I saw. Got a late start here. 5 minutes in. Do we have Julia out on the rock? Thank you, CK. Thank you. Deputy this, deputy that. Everybody's got a position. They just assign. And if you don't have one, let's invent one. Why not? Sandwich bus. Loads of notes due to COVID. Are they still trying to push that one? Fuck that. Fail. 430 note. Lucky got pissed with H division. Does it say something to the verbatim to that? Sorry, I'm going back. It's on April 28th. Inserting firearms. Spoke to Leah re-inserting firearms. Got pissed. I want to see this. There are notes. There are notes of that meeting. There might have been something on my timeline about it on tweeters. A wink, maybe, somewhere. Bergerman. Request a call. Okay. Of course, because he's the disclosure analyst. You know.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can, and I can hear you as clearly as well.
Okay, and I can hear you. So just advise you, you are live before the Mass Casualty Commission.
Live?
Our first order of business this morning is, I understand you have a bio. I'll turn it over to Madam Register to have you sworn.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I so swear.
Thank you.
What's he holding, the Gideon?
So, Deputy Commissioner Brennan, our Deputy Commissioner Brennan, your testimony this morning is being transcribed. It's also being translated. To help with transcription, would you be able to say your full name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Brian Frederick Brennan, Brennan.
Okay. And Deputy Commissioner Brennan, you are the Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing with the RCMP?
Yes.
Okay. And you're posted in Ottawa?
Yes.
Okay. And you are responsible for the RCMP's Contract and Indigenous Policing Program, which includes overseeing delivery of local policing services in Canada's 3 territories and all the provinces except Ontario and Quebec. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And across the RCMP, the divisional commanding officers report to you, and that would include the commanding officer in Nova Scotia, which, as we know in these proceedings, the RCM refers to as H Division.
That's partially correct. Not all divisions in the contract report directly to me. So the ones that report directly to me are the 4 Atlantic provinces, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Okay. Thank you. And just, I guess, for some added context, prior to your current position, you were the commanding officer in H Division from 2014 to 2019?
Yes.
And before that, from 2011 to 2014, you were the crops officer in H Division, correct?
That's correct.
And just to assist with the context of your testimony today, so at a fairly high level, are you able to give a summary of your principal responsibilities, Deputy Commissioner?
Yes. So not only am I the Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing, I'm also under the RCMP Act, the Senior Deputy in the organization. My responsibilities are to oversee as you mentioned, the delivery of service under the contract, hence the title Contract Policing, and to be responsible for the delivery of policing services within Indigenous communities that we serve. Within the government realm, I am in contact with federal government at the ADM level, Associate Deputy Minister level, and I am also in contact with the different Department of Justices across the contract provinces, if and when required, in terms of administration of policing services, dealing with issues that may arise in conversations with the province. And I'm also a member of the Senior Executive Committee within the RCMP. I was also going to mention that the core work of Contract and Indigenous Policing, or the acronym of CNIP, as it's often referred to, we are the policy center for operational policing in terms of policies, initiatives, those types of things that affect policing across Canada within the RCMP.
And Deputy Commissioner, you were interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission on August 10th, 2022.
I was.
Yes, and that interview lasted somewhere between 7 and 8 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify for those listening to the testimony, there are actually two exhibits now of that transcription. The first is Exhibit P004223, and a newer version was just entered before you started testifying this morning, and that's COM 0063689. The difference is the newer version had some redactions removed from it. So when I am referring to your statement today, I'll be referring to COM 0063689. I guess what's important for you to know, Deputy Commissioner, is that the statement that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission, that is before the Commission. So all that information is known to the Commissioner. It's been posted on our website. My objective today isn't to re-ask you questions that you were already asked in your interview and have you recanvass what you've already shared with the Commission. Instead, I'll be trying to focus on some follow-up questions in some different areas. The first area where I wanted to start is going back to April 19, 2020. And I understand that you first became aware of the mass casualty incident on April 19th on a Sunday, and you were advised of the incident and updated by Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you receive information, and I appreciate the magnitude of the events were unfolding on Sunday, but when you receive information about a mass casualty incident occurring, like on April 19th, what is your role as Deputy Commissioner?
Well, it's complex in terms of the information that comes in. So immediately when I receive a call of a major incident, my first responsibility is to ensure that the division that is that the event is taking place in, I'm asking questions of usually the commanding officer. Do you have the resources you need? Is there anything that we can do from an Ottawa perspective, a national perspective, resourcing, special services that may be required? Is there anything that we can help you with? Are you in need of legislative assistance under things like Article 9, those types of things? So trying to determine as quickly as possible what the potential requirements may be based on the scope of it. Once that conversation is over, you know, and obviously we're having discussions about have you advised the province, those types of things. Then once that initial phone call is completed, I'm usually my first call is to the commissioner, and to give the commissioner an initial brief of what's taking place, and potentially if there's things from a national perspective we may have to be looking at, and then it's monitoring the situation and then receiving updates throughout the early hours, early days of the event, and then trying to adapt our response if required, again from the national perspective, and ensuring that we bring all the necessary resources to bear that are possible from an organizational perspective.
Okay. So you mentioned one of your roles is to update the commissioner. Is there a command chain that you would receive updates from Commissioner Bergerman, and then you would go on to update Commissioner Lucky? Is that how it works roughly?
Yes, the division would update. Now, sometimes they would be verbal updates. Other times the division may be in a position where they're providing updates through situational reports or sit reps, as we refer to them internally, and those would flow out depending on the availability to get information. Usually in the first period, early hours, it's mainly phone calls, sort of firsthand information for quick conversations, and then I would brief similarly up to the commissioner, and then potentially out to the other senior executive members, again, depending on the situation at hand.
Okay. And when you brief up to the commissioner, are you briefing her on all the details that you've learned, or is there a sifting through the details you've learned and prioritizing some things to brief her on?
It again, depending on the situation, the scenario. The first briefing is usually very high level because not a lot of details are known. And once the more updates come, then I would brief her depending on what she needs to know for her to potentially brief, say, up into the public safety minister's office, those types of things. So it's a bit of a, there's no standard in it. It's kind of as per the situation is unfolding and what we're trying to accomplish in terms of ensuring a fulsome brief across a wide spectrum at the senior level. I don't usually get into early stages, too many of the operational details on resourcing or those types of things. Maybe a comment. We've mobilized resources, we're putting our efforts on the ground, et cetera, and that's usually how that goes.
And so, do you recall on April 19th and the days following, were you frequently updating Commissioner Lucky?
Yes, I was regularly updating the commissioner, again, depending on the updates that I was receiving from the division. So I do know that immediately after the first call I got from Assistant Commissioner Bergman, I phoned the commissioner that morning and provided her with basically the information that I had received at that time, including the fact that of the number of casualties, including our member Constable Stevenson.
And so that was a phone call. Is that generally how you would be updating Commissioner Lucky on the April 19th and the days immediately after?
Yes.
And can you give me an example of, just to clarify, just an example of a detail that you would choose not to update Commissioner Lucky on? Like an example of something that you would vet out that you wouldn't need to be updating her on?
I wouldn't refer to it as vetting out. I would probably refer to it more as briefing her on theme. So I would potentially tell her in a situation that we are looking at obtaining specialized resources for additional ERP members. ERP members from other divisions, specialized sections, and I may just encapsulate that by saying to the commissioner, we're looking at resources from other areas. We are in conversation with neighboring divisions, and we will have a better idea of what the number of and what type of resources we're going to request. So really, all the commissioner would know is that, yeah, we're looking for our field. We're putting our minds to additional resources without getting into the specifics of how many, which kind, again, depending on the situation.
Deputy Commissioner, I want to ask you some follow-up questions about a meeting you were involved in after the April 28th, 2020 press conference in Nova Scotia. And I know you've already given a number of answers to questions posed to you in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, including your account of that meeting. Just for context, it was on 4 p.m. Atlantic, April 28th. The RCMP held a press conference, and Superintendent Campbell provided an update on the investigation and information learned to date. In your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, you explained that before that press conference on April 28th, through information you received from Leah Scanlon, you understood that Superintendent Campbell was not going to disclose the make or models of any firearms at that press conference. Is that correct?
That's correct. That now Chief Superintendent Campbell was going to speak of long guns and handguns as opposed to makes and models.
Okay. And then also in your statement, you'll recall that you indicated that this information would have been the type of information that you would pass on to Commissioner Lucky as soon as you heard it. Is that correct?
Yes, in the normal course of business, yes.
Yeah. And then did you watch Commissioner Lucky's testimony? Are you aware of her testimony and the content of it, or not?
I have watched parts of it, not all inclusive, but I'm aware of the majority of her testimony,
Okay.
just through media, etc.
Okay. And are you aware that Commissioner Lucky, she testified before the commission that you did not advise her of this fact before the press conference with regards to the details about the firearms?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that surprise you? Is that contrary to your memory, or does hearing that refresh your memory?
Oh, hearing that at the time refreshed my memory, because I had failed to recall that on that particular day, the commissioner was not working in the office where I was working in the office. At that time, it was early days of COVID, and the commissioner and I were switching weeks. So I would work 1 week in the office, she would work 1 week at home, because we needed to have a senior person in national headquarters. So in the normal course of a daily routine, outside of that arrangement, I would instinctively just simply walk down the hall, brief the commissioner. And as I said in my evidence, I probably would have done that, but in reflection now, recalling that the commissioner wasn't present in the office with me, it's clear that I did not have that conversation with the commissioner through the normal course of business.
And I appreciate the image of you walking down the hall and advising the commissioner, but would the virtual equivalent of that be texting or calling the commissioner? Do you recall doing that at all?
It would be the equivalent, but I don't recall doing it.
Okay. So on the 28th, after the press conference, Commissioner Lucky advised you that she wanted to have a call with the leadership group in Nova Scotia, correct?
Yes.
And were you together with Commissioner Lucky during this conversation, or is this a phone call that you had?
It was a phone call from the commissioner to me requesting the meeting.
And Commissioner Lucky indicated to you that she wasn't happy with the press briefing done by H Division. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But it was more than just the press briefing. She was frustrated with communication flow to and from the division since about the 19th. So it was kind of a buildup of things for the commissioner around communication. But it was right after the press conference that she had determined that she needed to speak to the senior management team.
Okay. And your view was that the press conference on the 28th went reasonably well, correct?
Yes, better than the previous two prior to that.
Okay. And did you share your opinion with Commissioner Lucky that the 28th press conference went well?
I did.
Okay. Did you at this point advise Commissioner Lucky about the information you had received that Superintendent, or now Chief Superintendent Campbell, was not going to share the specific detailed makes and models of the firearms during the press conference?
You're referring to the phone call with the commissioner just prior to the meeting?
Yes.
No, I did not advise her.
Okay. And you distinctly remember, though, you suggested to the commissioner that probably wasn't the best time to make the call to discuss the briefings being done by each division, correct?
That's correct. I was of the opinion that while I agreed that we needed to address the issue of communications, it was late in the day for the team in Nova Scotia. I could only assume that they were coming off what they thought to be a very successful press conference. They were able to share a lot of information, and the timing may not be right to have that particular conversation on that day, given the press conference and all the efforts put into it.
Okay. And did Commissioner Lucky give consideration to your request?
No, the commissioner advised that she wanted to have that meeting immediately, and it was within 15 minutes of that phone call that the meeting started. It was a teleconference phone call.
And again, I won't retread ground that was covered in your interview. I'm not going to ask you about the actual meeting, but I wanted to jump to after the meeting. Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman testified before this commission, and she indicated that after the meeting, when she was driving home, she called you and explained to you that how poorly the call had gone and that she was quite upset and disappointed with the call. Do you remember having a conversation with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman like that?
I do remember having a conversation with her, yes.
But do you remember that Assistant Commissioner Bergerman was angry, upset, and disappointed in that call?
Yes, she had expressed that to me. She had advised that that the messages from the commissioner were not well received by the participants in H division, and my understanding is all the participants in H division were in the same room.
And did you brief Commissioner Lucky about the impact of this call she made on April 28th after speaking to Assistant Commissioner Bergerman?
No, I did not.
Okay, and why would you not brief Commissioner Lucky about that?
Well, it was a judgment call at the time, and as I said in my my interview, I didn't have an appreciation at the time for how deeply affected individuals were in regards to that phone call. Lee did express people were very disappointed in the call, and you know that the timing of it was improper. That the commissioner, in their opinion, the commissioner wasn't, I guess, sensitive to all the work and all the efforts and the stress that the people were under. And it was one of those unfortunate things where when you cannot see the people that you're interacting with, you can't read the body language, you can't see how upset people are. And unfortunately, at senior levels, not just in policing, but in organizations, sometimes difficult conversations are had. People react differently to it. And I just took the position that this was something that obviously people were upset, but that we needed to work our way through this in terms of the goals and objectives. And I've been in meetings where, I'm not happy with the way the meeting went, but you tend to work your way through it. And as I said, in hindsight, if I had known immediately how deeply affected people were, I would have definitely briefed the commissioner by letting her know how that really truly affected people. And it wasn't until much later on, I believe it was almost a year later, from the events of April 18th, that one of the participants wrote a letter or a message to the commissioner, and that's really at the time when it hit, especially me, how that meeting had gone and how deeply it affected people. So.
Okay. I wanted to move on and ask you a few questions about another topic that was canvassed in your interview about the issues management team. And I just wanted to ask you some follow-up questions. And just for context, you were not part of the decision to create the issues management team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Had you, I guess, was the establishment of an issues management team like that was done in H Division, is that something that you were familiar with, or was this unique to the RCMP's response to the mass casualty event in April 2020?
It's not unique to the events of the mass casualty in Nova Scotia, and I think it's important to understand that the issues management team title was something that was most likely developed just to name that group within Nova Scotia. It could take on in other events, it could take on a different name. But if you look back on some other incidents that have taken place within the RCMP jurisdiction, and from our experience in events such as this, where there's loss of life, loss of a member, we understand that there's going to be reviews, there's going to be potential inquests, there's going to be, if there's a loss of an RCMP employee's life, there's going to be ESDC investigation. So we would instinctively be putting people in a team or groups to be looking at things that we know are coming in the future, to get prepared for it, to make sure we're coordinated, to make sure we're maintaining evidence, maintaining notes, etc. So the process is not unique, but the issues management team structure that developed in Nova Scotia was unique to the issues before them at that time.
Okay. And with regards to the issues management team developed in Nova Scotia, what was your understanding of the purpose of establishing this particular issues management team?
Basically, just what I had said a minute ago was to ensure that they had the capacity to be looking forward into the future of what the expectations were going to be on the division, the organization. Make sure we're maintaining records, make sure we're maintaining files, that we have a process for recording information, applying technology to that, and to be looking at things like communication internally to employees, communication to the public. Are we providing for the employees health services requirements, those types of things, so that understand that we're trying to be strategic in that, and we're applying the right resources at the right time to avoid confusion, extra work, trying to go back to the past to find things that we should have known we needed to keep. So it's kind of a strategic looking forward process. Okay.
Thank you. And one of the members of the issues management team was retired Superintendent Demopoulos. That's correct?
He's retired now, but at the time he was a serving member from New Brunswick.
New Brunswick, okay. And one of the issues that the issues management team was dealing with in 2020 and in the weeks after the mass casualty event was relates to a 2011 Criminal Intelligence Service Nova Scotia bulletin that was surfaced about the perpetrator, and it contained information about the perpetrator back in 2011 threatening a police officer, being in possession of firearms. Are you aware of the bulletin that I'm referring to?
I am.
Okay. And I want to, so Superintendent Demopoulos discussed in his interview, and perhaps I'll first just to I'll show you a couple documents to put it in context, and I'll ask you a question. But if Madam Register, If we could first pull up a COM number 0062686, which is Superintendent Demopoulos' notes. And I'm looking for you to go to page 15. So there's an entry of 1604 and referring to a call. One of the names at 1600 is your name, Dennis Daly. And there's an entry that says DC. And I'll provide a bit more context. So I just wanted to flag this note to you. This is not only our RCMP issue, this is a policing issue. Often PDs and provinces need to get involved. CISNS bulletin discussed. Not to go out proactively. DC strongly cautions against being proactive, getting out public, speak to other services about issue. Theo explains plan to talk to other 2 police services. And that is dated on May 12, 2020. And before I ask you a question, I'm wondering, Madam Register, if you could pull up Superintendent Demopoulos' statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, and that is COM 0063690.
And that's been marked as Exhibit 4653.
Thank you. And if you could go to page 49. And if you go up a bit, please, Madam Register. Yeah, just a bit higher, sorry, a bit lower. So just so perhaps Mark Underhill is at the bottom of the screen. Thank you. So this is an answer that Superintendent Demopoulos gave in talking about this bulletin. He references his notes and he adds a little bit of context to his recollection of a conversation. He says that I ended up sort of pushing the narrative forward to national headquarters, and we briefed them on the issue. Specifically, I believe it was Dennis Daly and Deputy Commissioner Brennan, as indicated here in my notes. You know, they recommended not to go proactively, which we took as a little bit of a surprise because I didn't think it was a big deal. So there was a second attempt, I believe it was a second meeting whereby we sort of wanted, again, reiterated our request that we were going to go out with this, and it was a strong no from the center, from national headquarters, which I, for one, didn't agree with, but I had no choice but to comply with. So, Deputy Commissioner, I think the context is we're dealing between this window of when this bulletin is known to exist by the RCMP, but not yet been made public, which occurs later through a FOIPOP application to the Truro Police Services. And it appears at least from Superintendent Demopoulos' memory, you were of the opinion that the RCMP should not share that it is aware of this bulletin. And are you able to provide a bit of context or what your memory is of this exchange with Superintendent Demopoulos?
So I recall the conversation in general about the bulletin, and I think it's indicated in Superintendent Demopoulos' notes that it wasn't specifically a conversation between him and I. It was a group of individuals in each division, the management team, and Assistant Commissioner Daly and myself in headquarters discussing it as a group. So it wasn't a one-on-one conversation. I do recall the concern I have was when they spoke about going out with this information publicly. My question was, to what end? What are we trying to articulate to the public about a bulletin that existed? And it wasn't. We weren't the originators of the bulletin. It was a Truro Police Service member and I believe an Amherst Police Service member, and it was the CIS&S bulletin. And understanding, again, back to my earlier comments, understanding that there's probably going to be an inquiry of some sort around this. This could be a piece of evidence or document of concern. And are we going out into the sort of the public domain to try to support a position? Are we trying to be forward-leaning for a certain reason? Within the policing realm, we know this document exists. And there will be other forums for which to have a discussion around it. And I do recall providing advice that it may be best for the RCMP Division team to have contact with those police services to have a conversation about, well, this document exists. It's obviously going to be part of forward-leaning inquiry, and just to have a discussion to be on the same page as the other police services, that would be mentioned or affected in the future conversations about this particular document.
Okay. And do you recall what Superintendent Demopolis's position was, who clearly from his note and his statement was of the opinion that it should be released proactively? Can you recall what his rationale was?
I cannot.
Okay. And from Superintendent Demopolis's answer, it appears that you had a fairly strong opinion to not proactively release the bulletin. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that it was going to be released likely by the Truro Police Services at that point when you had this conversation, or were you not aware of that through the Freedom of Information Act application?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And would you not think that this is information, certainly in May 2020, that Nova Scotians would want to know that a bulletin existed that was directly related to the perpetrator?
I'm sure that people would want to know about it, given the circumstances, but I'm not sure I would know the reasons why or what effect it would have at that particular time, as opposed to it coming out with context, with the right information around it in terms of a public inquiry. We don't, as a practice in policing, provide intelligence or information bulletins like this to the general public or out in the public forum. They're for police use, and from my point of view, it should remain within the policing realm until such time as that's either requested through a process or it's brought forward in evidence or in a environment such as this.
Okay. And I think this is my last question on that topic, but there wasn't any investigative reason to withhold sharing that information, correct?
I can't speak to that because at the time I had no eyes on investigations that were taking place within the division around that.
So, but I guess you can't speak to that, but you can speak to the fact that that wasn't the reason why you were saying it should not be proactively shared.
That's correct.
Okay. Before I move on to from the sort of public communications questions. You were asked about a number of public communication questions during your interview. Near the end of your exchange with Council Mark Underhill, he sort of ended the conversation and he says, is it fair to say in these days, Deputy Commissioner, and he's talking about the days, April, May, after the mass casualty event, you're spending a little more time on communications than you probably wanted to. And you said that's a fair statement. Do you recall that exchange?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
It's not really part of your job description to be involved in public communication.
Mandate, but obviously communications with the public around policing operations is critical. It's also critical to ensure that the information that we're providing, not only to the public, but to different levels of government is accurate. And in this situation, given the scope of it, the largest mass casualty event in Canadian history, there was probably a little bit more need for me to be engaged, but not to the level that I was at.
Okay. And I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to clarify a comment that you made at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security back on July 25th, 2022, and with regards to public communications. And perhaps, Madam Register, we could pull that document up, which has been exhibited, P004208. It's COM 00624773. And I believe it's page 14 of the transcript, which you're already at. Sorry, your format that we have exhibited is a bit different than I have printed. And if we could maybe scroll to the top of the page, I'll see if I can find the. Oh yeah, so I mean, if you need to read the your full statement for context, I can give you the time to do that. But just you made a comment at the end. It's the last paragraph. And you're saying my focus, you're talking about sorry, the last paragraph at the top of the page. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around and making it hard for Madam Registrar. Yeah, if you could remain there. But the last paragraph of your statement, which is the second paragraph on the second column on the top of the page, my focus was on policing operations rather than public communications. Understandably, there were many questions about what happened or what was happening on the ground and what information was available to share from the division. So is this you expressing that it's not in your job description to really be involved in public communications, or are you expressing that you weren't involved in public communications?
No, I'm attempting to express there that I do not oversee public communications. I oversee more the operational side of an incident in this regard.
Okay.
And that, oh, sorry, I was just going to mention that at the SECU appearance, there was going to be our strategic communications director general was going to speak to her role in terms of managing communications for the organization and in conjunction with each division.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, Deputy Commissioner. Before I move on from the issues management team, I just had another question to ask you about it. And, this is from the perspective of somebody outside the RCMP looking in, but when I was reviewing Superintendent Demopolis's statement, and it was in relation to this 2011 bulletin. Madam Register, if you could pull up COM 063690, and this is at page 51. And yeah, I'll start with Mr. Underhill's question, which is at the timestamp is 1941. He asks, did anyone, including yourself, turn your mind to the bulletin and whether it represented a missed opportunity for intervention or any kind of follow-up with respect to the perpetrator by the RCMP? Did anyone have a look at the bulletin in that regard? Superintendent Demopoulos' answer was, not from an issues management perspective. I think that opportunity certainly would have presented itself later on through a formal review. I guess my question is, when I look at the makeup of this issues management team, you have a set of very experienced RCMP officers, including Chief Superintendent Leather. You have two other superintendents. Is this a missed opportunity to have this, experience and brain trust within the RCMP not be identifying issues and trying to categorize and move forward possible lessons learned from the mass casualty event, as opposed to what he seems to be saying is a fairly narrow purpose for the issues management team?
That is a difficult question to answer in the sense of the complexity of the situation that they were dealing with in terms of the mass casualty. I would sense from what I've just read is that Superintendent Demopoulos is saying that they were focused on the issues management from April 18th, 19th forward, as opposed to going back to, I think the bulletin was 2011. So the issues management is around the incident, the go forward, and trying to articulate a path of things that need to be looked at. I think it would be labor intensive and potentially out of scope for a team such as that to be dealing with an incident in the present and then trying to truncate back too far. I think that is more an investigational focus in terms of bulletins and intelligence that may have existed, as opposed to his responsibility around or within the issues management team.
Okay. Deputy Commissioner, I want to move on to a different topic now and ask you some follow-up questions with regards to the summary report wellness assessment by Quintet, which again was a topic that you were asked a number of questions about in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. You indicated in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, just before I go on, are you, if you need to take a break at any time, just please let me know. Are you okay to continue? Or
Oh, yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
okay, sorry, I was just trying to read your body language. It's all you moving a bit there. Okay, so in your interview, you indicate that back in the spring of 2021, you considered getting a wellness assessment done to be a pressing and an urgent issue with regards to H division leadership.
In 2021, was that the
Spring
time
of
period?
spring of 2021.
Yes, that was a combination of many factors. I had visited the division in October of 2020. There was a lot of things expressed to me by senior people in the division around how the division was functioning, how it was having an effect on individuals within the division. I brought that information back to the senior executive committee. We discussed about, the circumstances in Nova Scotia or H division. We were talking about, wellness and how the division was doing, overlay that with COVID, sort of a combination of things. And then I believe it was early May of 2021, I had a phone call with Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergman where she expressed that she was worried about certain people in her senior management team, worried about their health, worried about whether or not they were considering retiring from the organization because of pressures they were under. Obviously, COVID was having some detrimental effects on people, as it was across the country. And we had a discussion about, maybe we need to bring in somebody to really review the circumstances and try to get a better understanding. We had a conversation at the senior executive table about the possibility of bringing in an outside a company to do this, so that it was transparent, confidential, without bias, all of those types of things. And the chief human resource officer at the time had indicated that she had used outside companies previous in her other positions that she had in government, and that this was something that we could easily contract out. I had a follow-up conversation with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, saying, we have this ability. There's an ability for the CHRO to identify a company, and that would this be acceptable to her as the commanding officer? And we would engage the officers at the time. She thought it was an excellent idea, so that's when the wheels were put in motion to get a company under contract to undertake this wellness initiative. And it was made quite clear to the company Quintet, who ultimately got the contract, that we were not asking them to do an operational review. We were asking them to do a wellness review of the senior management within the division, and it needed to be confidential. It needed to be as thorough as possible, and then at the end provide recommendations that we would examine in terms of steps we could take to help with the wellness of the senior management team in Nova Scotia.
So what I'll do, I'll refer to this report, it's a mouthful. I'll refer to it as the Quintet report, but just for the record, I am referring to COM 0063605, which is Exhibit P004609. So you received a copy of this Quintet report on September 30, or I guess the report was completed on September 30, 2021. I guess I should ask you, when did you receive a copy of the report?
I don't recall exactly when I received a copy of the report. It would have been most likely sometime in October of that year.
Okay. We heard Commissioner Lucky testify that the Quintet report was not shared with Commissioner Lucky until she requested it in advance to a trip to Nova Scotia in the spring of 2022. Why was the report not shared with Commissioner Lucky before her trip to Nova Scotia in the spring of 2022?
I cannot provide an answer to that question from my knowledge. So I think it's important to understand that while H Division reports directly to me, and I was in conversation with the commanding officer about the possibility of getting an outside company to do a wellness review. As soon as it was decided that a wellness review would be done by an outside company, the responsibility shifted over to the CHRO's area to undertake communications with the company, signing the contract, outlining the scope, the mandate of the contract, etc., and then to engage and work with the company, receive the report, and then share it within the organization, and also to develop a potential path forward, an action plan based on the recommendations that we could look at from a national perspective and from a divisional perspective. So I also don't want to give the impression that I am diverting my responsibilities as the deputy for that division, but there is a whole mechanism under the CHR's O's office that would look after this on a day-to-day basis, including the distribution. I can only make the assumption that if I had received the report, I would have assumed that the report would have been shared through the CHRO's office with the commissioner. And I was actually surprised that it hadn't been, because in the early summer of this year, while I was on annual leave, I did receive a phone call from the new and current CHRO advising me that she had just learned that the commissioner had not received the report. And I was quite surprised at that time that the commissioner wasn't aware of the report.
Okay, and just again, from the outside of the RCMP looking in, but there's the sharing of the actual report, but I would assume often when you share information with the commissioner, there's also follow-up discussions about contents of documents that have been shared with the commissioner. So again, why would there not be a follow-up discussion with regards to the report after you've received it and are aware of its contents? Yeah, with the commissioner. Why wouldn't you be, I guess, briefing the commissioner on the contents of the report that you received?
Again, back to my assumption that the CHRO had engaged the commissioner in conversations about the report, because they were the stewards of the report for the organization. I can't provide an answer as to why I didn't approach the commissioner about the report, mainly because I'm assuming that, again, the responsibility of the CHRO would have allowed that conversation to take place between the CHRO and the commissioner.
Okay. When was the quintet report shared with Superintendent Campbell and Chief Superintendent Leather?
I don't know the exact date of when that was shared. Again, that would have been shared through the CHRO's office.
Okay. And it wasn't, you don't recall having a follow-up conversation advising either Superintendent Campbell or Chief Superintendent Leather that they would be receiving a report or of anything of that nature?
Don't recall having any conversations with Superintendent Campbell. I do recall having conversations with Chief Superintendent Leather when he was interim CO. After the retirement of Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, he was making inquiries about when the report would be done, what was what would the plan be around it, an action plan, etc. And at some of those conversations, the report had not been completed, so I couldn't provide him a timeline. But I do remember advising him that, again, this is under the stewardship of the CHRO, and as the interim CO, he had the ability and the responsibility. He could reach out to the CHRO directly if he wished in that capacity. But again, not trying to divert, but again, the responsibility of the CHRO's office in that regard.
Thank you. I wanted to show you a correspondence, and I believe it's COM 0063843. And maybe.
And that's marked as Exhibit 4655.
Perhaps pull it up. There's a chance I've got the wrong COM number, but we'll see. Oh, no, it's the right one. Okay. Just if we go through the 2 and the CC, I don't think I see your name here, Deputy Commissioner Brennan, in this email. And then it's an email from Nadine Higgins, and she's the Chief Human Resources Officer who works in Ottawa in headquarters. Is that correct?
Yeah, she is the new and current CHRO, yes.
Okay. So this is, the email is dated July 18, 2022. And it indicates in the email that there's an attachment. And when you do look at attachments, it does look like there's a document there about an action plan with regards to the quintet report.
Yes,
Have you seen the action plan?
I have, yes.
Okay, just for your information, we don't have that. It wasn't attached to this email when we received it from the Department of Justice. So I have not seen the action plan, just for the context of me asking you these questions, so you're aware of that. So in the last paragraph, it states, we recognize that affecting change needs leaderships. We are ensuring that the right divisional team is in place to lead a collaborative approach. Our collaborative work required to achieve the desired outcomes, and we will build leadership in each division. The national headquarters team will work closely to continue making progress to address the recommendations stemming from the review. We commit to keeping the communication channels open and providing meaningful updates as we progress. Have you ever, have you ever seen this email before?
It looks familiar. I believe it may have been a co-signature on it, if you scroll.
Oh, you do. Yeah, you're correct. Thank you. So you authored this email or co-authored this email.
I co-signed it. It was authored and developed by the CHRO.
I apologize. This is an email I received very recently from Canada and their disclosure. This last paragraph would suggest to me that headquarters are going to be taking an active role in seeing H Division's leadership issues dealt with going into the future. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Register. You can pull that down. And at this time, H Division is going through some significant changes in its leadership positions.
Yes.
And the new commanding officer for H Division, I understand, will be Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly.
Yes.
Okay. Has Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly, has he been provided a copy of the quintet report and the action plan?
I don't believe he has seen the report. He may have seen the action plan, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And and I think we've covered this, but when Assistant Commissioner Daly takes on his leadership role in H Division, he will be a direct report to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a start date for Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly? Do you know when he will be taking over H Division?
I can't say for sure because he is currently in the relocation process of selling a house in Ottawa, and then he'll be buying a residence in Nova Scotia, but that process is actively underway. I would suspect that we should see Assistant Commissioner Daly in the chair probably sometime in the month of October, because the interim CEO, John Ferguson, has commitments that he needs to attend to at the end of October. So we will be doing everything we can to get Dennis on the ground there as soon as possible.
Okay. And do you have a plan on how you're going to assist Assistant Commissioner Daly in creating strong, positive leadership in H Division?
I wouldn't say I have a plan as such, like a document written down. Dennis and I have had numerous conversations about, the expectations that he will have as the new commanding officer down there. I think for context, it's important for folks to know that Dennis had been posted in Nova Scotia while I was the commanding officer down there. So Dennis, and he was also posted in the Halifax district region. So Dennis is well known to the division. He knows the division. He understands some of the challenges, which are long-term. Some others have obviously come about in just the near past. He is having ongoing conversations with the current interim CO, Assistant Commissioner John Ferguson, around things that John has been doing in terms of relationship building, in terms of moving agendas forward. So Dennis is part and parcel of these discussions. So he won't be going into the role cold, as we would say. He's already sort of has a little bit of the tempo. Dennis is well known to individuals, say, within the Nova Scotia police community, some with government, in the Halifax district area. So he will have a leg up, so to speak, compared to somebody who's never been in the division. So we understand that there's areas within the division that have come to light through my visit back in October of 2020, through the Quintet report, through the mass casualty, the commission and the work being done. So while we don't have a plan, we have a mutual understanding of some of the priorities that Dennis must turn his mind to early days upon his arrival there.
Okay, and given you have quite a long history and a connection to H Division, do you see yourself playing a leadership role with Dennis Daly as he, works to deal with some of the leadership issues in H Division?
Yes, absolutely. I need to be engaged in, ensuring that we're putting the right people in place to support Dennis, to build a strong team. There's a role for me to play if and when required in terms of relationships with the Nova Scotia chiefs of police, in terms of ensuring that when recommendations come out from the Mass Casualty Commission, that I'm taking a leadership role and accountability on ensuring that those are undertaken. Some will be specific, I'm sure, to the RCMP in Nova Scotia. Others may be for the RCMP from a national perspective, which will most likely fall under my responsibility. So, there is definitely a role for me to play in terms of supporting Dennis, supporting the division, and interacting at the appropriate levels and the appropriate times with potentially elected officials and other chiefs of police, etc.
Thank you. While we're talking about Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly taking over in H Division, I wanted to bring up an entry in your notebook that I recently reviewed. It's COM 0063813.
And that's been marked as Exhibit 4656.
And on page 1 of the notebook, there's a date, 2021-08-25. And there's reference to 8 a.m., which is irrelevant. And then 8:30 a.m., there's reference to, and maybe I'll just have you, it's probably a more productive use of our time to have you read your own handwriting than have me try to read it to you. But this appears to be a team meeting.
Sure. So MS team meeting with Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, CO of H Division, as she wanted to provide me information for situational awareness.
Okay. And then if we go to page 2 of your notes, it appears to, and I think just, I can't tell for certain with the some of the redactions, but there's a comment which appears to be part of this meeting. Chief Superintendent Gray wants to move. Well, why don't you read your own handwriting again for the same reason? What does the entry read here?
Chief Superintendent Gray wants to move her entire team out of the HRP police headquarters building,
Okay.
HQ building.
Okay, do you remember this meeting and this comment being made by Chief Superintendent Gray?
I don't recall the specific meeting. I recall the conversation around Chief Superintendent Gray wanting to move out. But I believe, if I'm following the notes that were put up there, I believe that's part of the conversation between myself, Lee Bergerman, and Dennis Daly. I don't think it's, so Chief Superintendent Gray is not in that meeting, so.
I see. So this is something that one of the other people in the meeting is relaying to you. I mean, it's hard to tell because of the redactions, but this would be something that is being relayed to you as opposed to Chief Superintendent Gray actually saying it to you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, my recollection is that was brought up in that meeting, either by Assistant Commissioner Daly or Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. I would assume that it's most likely Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, given she was the commanding officer at the time, and Dennis Daly would have been in Ottawa. So.
And was this a serious request?
It was a serious request to the division, and it was brought to my attention, and I do recall the conversations around it, and I do recall the conversations in the future around this point about wanting for Chief Superintendent Gray to move her entire team out of the Halifax Police building. And I distinctly remember taking the position that that wasn't something that we were going to be entertaining, because it didn't have to do with the condition of the building. Like, it wasn't a health and safety issue. It was more a working relationship with the senior people at Halifax Regional Police. And my position on that is we have a commitment to the Halifax district or Halifax HRM to be working in an integrated and collaborative fashion with HRP, and that moving an entire district management team out of that environment is not productive to the expectations and the responsibility and the accountability that we have in that arrangement. And I remember having conversations with the commanding officer, Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, that we needed to ensure that we were having conversations with the chief of Halifax Regional Police, the senior management team, about if there's issues, things aren't working out, we need to work through them. We have to find areas for improvement. Is it compromise? Is it personalities? Is it really? We just can't simply say we're picking up and we're moving and expecting that relationship to be positive, to develop. It doesn't demonstrate good leadership to the people that are working under the integrated environment if we're sort of just leaving our responsibilities behind. So I gave direction to Lee to ensure that we make every effort to resolve whatever is in behind a request to move an entire management team. And it was her responsibility to become engaged, was the responsibility of the RCMP senior management team, including Chief Superintendent Gray, to make continued efforts to do it, and ensure that we are documenting our efforts and are raising them to the right area. And if they can't be resolved between the two departments, and we have to elevate it to, say, a government level, but at least we can demonstrate the efforts that we've made in that regard.
Okay. And again, turning to looking forward with the arrival of Assistant Commissioner Daly, during Chief Superintendent Chris Leather's testimony back in July 27th, 2022, when asked about improving relationship with provincial and municipal partners, he described that the change in the leadership in H Division, the significant changes, is perhaps an opportunity to move forward and improve relations. Would you agree with that? Is this an opportunity at this point with changing leadership to see improvements in relationships?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's an opportunity that's presented itself. I also think it is an opportunity for those on the other side of the relationship to come in with a fresh outlook, a fresh view, in a cooperative manner. It would be extremely disappointing that if 6 months from now relationships aren't improving, or communications isn't improving, then I think we need to be looking at other strategies in terms of what's the root cause of relationships not working well with any of these entities that Dennis will be engaged in.
Okay, and have you had discussions with Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly, or made plans with Dennis Daly about how you're going to move forward with this file of relationships with other provincial municipal agencies?
I have in the broad sense, because Dennis is not yet on the ground there. I think it will be a continuation of the conversations that I've been having with Assistant Commissioner Ferguson, and the efforts that, as the interim CEO, he has put into developing relationships. So, for example, when Assistant Commissioner Ferguson first got in the interim role, him and I had a discussion about he needed to personally reach out to all the chiefs of police, for example, given that there was a change in the membership level with the RCMP and the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police. And John needed to, sort of push through that, speak to the chiefs, which he has done. And he's had conversations and ongoing conversations. And hopefully Dennis will simply step into that stream that John has created, and we'll continue to have those discussions. I'm just using that as an example of something that's going forward.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I'm going to move to a different topic now. I want to ask Madam Register, if you could please pull up COM 0063838. Do you want me to repeat the COM number?
And that's marked as Exhibit 4660.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. Are you able to show the first page of that? So once again, this, I'm told, are your notes, Deputy Commissioner?
Yes.
I see a date on top. Perhaps you could just read the date.
It's the 13th of June, 2022. It's a Monday.
Okay. And we have some times in one column followed by blacked out content. If we slide down, get to 10:30 a.m. and then there's an entry at 2 p.m. And I don't know if you can read your entry at 2 p.m. for us.
Yes, participation in the Investment Oversight and Prioritization Committee, bracket IOPC bracket, meeting via MS Team. The next entry related to that meeting is reinstatement of the sale of RCMP vehicles.
Okay, do you have recollection of this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Who is this group that you're meeting with?
This is a group of senior people within the RCMP, from the finance sector, from representation of a couple of our business lines, and the working group levels underneath those. So it's a myriad of individuals, but really it's a senior level committee that's now chaired by the Chief Financial Officer. I had chaired it previously for a term, and it's looking at how we prioritize and invest in major investments and funding within the organization. So it could be everything from fleet purchases, buildings, infrastructure investments, large investment in frontline equipment such as pistol modernization. So it's really looking at the most significant investments within the organization.
Okay, and do you recall the conversation being had that prompted you to write in your notebook reinstatement of the sale of RCMP vehicles?
Yes, if I recall correctly, it was an agenda topic for discussion. There may have been a presentation on it, like a deck, but I can't recall. And it was looking at the issue of how we may move forward in terms of of what to do with the police fleet that we were holding as a result of a decision made by Procurement Canada at the direction of a minister, that there would be no further sales of previous RCMP vehicles as a result of the circumstances around the mass casualty. So what we were finding was that we were having a lot of vehicles in storage. We were paying for storage costs. There was no, and we're talking all vehicles within the RCMP. So it's important. We're not just talking about vehicles that were once fully marked, deckled police vehicles, because the RCMP, we have other vehicles for plainclothes sections, covert operations, etc., that would have no police markings on them, no police equipment in them, but they were at the end of their life cycle, and we were still storing those. And also, there was a discussion around the loss of the financial benefits of the sale of these vehicles to the contracting partners, which was part of the financial picture. So it was more a conversation about looking forward, like is there things that we can do, or are we simply if we can't get to a point to resale some of the vehicles, especially those that never had a frontline policing life, so to speak, are we at a point now where we simply need to maybe move on to something like crushing vehicles and disposing of them of that way, as opposed to continuing to store them waiting for a decision? So it's a forward-looking discussion around the potential liabilities and what we maybe do.
Yeah, I guess the entry in your notebook, though, the first word is reinstate. It suggests certainly to someone like me reviewing your notes that the conversation was about reinstating the sale of RCMP vehicles.
Yes, for someone that wasn't in the meeting and just took my notes at face value in terms of the words I've written, yeah, that would be a fair assumption.
Okay, but so was it discussed, the idea of reinstating the sale of, say, police cruisers decommissioned by the RCMP?
It wasn't a conversation of us making the decision to reinstate that ability. It was us having a discussion of, can we put forward a plan for some of the vehicles that would never be identified, for example, as ever been police vehicles, to approach the minister and say, here's the issue at hand. Here's a mitigating strategy that wouldn't affect the spirit of the first one, and here are the other options that we may put forward, i.e., destruction, crushing, etc.
Okay, and I may be wrong here. I'm going on sort of memory of evidence I've heard in the Mass Casualty Commission, but it seems like it was GC surplus that sort of made the decision not to sell RCMP decommissioned vehicles as opposed to the RCMP. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so is it your view, like as an like Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP, do you have a view on whether or not the RCMP should be selling decommissioned vehicles?
Yes, I have a view on it. And I think there needs to be context around different discussions about what vehicles we're talking about. If we're talking about a Ford F-150 truck that never was deckled, never had any police equipment in it, that we use for a plainclothes duty, for example, we would have to have a conversation around the risk of selling that, as opposed to a vehicle that may have been once a fully deckled out frontline policing vehicle. And how do we sell that, potentially to strip all the equipment, again, what's the oversight on it? What are the checks and balances around? Because I think it's important to understand that you can go out and buy off a car dealership lot a white vehicle that would look identical to a stripped down police vehicle, had all the decals removed. It's the decals and the police equipment and those types of things that make it stand out as a police vehicle. So I think we need to talk about it in the context of what type of vehicles we're discussing.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I do want to move on to a different topic. And I want to ask you some questions about Alert Ready. And I know this is a topic that was discussed at length in your interview back in October 10, 2022 with the Mass Casualty Commission. But I want to actually go and talk about a different time frame that was raised in your interview. And I apologize, there'll be a bit of documentation and a bit of a build up to the question that I eventually will ask you. So I guess first I want, Madam Register, if you're able to pull up COM 0063694. And I guess we'll start at the top of the page just to give a bit of context, Deputy Commissioner. This is the Honorable Mark Fury, who recently on August 22nd, 2022, responded to some written questions that was provided to him by the Mass Casualty Commission, and he provided written answers. He's also subsequently done an interview. We don't have the benefit of having the transcript of his interview yet. Madam Register, if you could go down to page 5. And just give me a minute, please. So if you could scroll down to paragraph 8. Under the heading of, and I'm just going to read, it's not a long portion, so I think it's probably just efficient if I read it to you, Deputy Commissioner, but under the heading of Alert Ready, the question is on January 4, 2012, as an RCMP Staff Sergeant, you were sent a briefing note to Criminal Operations regarding EMO Nova Scotia Public Alerting System, PAS, and I'll pull up these briefing notes in a minute. There's actually 2 that we have. And the question was, what prompted this briefing note? Response, it is my recollection that EMO had approached the RCMP, my office, with this concept. What was your understanding of the Alert Ready system at this time? Response, it is my recollections. These were preliminary discussions around the concept tool that could afford the law enforcement community the opportunity to use public broadcasting, television, radio at the time, to disseminate and/or communicate information to the public at large, if and when the opportunity or need presented itself. Who was this briefing note sent to? Response, the briefing note was forwarded through channels, namely Support Services Officer and Crops Reviewer, to the RCMP Criminal Operations Officer. To the best of my recollection, I believe the Crops Officer at the time was Chief Superintendent Brian Brennan, who went on to become the Commanding Officer for H Division. I understand Chief Superintendent Brian Brennan is presently the RCMP Deputy Chief of Contract and Indigenous Policing in Ottawa. Did you receive a response? Response, no, there was no formal written response. Numerous and difficult discussions with the SSO and the Crops Reviewer precede this final version of the briefing note. They were not supportive of the concept. They expressed strong opposition. The briefing note submitted and referred here reflects what my superiors advised they would approve from my office. They were not very, there was very clear opposition to the concept of Alert Ready by the SSO and crops reviewer at the time. Was there further discussions about Alert Ready after the briefing note was submitted? Response, no. There was no further discussions with me or including me about Alert Ready when I was the Emergency Management Program Manager. At this time, is it correct that you were the Emergency Management Program Manager? Yes. What other involvement did you have in discussions or decision-making about the Alert Ready system while you were a member of H Division? Response, to the best of my recollection, I would have provided provincial EMO personnel with an update on the position of the H Division RCMP at the time. I do not recall the extent of that discussion. There were no further discussions internal of the RCMP on Alert Ready that I'm aware of or included in. These frustrations with the SSO and crops reviewer were key factors in my decision to retire early in September 2012. And just before I kind of pose some questions, Deputy Commissioner, I do want to show you we have two briefing notes related to this. First being Madam Register COM 0020391. And I might, as I go through this, get you to help me understand it, Deputy Commissioner. So we have a briefing note to Criminal Operations, a date 2012-0104. It's with regards to Public Alerting System, PAS. The purpose is to update the SSO on the EMO Nova Scotia. So this is the support service officer, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that support service officer at the time in your role back in 2012 would have been a direct report to you?
correct.
Okay. And there's some background information, issue information, but it seems like the outcome of this briefing, if you look at current status, is no commitments have been made, and then it talks about a subsequent meeting tentatively scheduled for early February 2012. And then you go over on the second page, right at the bottom, it says approved by Senior Crops Reviewer.
Yes,
Okay. And this, is it Al Hearn?
Hearn.
Hearn,
With an
thank
A.
you.
Yes.
This would have again been a direct report to you?
No,
No.
Al Hearn would have been a direct report to the support services officer.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so next, perhaps we could look at the next briefing note, which is column 0031047.
And that's been marked as Exhibit 4659.
Again, see the date there is, looks like February 21st, 2012. In a similar wording, there seems to be an additional, if you scroll down to current status, this is actually not in the other briefing note. It seems to be added to this one. Under current status, it says no commitments have been made to EMO in this regard. Transition to an application of NAADS. What does NAADS stand for? The NADS program? Do you know?
It's the D and the S stand for dispatch system. I just can't recall what the NAA stands for.
Okay. Would require computer-based training for all risk managers. Risk managers would be required to author the public alert based on pre-written and or pre-recorded messages consistent with the information made available through the policing agency of jurisdiction. And then under recommendations, it has manage properly the availability and application of a PAS, public alerting system, in Nova Scotia would be considered an asset in frontline police services, service providers in response to emergency situations, i.e. forest fires, floods, meteorological events, etc. And then at the bottom, it says approved by, but this time there's nothing beside approved by. Is there any significance that there's no signature by approved by? Does this mean it wasn't approved, this briefing note?
No, it doesn't mean it wasn't approved. It just means that whoever Staff Sergeant Fury sent it to either hasn't signed it off, or it's a copy of the briefing note that was approved.
Okay. Well, thank you for indulging my contextual build-up to a series of questions I have with you. But having seen these written answers from the Honourable Fury and also these briefing notes, do you recall discussions about a public alerting system being adopted by the RCMP or being discussed within the RCMP back in 2012?
I recall the topic of public alerting and the desire for Nova Scotia EMO to have a system that could be utilized by police for those things that were mentioned, environmental conditions, snowstorms, forest fires, etc. And I do recall there being a lot of conversation about, like, what would this mean in terms of investment, what it would mean in terms of resources, policy compliance, those types of things. Almost what was outlined by Minister Fury at his time in there, in that area. And the other, I do recall there being conversations about, well, if you go to a public alerting system for these types of things, you need to have the ability to have it resourced and managed 24/7, because you can never predict when you might need it for these types of circumstances. So conversations about investment, etc. I wasn't part of any conversations directly with Minister Fury in that role during his time in the RCMP, and I don't recall anything coming to my level for a decision around the division's furtherance in terms of looking for investments and those types of things.
Okay, and Minister Fury, he discusses that he was bringing the idea forward, and there was strong resistance within the RCMP to the idea. Do you know what he's referring to, other beyond what you've already answered?
I'm making the assumption, based on what I read in the briefing notes, that the opposition that he's speaking of was with Staff Sergeant Hearn and the support services officer, who at the time was Superintendent Frank Foran. And that would have been part of their role in terms of examining the pros and cons of a system, the investment in it, what it would mean for the RCMP, other police agencies. So when he says within the RCMP, I'm making the assumption, again, based on what I've read, that he's specifically talking about his interaction with those two individuals.
Okay. And do you recall being part of any of these conversations about a public alerting system?
I do not, no.
Okay. And would the crops reviewer and the SSO, would they be able to, without your direction, essentially not allow this initiative to look into the public alerting system to go forward, or would that be something that they would have to get direction from you on?
It would depend on at what stage these discussions were taking place and what the context around them would be. So if they're talking about, and again, I'm making some assumptions here, but if the process in their discussions were to talk about something like the RCMP taking over and manning and resourcing the public alert system, they may be able to say that's not even feasible at this time. We're not interested in taking that over for all of the policing community in Nova Scotia. We just don't have the infrastructure, etc. They could probably have that that conversation at that level. If it was a decision, we can do this, and however it's going to need resourcing and finances, then it would probably come to my level for a decision or for further research into it. So there's a level of responsibility and accountability in that flow, and it would be, based on the information before him, if it just absolutely wasn't obtainable by the RCMP. But as it moves along in terms of being enacted, then things would get raised to my level then as the crops officer, and then I would have the responsibility of putting forward a plan to the commanding officer, and then discussions, for example, with the province. So it depends on where it is in the linear discussions.
Okay, and the briefing note references a public alerting system and gives examples of forest fires, flood, meteorological events. Do you know if there are any discussions at that time within the RCMP of a public alerting system being used for something like an active shooter event?
You're speaking about it on a national scale?
Yeah, back in 2012.
No,
When-
I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm talking within the context of 2012 and the Honorable Fury trying to push this issue forward, but framing it within that context. I'm wondering why it wasn't a broader context.
I don't have any recollection of there being discussions around utilizing a public alert system for a operational real-time incident, criminal or otherwise incident, at either the divisional level or the national level, because at the time I would have been sitting on the National Criminal Operations Committee, which is all the crops officers from across Canada. I don't ever recall us having conversations about utilizing a tool such as that for policing operations.
Okay. And do you have a sense of why not? It doesn't seem, I guess, again, from the outside looking in, as a policing organization, it doesn't seem to be a significant leap to the concept of being able to use a public alerting system for a forest fire, say, to think, oh, wow, this might apply to some policing operational issues where we need to alert the public.
I would take a different opinion on that from the lens that I would look through in terms of policing operations. So if we're talking about advising the public of an event, such as a forest fire, major snowstorm, flooding, etc., we're talking about alerting people about an environmental condition that's being monitored by weather forecasters, other agencies, avoid the area. Like I can remember, during my time in Nova Scotia, putting out advisories, traveling in the wintertime through the Cobequid Pass. It's impassable. Please don't venture out there, et cetera, et cetera. When we're trying to apply something like an alerting system for something like the mass casualty, where it is dynamic, it's fluid, it's over a large geographical area, it's very hard in 2012 to have applied that alert system without the requisite resources, policies, investment in technology, all of those things that didn't exist in 2012 in terms of an active policing matter, because we just didn't have the infrastructure. We just didn't have the policy. We've never tested it. We've never trained our employees and our members on the use of it and how to communicate it properly. Because again, didn't as mentioned in the briefing note, it was mostly TV and radio. It didn't have social media as we have today. So I just don't think the pieces were in place, tested, supported, that we could simply just say, oh, there was an alerting system for environmental reasons, easily translated into an operational policing environment without having, as I mentioned, the technology, the systems, the protocols, all of those things laid out. They're not interchangeable that easily. And if you're going to use it, you have to ensure that it's accurate, effective, and timely. Again, those pieces not in place in 2012. That's the lens I would look through it at that time.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to move on to a different topic, perhaps. I think commissioners and Deputy Commissioner Brennan, I'm thinking I'll be done by 1:30, just looking at the time. I am moving on to a topic. I'll just sort of maybe check in with the commissioners and you, Deputy Commissioner. Should I continue, or does anybody need to take a break at this moment?
Deputy Commissioner Brennan, you're okay to for another 40 minutes, and then we'll have a break probably for about an hour.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll
Go ahead,
continue.
Mr. Van Moor.
Thank you. So I guess I want to talk a little bit now about learning from the events of April 2020. And in your role, I guess you would agree, I would think you would agree that the RCMP's response to the mass casualty incident, such as what occurred in April 2020, is something that the RCMP should analyze and try to learn from to be in a better position to respond in the future to similar type events. Is that a fair statement?
It's a 100% accurate statement. Yes.
Okay. And you working in national headquarters and the role that you have, the RCMP is a national institution involved in policing throughout Canada. A mass casualty incident involving an active shooter really can happen anywhere in Canada. So this is not only something that each division should learn from and how to respond and lessons learned, but it's something really that police services across the country really should be trying to learn from. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I guess how does, an institution like the RCMP with, I don't know how many members, 30,000, like how many members are in the RCMP?
There's about 30,000 employees and roughly 20,000 regular members.
Okay. And so how does the RCMP go about learning from an incident that happens in Nova Scotia and sort of translating that information to 30,000 members across the country?
That is an excellent question that has many responses. So I think the best way for me to answer that question is to provide an example that unfortunately happened here in Saskatchewan during the last 7 days. So while not a mass casualty shooting, a mass casualty event where a large number of individuals in a small Indigenous community in north central Saskatchewan were victims of a horrendous act by two individuals. So without going into the details, I'm sure everybody's well aware of it from news media reporting, etc. So in terms of lessons learned from Nova Scotia that we have applied in the last week as an organization. So lessons learned around communication, public alerting. So since the unfortunate incident in Nova Scotia, policing, RCMP have worked very hard to set up public alerting with the right background, tools, training, etc. And in this current situation in Saskatchewan, I believe there was 6 or 7 public alerts that went out updating the public during this time frame of the incident here. Within early hours of the incident being reported and understanding the scope of it, understanding that 2 suspects were identified and they were on the move, public alerting, public comms were engaged, national headquarters was engaged immediately by the division, coordination was set up, air assets were put in the air, one from Regina, and before that asset was even deployed, we were already looking into the next air asset. Where would it come from? Like, in 10 hours or whatever the timeline was. ERT teams, emergency response teams within the division stood up. Again, mobilization, reaching out to other divisions to ensure that ERT teams would be on standby. Engagement immediately with other police agencies. So in this particular case in Saskatchewan, engagement with Saskatoon Police Services, who have their own aircraft, who put that aircraft up at first opportunity to assist us. So extremely timely, good communications with another agency. Things that we learned obviously from the examination of the mass shooting in Nova Scotia, engagement in terms of putting specialized resources on the scene. I don't think it needs to be described, but the scenes that needed to be looked after, ensuring we had resources from our forensic identification section, specialists to go in there under that crime scene security, utilizing members, reaching out to the province and asking, are there other peace officers resources that we could possibly draw down on to do crime scene security at the known sites so that we can deploy our operational members into the investigation. So these are just examples of lessons learned that we instinctively undertook within our organization, and communicating throughout the last 2.5 years with our commanding officers to say, while the Mass Casualty Commission does their work, we know that these are things that we need to improve on. These are things that we need to be aware of. We need to do better at communication. So when I got the phone call from Assistant Commissioner Blackmore, the commanding officer in Saskatchewan, of this incident, these are the things that she and I touched on. Let's make sure we do this. Remember, these are shortcomings in Nova Scotia. We need to apply these immediately. She was instinctively already on top of them. Yes, we've already reached out to other divisions for support. We're looking at our air asset capability in the future. We're talking to the communities. In this case, it was an Indigenous community. Engagement with the Indigenous leaders in the province, briefing the province timely. And if you saw in the media, doing much more informative, to the extent we could, press briefings, bringing in our partners, so the Chief of Regina City Police to stand beside us to give his account of what his department was doing in the bigger picture. So I use that as an example. So while this may not be written down in a document, it may not yet have made its way into policy, these are real-time operational things that we've put in place because of the things we've learned. Now, back to your question in terms of how do we put things in place? How do we educate? Well, we look at changing policy. Once we change policy, we make sure that policy is distributed organizationally wide. New policies come out on whatever the particular topic is. If it's in terms of training, we're educating our employees about new training coming. We're setting up training. We're doing procurement to get new equipment. We're engaging with provinces to help us do that. So there's ongoing mechanisms that we use, and I think it's also important. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we are constantly making efforts to improve based on things we observe within our own organizations, but we're not only subjected to things like major reviews of incidents such as Mayor Thorpe, Spiritwood, Moncton. We are reviewing recommendations out of CRCC, ESDC, Hoyts, policy changes based on legislation. So in behind the scenes, we are being proactive in terms of changing the way we do business, changing our policies, changing our training, expanding those types of things from a wide variety of sources. And these may not be changes that the public sees outright, but there are changes that we are constantly making to improve our ability to provide public safety, ensure that our employees are well trained, well invested in, and it really should, those types of things should just be seamless into the general public. They may not even know that it's happening, but hopefully they will know they will know that we are providing the most up-to-date policing service that we possibly can based on recommendations from a wide variety of sources. So hopefully, I know that was a long answer, but hopefully that gives you context.
No, thank you for that answer. I want to follow up and ask you just a few specific questions about reviews, if I could, and I just want to, and I'm not going to go through all the reviews. I know there's a number that were put to, for example, Commissioner Lucky, a number of the different reviews were put to her. I just want to ask you about a few specific ones. The first is just this National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices review. And I understand that this review was, this is a review that I guess, but it seems it starts at the point that the critical incident has ended, and it's really more of a review of the investigative phase of the response. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we're looking at the standards and practices utilized or potentially not utilized in a certain situation.
Okay, and I think there's been some discussion that was in Commissioner Lucky's testimony, but this was started and then there were charges, it was suspended, but my understanding this review has recommenced. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, yes, my understanding is that the unit within Contract and Indigenous Policing and Headquarters is now determining how to move forward with the principles of major case management. So it's now doing the logistics of getting those individuals in place to move forward with that review.
Okay, and I just had one question about that review, and it was with regards to trying to understand the scope. And while it's easy to say that this is more of an investigative review as opposed to a critical incident response, I'm just trying to get an understanding of when the critical incident ends and the investigation starts. And I'll give you an example. So, one of the tragic consequences that arising out of April 2020 is, in Portapique, we had a circumstance where after it was identified in the morning of the 19th that the perpetrator was no longer in Portapique, there was a response to the Wentworth area. And it wasn't, I think, really almost 19 hours till after the first information about the perpetrator's actions came in that the victims on Copaquid Court were located by the RCMP. Is that management of Portapique after it's been identified that the perpetrator is no longer in Portapique, would that be part of an investigative review? Would that be captured by is it NOISP? I don't know the acronym you use. Is that right, NOISP?
NOISP, yes.
Yeah, would that be captured by the NOISP review, or would that be outside of its scope?
It would depend on what the agreed upon scope was between national headquarters and the division, like what we think we need to be looking at given the circumstances. It could be. It also could be subject to a different type of review if it was specific to that circumstance and that particular area. If you just want to focus on just that, NOISP would look at more the broader context of the whole investigation. It may be part of it, but there is the ability for the organization to look at very specific things, maybe using an independent officer review type of report to look at that particular circumstance and area that you described.
And who's involved in setting out the scope?
It's usually in terms of NOISP.
Yeah.
It would be the director of NOISP, which is a superintendent, in conjunction with the of the division. But NOISP has a sort of a standard template of review that they would follow, and if there was anything to be added or more closely examined, that would be part of the the understanding of work to be done by NOISP if the division felt that it would have value in terms of moving forward, lessons learned, etc.
Okay. I want to ask a couple questions about after action reports. And when you gave your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, you indicated that it was a policy requirement that after an incident such as the mass casualty incident in Nova Scotia, that there be an after action report. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, I recall the conversation. I think there, in retrospect and in reviewing the conversation, I think there may have been a little bit of confusion around the policy on after action reports, because in policy, the after action reports in that regard refer to national exercise programs, whether they be an actual incident or the table topping of a scenario, those types of things. I think there was just a little bit of misunderstanding around an emergency operation versus a critical incident in that regard.
Well, I mean, I guess could we bring clarity to that issue then? Is there a policy within the RCMP to do an after action report after a mass casualty incident such as occurred in April 2020?
I don't believe there's policy that specific. There is policy around the discretion of commanding officers or the organization to undertake a review, so independent officer review, or similar to the direction that Commissioner Paulson gave after the Moncton tragedy years ago. That ability rests within the organization.
When Assistant Commissioner Brennan or Bergerman testified before the commission on August 22nd, when he asked about doing a review, she believed that it was too early, that this is, I guess, immediately after or in the days afterwards that I get, well, let me put it this way. She thought that something like an after action review might be something that should be considered now or in the future. Would you agree with that? Is it an after action review of the mass casualty incident something that should be considered now or in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, consideration should be given to reviewing any large investigation, but especially something that rises to this level. The conversation then needs to be what type of review, what is ongoing. So, if we use the mass casualty, the reviews are being undertaken and have been undertaken. So we're looking at Hoyts, we're looking at ESDC reviews. We obviously have the work that's being done by the mass casualty that given the mandate of the mass casualty, that's going to be reviewing a lot of the things that we would look at organizationally. But that doesn't mean that if things are raised of concern or by the division, the mass casualty, etc., that we can't do reviews to focus in on certain aspects of what took place or potentially what didn't take place. So a review can be done at any time. I think the conversation about what type of review and the timeliness of that review is important to have as well.
Okay. The other testimony we heard back in July 25th was from Superintendent Campbell, who testified, and he talked about approaching contract and Indigenous policing in Ottawa operational response and readiness, and he felt that there was a need for a critical incident program review, and that it should be independent. Are you aware of this request by Superintendent Campbell?
I am aware of it, yes.
Yes, and I think in your interview, you made a distinction between an after-action review and a critical incident review, such as being suggested by Superintendent Campbell. Can you explain what the difference between a critical incident review and an after-action review would be?
Well, simply put, an after-action review would be much wider in scope. It would take in, again, depending on the situation to be examined, it would be looking at a multitude of things. Could be communications on top of operations, response, etc. Where critical incident command review, review is more focused on like the critical incident team, the command structure that undertook that investigation. Did they have pieces in place? Were they functioning? So when Superintendent Campbell is asking for an outside of the organization, what he's referring to is bringing in peers, so critical incident commanders from other police agencies to undertake the review specific to the critical incident command structure, the function of it, how did it work, what were the, examining gaps, best practices. And to do that, we would have to rely on getting those peer experts, subject matter experts together. And my understanding was that in the conversations around that, given the scope and magnitude of the mass casualty incident, that's not something that these SMEs felt could be done without being on the ground, without understanding the context of the geography, the layout, all of those types of things. And you have to sort of view that at the time in terms of coordination of getting those resources because of COVID into the environment, to do the work, to talk to the individuals. That played a role. My understanding is in the decision of when to do that, because of obviously the logistical challenges of that. So the CIC review was put on hold, and then there would have been, my understanding is, conversations with the Director General of that area, which is Chief Superintendent Jamie Solem, and around how to coordinate it and other priorities that may have come up. So I do know that a lot of the resources within the RCMP that would need to assist at one time period were heavily involved in the trucking convoy. So again, more delays. This doesn't mean that we still can't do the CIC review, but it's much more focused in scope, using subject matter experts from outside, coordination, logistics, etc., has led to that not being undertaken at this point.
And who made the decision either to not proceed or to delay proceeding with a critical incident review as requested by Superintendent Campbell?
My understanding is that decision was ultimately made by Chief Superintendent Solem in consultation with her critical incident SME Superintendent Phil Liu. And they may have had discussions with Assistant Commissioner Daly as well in that regard.
Okay. when, on the 23rd of August, when Commissioner Lucky was asked essentially that same question, her response was, ultimately, I believe it would have been Dennis Daly, but it may have been, in fact, Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan. I don't know exactly know. Were you involved at all in making the decision either not to proceed or delay proceeding with a critical incident review?
I wasn't involved in the ultimate decision around delaying the review. So it would be well within the purview of Chief Superintendent Salam and in consultation with Assistant Commissioner Daly.
Okay. And certainly Assistant Commissioner Daly reports to you, is that right?
Yes, direct report to me in his current role.
Okay. Would he, if he was involved in a decision of that nature, though, would he seek direction from you before making a decision?
He could. I do recall having a conversation Dennis Daly. He approached me around doing a review more in the context of like how would we manage it in terms of in conjunction with what's going on with the mass casualty mandate. I think at the time it might have even been when they first were talking about a public inquiry mandate. The timing around that I can't quite recall. And asking my advice about the timeliness of it, and I was concerned with review fatigue by the division, obviously with Hoyt and ESDC and preparing for the mass casualty, etc. And would the independence of it be what it needed to be if all of these things were going on at the same time? So Dennis and I had general conversations about sort of he was seeking advice, but more about like the logistics of it. How does it fit in with other processes? But again, I wasn't part of the ultimate decision around delaying it or saying no to it at that time.
Thank you. And Madam Register, if you could pull up COM number 0062978. I want to show you this email. It's from Dennis Daly, May 3rd, to John Robin, Jamie Salem, dated May 3rd, 2021, subject H strong CIC review. And in the body of, I'll just give you a minute to read the email. You can just let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'm done reading what I can see. If there's okay, so Dennis.
And so this is Dennis Daly talking about discussions he says he has with you on April 27, 21, and relaying some information that you shared with Assistant Commissioner Daly. And first, I'll just ask you: are the bullet points that he reflects are your input? Is that an accurate reflection of your input back on April 27th, 2021?
Yes, and I think it's reflective of my comments just a few minutes ago about things that we were discussing.
Okay, so your first comment is the Commission Council aware and supportive of the review so as not to undermine the Commission work. What was the concern you had that made you raise this comment?
Well, I just was sort of thinking out loud through the process of, you know, would it be important for us to make the Commission Council aware that we're undertaking a review that mirrors the mandate, some of the mandate points of what the Commission was to examine, and you know, would it either like undermine their work? Would it be contrary to the independence of the Commission? Those types of things, because it would, knowing at the time we may be asking some of the same resources from other police agencies to do our potential review that the Commission may be asking subject matter experts to look into. So just wanted, you know, to be sure and to be transparent that, you know, do they have any concerns, and if not, then okay, we could you know, sort of tick that box off that no concerns around that, and wouldn't affect their work. So obviously, because, sorry, I was just saying, obviously because, you know, the large mass casualty you know, investigation and review, we wanted to be ensured that we were as transparent as possible.
Okay, and what about your concern? You indicate there, what if it contradicts the findings of the Commission review? Why was that a concern?
Well, because if we do a review and it contradicts a potential review by the mass casualty, these reviews would be evidence based. So how do we sort of square those two potential contradictory reports, and to what benefit? Is it you know, are we simply you know, confusing the work to go forward after that, and should it be in conjunction? Because you know, we want to be sure that as we're moving through you know, this process and the recommendations that are to come, that, you know, we shouldn't trying to be intentionally or unintentionally contradictory to the work of the Mass Casualty Commission. So I just had a concern that we needed to think through, like, the what if that happens, and that's part of sort of strategic thinking, leadership, you know, concerns around you know, supporting a review such as this.
Okay, and what about the next bullet? You say if the review is completed, let's say by September 1, 2021, how will we communicate the results? Controlled leak to the media?
Yes, so my concern was, so we do the review, and the Mass Casualty Commission hasn't finished their work or potentially their review on something like CIC. So do we just hold it? What do we do with it? Like, how would we communicate it to our organization? Like, would we start changing policy? Would we start doing, you know, other activities? And then, like, if it gets out in the media, and which we have seen through this process, information is getting out. Like, how do we manage that? How do we manage the media stir that could potentially come from it? And if we're putting things, or things are getting out in the media that we're doing and not in conjunction with the Mass Casualty, how do we represent ourselves to the Mass Casualty Commission by saying, yeah, we undertook this separate review, we didn't advise you of it, and now we're going to move forward? Like, it's just in my sort of evaluation and thinking about this, it just wasn't in step with potentially with the things that were taking place by an independent review. And these are the questions that we needed to be asking. So it's, you know, that overused terms, issues management around steps that we were potentially going to be taking.
Okay, and perhaps just to finish off your bullets, what about your last concern? How will the review ensure that we not intentionally re-victimize those employees, RMs or otherwise, or retired members?
So again, my point on that is there's so many reviews going on. It's as I mentioned, Hoyt, ESDC, ERT had their own after action review, as did EMERT. These are all probably individuals within our organization that we're going to be asking similar questions that they're going to be getting asked by these reviews, potentially by the mass casualty. And so how are we going to manage potential re-victimization? Because while we take a trauma-informed approach with how we deal with victims of crime in our day-to-day activities, we also have to take and be considerate of a trauma-informed approach with our own employees. And to what end at that particular time for this particular review? Like, we needed to be thinking about, okay, is this a good time for us to undertake a review and re-victimize our employees? And some of them, obviously, and I'm sure the Mass Casualty Commission has heard, some early days were on the road to sort of their own recovery, whatever that would be, and maybe getting the supports they need. And do we really need to overlay this review if it's not absolutely crucial and critical at this time? Maybe in the future, or maybe some of our questions will get answered through these other reviews. So I was very cognizant of the impact this could have on our employees, especially some employees that would have been core to a CIC review. So again, putting a trauma-informed lens on it, and thinking about it in those compassionate terms when, like I say, this review could be done at any time. And it also, we were going to be getting probably a lot of answers from other reviews as well.
I just wanted to show you one more document on this topic. Madam Register, if you could pull up COM number 0063780. We can, and I'm looking at what I understand to be your notebook, Deputy Commissioner Brennan, and this is the date being April 27, 2021. I don't have a question about this part of your notebook, but perhaps I'll just show you on page 3. There is, you have a note of talking to Assistant Commissioner Daly, which is the same date that he says in his notebook that he had a discussion with you. But that's not what I wanted to ask you. I wanted to scroll to earlier in the day at 11:30. You have your regular monthly meeting with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. And if you scroll down to number 3, oh, sorry, it's on the same page, just up right there. It says CIC review for mass shooting. Do you remember what this conversation was about with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman on April 27, 2021?
I don't recall the specifics of that conversation. I obviously made a note that we had a discussion about it. And because I didn't expand on it, my normal course of making notes in that regard would be, I made a decision, or we're going to talk about it in the future. It just must have been a conversation without a decision being made on the go forward around it. I can't recall the specifics of it.
Okay, thank you. And you can take that down, Madam Register. Those are my questions, but before I conclude, Deputy Commissioner, you are someone who's had a long history of policing, a connection to Nova Scotia. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if there are any suggestions you wanted to share with the commissioner as they consider possible recommendations and look forward to their report writing process. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share anything.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I did give some overall comments in my interview regarding, potential recommendations, and I've had, some time to think about recommendations since my interview, and obviously taking into consideration the unfortunate circumstances in Saskatchewan around recommendations. So I would, I guess, re-emphasize to the commission and to the commissioners. I think that when we're looking at large incidents like this, and we go back to things like the McNeil report, Mayor Thorpe, Spiritwood, those types of things, I think it's important for public safety, and I include policing in that. But I think recommendations should reflect the public safety lens, or look through the public safety lens, and take a broader scope than just what about policing. We have responsibility and accountability in this for sure, but I think it's beneficial to look at in the public safety lens. So I would suggest to the commission that any recommendations be achievable. They need to be ones where, in the public safety realm and for policing, they're achievable, and they're achievable in time frames. Some may be achievable, in short order. For example, policy or policy compliance, those types of things. If recommendations are to be considered around investment in, say, equipment, there has to be a sort of an understanding of what needs to take place to provide that equipment or that training. So the expectation can't be it'll be in 6 months. It might take a year. It might take 2 years. And I think the recommendations, it would be helpful if the recommendations were separated into two categories, especially for ones that relate to policing. And again, my lens is the RCMP, is that they be operational recommendations and administrative recommendations. Sometimes we see recommendations that are so large and encompassing that there's so much intersection between operations and administration that it's hard to separate them and move the pieces together in a timely fashion. So I think that's important for us to achieve the achievability around that. And I take a different position than some of the evidence you've heard, or some of the conversation in the working group levels around funding. Funding is fundamental to a vast majority of the recommendations we see coming out of, especially large incidents, ESDC reports, even CRCC complaints, when we're talking about investments in training and investments in resources. And to do that, to make those recommendations come to fruition, it's almost impossible to escape proper funding of those types of things. If the communities, elected officials, and governments are not willing to be supportive of the recommendations in terms of funding, then what that will cause is it'll cause policing to re-examine the budgets that they have, and then to make potentially some very difficult decisions to drop off other things that are important to other groups and other people, but we need to find the funding, and then we're into, taking away policing responsibilities if there's no inject in funding. And so I think that's a critical consideration of the commission around ensuring that if a recommendation is that policing or the RCMP should invest in a new piece of equipment, then there's a responsibility of governments to help us achieve that in terms of funding and new resources. And there's, obviously things that take place in that. I think there needs to be accountability identified within the recommendations, whether they be accountability to the RCMP, accountability to policing, accountability to governments, accountability to communities. I think would be extremely helpful if there was clarity around the expectations of the commissions in terms of their recommendations and who should be accountable for it, which sometimes is lacking in recommendations that we receive. So funding was a good example of that. So those, and I think there is room on reflection of a lot of things that have been brought up as I look internally to the organization, things around note taking. I know that has been a topic, and while we have policy on it, I do not believe the organization, and from my perspective, that we would be adverse to a recommendation around having clear compliance around our policy, just like we do for compliance and training, that we have, compliance about how many of our members will be trained in carbines or their first aid or those types of things. So I would welcome recommendations around compliance in terms of any recommendations for policy. I think that would ground us in monitoring and being able to clearly articulate that we are doing those things. Because if something is not measured, then it's rarely focused on. And I think that would be beneficial to supervisors that are managing frontline resources or managing employees, that they know that there's a compliance piece that must be met. So whether it be, yearly reviews, percentages of, getting to certain things, I would be very welcome of the commission considering those types of parameters, I guess, around any recommendations. And I know that recommendations provided by the mass casualty and in support of the families of the loved ones lost, that there needs to be a degree of accountability within our organization. So that rests with me, the accountability piece. It also rests with me in terms of my responsibilities. And it rests with every senior member of this organization and every police force where these recommendations will touch on. But it also touches on the responsibilities we have right down to our frontline members. So, and if I'm not in a position to move these recommendations on in my time in the organization, my responsibility is to ensure that I lay the groundwork that though these recommendations can be fulfilled in the timeline set out. So I leave you with that in terms of, how I would see recommendations being framed for the benefit of for everybody that I've mentioned, and it would give us the ability to meet those recommendations so that we can continue to provide, the best possible public safety policing that we can possibly do in conjunction with our partners, and to really, really represent the go forward for the communities that we serve. So I would end there with that.
Deputy Commissioner, thank you. Those are my questions for you this afternoon. I turn to the commissioners.
Yes, Commissioner McDonald here. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Brennan, for your testimony so far. The process we follow is we will now break, and our counsel, Mr. Van Wart and others, will meet with the lawyers for the various participants, and they will attempt to organize questions for you so that it avoids repetition and it's done in the most efficient manner. So It's also 1:40 in the afternoon here, and I guess it's mid-morning for you, but it's lunchtime here, so we'll break for an hour and hopefully work the caucus. We call it a caucus. It's essentially a meeting in that hour, and come back at 2:40 our time, which is 3 hours earlier for you. And thank you so far. So far, of course, you're still under oath. And when you come back, we will have counsel questioning you, and each one of them will let you know who they represent, the interests they represent before they start. So thank you, Deputy Commissioner Brennan. We'll break for an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:40.
Got his handlers in the background. Got his handlers in the background twice. and one of them said something right there at the beginning. What time that was? 8:30. My time. So 11:30 your guys' time. Half an hour in. Not quite. They said something in the background. He changed his answer. I guarantee you there's a room full of lawyers there. These documents, how many of these documents aren't even up? This has been their strategy. Frankly, I've been getting pissed with it. I'm can turn my volume. Can turn my volume now. I'm getting, have been for a long time with these fucking documents that they dump at the last minute or afterwards. Because then it's very public, of course. The whole thing is like, it's so, it's just, you can't even describe it in words. You build a website that nobody can use. You put up documents that aren't scanned intentionally, so you can't search for anything. You take them up, you put them down, you do all kinds of fucking fuckeroonies. You talk about documents. Oh, they're going to say, well, because it wasn't admitted. But it was admitted because he didn't say. Oh, I'm going to add this. I'm going to admit this as an exhibit. He didn't say that. Multiple versions of notes that we don't have. The meeting McPhee is having there. We can talk about that off the record if you need other stuff. These dolts don't even know for 2 hours. Let that sink in. 2 hours. They've got the wrong person. The person on the right there, this is Saskatchewan. The person on the right, that was in their bulletin, like alert. The wrong person. Who was on their wanted list? Canada-wide warrants. There's a lot of people, but he has multiple convictions. They know who the fuck they're looking for. They can't even get the right photo. And they leave it up for over 2 hours. And then they're like, oh. And then they make it like they do the internet goop, which is gross. They delete it like it wasn't even there. It's like the pages that they remove. Oh, see, you just didn't, there's nothing there. And then people bust them in it, like Justice Cromwell. He's like, what? Where are the notes? Just give it to me. No follow-up. Interesting. I mean, I could just rant about these people for nonstop. And we have to. They're decrepit individuals. Gone. What about the lawyer? Hello? Hello? He opened the door all kinds of times there to John Robin. No? Huh? What? This is like, it doesn't even exist. John Robin? Who's that? Who's that? I don't know anything about that. I don't know, the IMT stuff, the pie plate goop, garbage, ESDC, Hoyt. None of these investigations have been completed because they've been quashed. It was already asked, are you going to complete any of these? Lucky. Don't know. Don't read any of the reports. She said she doesn't read any of them. I was looking for I wonder if my computer found. I don't know if this is it. Give me a second. Still have not put up transcripts for July 21st. Who's that? I literally think they're cleaning out their website and editing shit in there. It's going to take a lot to try and prove it, but I have a feeling that they are. They're cutting videos in there. And I don't think it's a reach to say that they're cutting videos over here. They have been. It's quite clear. Someone is... They don't even know what car he's driving. Like Rhonda's sitting there. Was he driving? They ask him, or ask her. Pardon me. They ask her. And look at the optics of that. Unbelievable. She's in a room. Think about this. She's in a room with press. With press. Okay? Not criminals. Not going in, doing a raid. There she is in her vest. What, is she going to get stabbed by the press with a pen that they're taking notes with? Huh? Brain malfunctioning. Brennan is taking poor advice. Take this from me. I've been calling your garbage in the war room there for a long time. You're fucking up by asking for more money. Don't. Just ask for more money. You're going to get more people pissed. Don't. Leah's gone through, cleaned out her stuff to do with Moncton because she was involved with that. and all the social media. Like, she didn't have, I don't know, somewhere in the videos I've talked about that before. I think it was even before the fucking stuff came up on the website. Her name wasn't even known. And I'm like, she's involved with fucking Moncton, man. Definitely posted it several times in videos subsequently. She knew. She got an award for it. She got 2 letters for a great job on advising how to do this the next time around. Moncton. Oh, I don't know what's going on over there. I can't hit send. Oh, you people go, well, what? I'm going to stand here with a vest. Let me see how many people we interviewed again.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews with witnesses and victims, with more anticipated to take place in the coming days. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point. There's more.
Huh? Same interview, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You watch this stuff closely, you go back, and it's actually pretty sad. What do you know? Well, we've got all this technological goo and we're doing all this stuff. Was he driving the car? Well, we don't know. Have you found the car? No. And their stories are nonsensical half the time. Well, we'll wait for that review. She said that, of course, because that's what they do. And you see, they are your oh dear, Peter, what the heck, Todd, they're myself, they're our employees. They're robbing us blind, lying to our faces. Would you tolerate that in your personal life? Especially if they're going around and like, no, there's no questions there about Bootland. They're scared pissless of Bootland. Brennan's got a letter out about Bootland in there. And they should be. And that was under Brennan. Was he Brennan? Sorry, my apologies. Hold on a moment here. He definitely knows Rod. Where's that? There he is. There with Stewart. There he is. Here's Rod. Here's Brian. Rod, April. All kind of stinky shit there. Really stinks. Wiley. Lead investigator. Stink. Liars. This is what we have for employees. Liars and fleecers. And just make some recommendations. Really?
Can you read, my son? Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
I don't fuck with you. You little stupid ass bitch. I ain't fucking with you. You look dumb.
Can you read, my son?
You remember that?
Can you read, my son? Well, can you read, my son? Can you read, my son? Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
I don't like.
These people don't read. They openly say it. Lucky's like, no, what? Huh? Quashing reports. Can we deal with the media? How do we deal with the media? Media leaks. We need media leaks. What's going on? And then like the language, gross language. That's talking about controlling members who may talk, who may say something. Better get a hold of them. Better deal with them. You seize everything that they have, then you're sitting around destroying it. The shredder must have been going insane. It's not for some drunky O'Brien. Drunky O'Brien would get driven over. They drive over anybody. And their entire organization was in disarray for a long time down there. They did across the country. But the wellness report, holy fuck, man. And that's just a summary. That's just a summary. You're calling other and oh, we'll just leave. That's what we'll do. We'll just, you guys see how you do without that. You need us. Don't forget it. No, actually, we don't. We can fire your ass. Because you know what? We do control this country. We can. It's ours. Our employees, our government, all of it. You don't work? Fuck you, man. Get out. A number of individuals said that the current chief of HRP and two deputy chiefs would have a suspicion. The fellow who appeared yesterday, who bailed on HRP shortly after he was moved to support, went over to Kentville, is one of them. If not, then perhaps he wants to get ahead of that one. Perhaps these people would like to comment on what's being said about them. And this is, again, the summary, which also has redactions in it. Love to see those, because if you're going to leave some of this stuff in on the summary and then the full report, oh my, with the interviews, oh, but well, we destroyed that. What did Leather say? There were explicit, we were told that everything was going to be destroyed. Acknowledging the presence of the daily basis, denying them access to information, leaving them out of critical meetings with the HRM officials. Several mentioned the previous chief, who was retired chief superintendent, RCMP, tried to make the integrated model work. The current chief was actively working to make it fail. A few participants bluntly called him an asshole. And whatever that is, a psychopath. Getting a deja vu moment of Brenda and the press. Linda, Sergeant Jean. destructive behavior. I mean, this report is, I'm going to read through it. I'm going to read through the whole thing, because it's definitely worth hearing the summary, the watered down goop. Ripping the hell out of Bergerman. You can't have the documents up there public. So should I not be able to read the documents before you discuss them, so I can decide whether or not funny hair thing going on there is actually asking questions that are pertinent, to which I know he's not, because he didn't ask anything about John Robin. There has hardly been a beep about him, and he is huge in the story. Managing things. Not even a peep? No Butcher, no Robin, Mr. Disclosure Analyst, who had, I have something odd happened in BC with Mr. Mike Butcher. Not too sure what. Perhaps that will come to light at some day. The moving from RCMP over to provincial. It's actually provincial. They have provincial stuff there too. It's just kind of. How did he die in police custody? Don't worry, said Rhonda. We won't release the autopsy to you. Don't worry about it. He just died. He had a cardiac moment. Why don't you let me decide, employee? Don't tell me what I'm doing. I'm telling you what you're doing. They couldn't even, they don't even know at that press conference there the other night. They don't even know if the other guy was involved. They believe that he is. They said, all indications are, but I mean, how far up your ass is your head? Do you even care? Do you just sit out there and say, we've got all this tech stuff and we're super savvy? I think we've got a police force that's more retarded. It just keeps getting more. Like these people don't have brains anymore. It's just not functioning, fulsome and goop. And they can look at computers, but not do their job while they check boxes rather than policing. Where is Robin's information? Where is Robin? Where is Gray? Where is Colford? Where is Sutton? Where is Bjorn? Where is Leon? Where is, you can just keep going on. Where are these people? Oh, they just don't exist. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Really? I certainly think so. Robin's name is everywhere. Robin was in charge of liaising between MCC, ESDC, the Labor Investigation, Labor Canada, Hoyt Investigation, What the fuck, man? You have it all. Managing. Mm-hmm. 8 strong 2. Issues management team. Diamopoulos? I don't know if his stuff is out. There's a letter from MCC. And interesting, I don't see a reply. Let me just look for sure, make sure. Two years. What are we at? 700 and I don't know the exact number of days we're in here. Over $1 million for each of those commissioners. If they're getting paid per diem. They put a date on some disclosure here. Give me a moment. I had it up here. I can go in the toilet. I didn't get to punch all of those comm numbers. But of the ones I did, only one was on the website. Not good. Not good. Oh, less than not good. These are the shittiest employees I've ever seen. Total clowns. July 14th. So less than a month ago. To Lori, over at the DOJ, current state of production. I am writing you, here's Justice Cromwell. Again, guy has the patience of Job. But we don't need to be patient anymore. The time for that, they burned through that a long time ago. Like more than a decade, probably. I am writing to follow up on recent meetings at which we and our respective teams did a thorough review of the current state of production in response to various subpoenas. You know, you can just kind of bat an eye to those subpoena things. What? They says the people who are in charge of the law. Applies to thee, but not to me. By the commission, we were able to clarify some of the requests and identify the gaps that remain. Now, he's very nice with his language because he's very articulate. Some identify the gaps, the extensive scope, as well as the pace and the pace. Who wonder who set the pace? Condition and disclosure of all created challenges. Yeah. I know it's a lot of stuff just coming, waking up and finding it under the pillow. The very last minute. Oh, what are you talking about? We just got it. We just got it last night. Once again, in Brennan's there. Oh, we just got them 8 o'clock last night. Good job. So you have them at 8 o'clock and you're going to question them the next day. There's nothing intentional about that. No. We'll just leave this with you at the last minute. Oh, by the way, we're doing an interview right now. But you wanted to ask me about some of that stuff? Sorry. I'm sorry you didn't have an opportunity to read it. Lori's answer. Or McPhee's. Pardon me. McPhee. Well, I don't think Brennan knew. He probably did. Probably. The extensive scope and as well as the pace and condition of disclosure. You know, like trying to sneak pages out and do funny things. And, you know, Nikki's read through the first book on Brennan. There were 2 books that they were talking about there we don't even have. But the one that Nikki found, there's stuff missing. Funny that. The condition of disclosure have all created challenges during the production process. Articulate, being nice. Our review confirmed that while a great deal of progress has been made, gotta be nice, there are still gaps to be addressed and follow-ups to be completed. Can you answer me, please? I can advise that the commission expects disclosure to be complete by August 12th. There's a hard deadline. And I believe that our review confirmed that this is a realistic expectation. It's realistic to just give it all. How fast can your fucking bus go? How fast is the internet? You get it all fast now. I know that you and your team have been working and continue to work extremely hard. He's being really sarcastic, I believe, to facilitate production. And I, of course, will ensure that we continue to provide all necessary assistance. You just go through any book, you can tell. You can tell any fucking book. Lots of them pointed out. Page is missing, the writing on the wrong side of the page. Sometimes it's photocopied, sometimes it's color. Of course, nobody would change the copy. No. There literally are pages missing. You can tell by the structure of the book. Looking close, just like Clinton. That Clinton interview right at the beginning. You look close, you'll see it. It's all over the place. Cromwell busted. Or somebody over there. That was Campbell. Could we get the notes, please? Because it appears that you gave us notebooks and pretended that these were complete. But you forgot you ripped out 4 pages. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Oops. Sorry. Where's Diamopoulos' notebook? I have a difficult time with his last name. Greek. Not very good with Greek. I'm not very good with names. I do want to say, I hope people aren't upset at my caps thing. I don't know. This world is very sensitive to writing style and my spelling errors. I do apologize for that equally. I'm years of watching this shit go on. Drives me batty. all the people that have been hurt along the way, good police officers, families, criminal acts, like literally the criminal acts that the RCMP are engaged in openly. I have no problem with. And some of them are really shady. Really shady. A moment. And you don't do any of this for a dead man. The bus runs over drunky people all the time. Not a problem. Runs over people having affairs all the time. Who are the people always getting protected? Oh, shit, I forgot one. Woof. What you doing there? What are you doing? Hello. I think I thought my pronunciation is not too bad now. I think with stuff in Nova Scotia, but there's definitely a few new ones too. I don't know. But if it gives you a smile, then that's good. Out all morning. Bet I didn't miss much. Oh no, you did. Oh, I would say it's going to take a while to go back. Lie in Parliament. Contempt of Parliament. Really? White shirts. We may never know the motive. What is that? It's just always, we may never be able to do our job. We will never do our job. Don't worry, though, it's okay. Can you give us some more money, by the way? I'd like an increase on my allowance. I really don't do my chores at all. And when I do, I kind of, I don't know, mow over like the cord, leave it out in the rain. Sometimes I take a sledgehammer and start bashing it, you know, because, hey, might as well. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. It's okay. Oh, by the way, and I'm going to lie to you all the time. And I'm going to blame other people. And I'm going to say, I don't know who did it. And I lost the cookies. No. The dog ate the homework. Where's my notes again? Oh, the mover stole them. You mean that, just that one notebook? Yeah, of course. Can I hide now too? Can I hide? I don't want to see your face. You know, I don't want you to see my face, know who I am. Because it's very transparent. I'm being transparent, don't you know? Follow the money. 5 billion. What did you say it was? What the heck did you say? Excellent digging there. 5.1 billion. I think I've looked for a long time to find that. That's very good. Years. Very good. Billion. These assholes engorge themselves, enrich themselves. Can we get more, please? We don't have enough. We're inventing titles over here so we can have more. More cooks in the kitchen? It's because it's good. $5.2 billion. And if you get rid of us, well, it's going to cost you more. That's always that. Their threats and comebacks are so lame. And yeah, you know what? A lot of people now, I think, are at the point. I can't speak for other people, but I do believe, I think there's a lot of people, even, Alberta's issues with the RCMP, BC's issues with the RCMP, Nova Scotia's apparent issues with the RCMP, Ontario and Quebec never even wanted it. Yeah, it's just an analogy. Just think about it like a child. These people are our children. And they're treating us like crap. They're allowing people to be murdered and just being like, nothing to see here. It's okay. We don't want to traumatize you by telling you any details. That's what they would say to families. Please get your questions ready. We will talk to you because we've decided we're ready to. Summer 2020. We've decided we're ready to talk to you. Get your questions ready. Their hearts are bleeding, ripped out. They have no answers. They don't know anything. So, the process, again, put yourself in that position. Put yourself in that person's shoes. You've lost this family member. You have all of these unanswered questions. The people that are supposed to take care of you won't answer you, won't talk to you only on their time schedule. If you say anything at all that might be construed as possibly offensive, well, then they're stopped talking to you. That's what they do. That's literally what they did. You hurt my feelings. I won't change anything until you apologize. Oh, really now? So then you get your questions ready. You go through all the tears and the anguish of having to go through that trauma. Okay, so you've got it ready. You've actually gone through all of it. And now you're just like, okay, here they are. Can you give me some answers on these? Well, no, we wouldn't want to traumatize you, but I've already been traumatized. Then this is the way the discussions would go in some cases. I've already been traumatized. I've had to write this stuff down. I've had to, picture how could this have happened, gory details, and that's, specifics are listed in their question. So I'm already way ahead of you. Oh no, the pie plate. The pie plate comes out. This is how we'll IMT it. This is how we'll deal with it. The shitty war room that's blowing up in their face everywhere now. Yesterday. Woo. So there would have been emails back and forth. What happens when family members ask us questions about this? Well, what you do is you say to them, we just don't want to traumatize you. Sorry, we're not going to answer you. Well, what do they do? What do we do then if they're like, no, I'm good to go? No, you just hold the line. Hold that line. Sorry, can't help you. Nothing to see here. Kind of like these clowns. Remember how many we're going to do a press conference every day and answer questions? How long did that last? With like 10 minutes. Again, it's just like the RCMP. Limited time frame. You look at how it's done down, and, you know, I'm not saying that it's perfect, and I certainly don't know the entire history there. I think there are some things that people have issues with, but Grady, right? Sheriff Grady down Florida. Oh, that's it's like an entirely different world going on there with him. He's like, oh, I like to charge, you know, bad cops in my department. Bring it on. You fuck up and I'm going to hit you so hard you won't even know. I will throw you in jail for the maximum amount of time. You want to be a pedo? Oh, let's try it. You know, whatever it is, whatever he is like, and this kind of shit, when they asked him about commenting on Uvalde, no more cops, he was like, yeah, no, there's definitely something going on there. Because I train the people around me. And you're listening to his word, but I presume that is true because he brings them out. He has press conferences all the time, and he will sit there and he will answer every question that the media has. And he says that I will stay here until you are done. He has family out there with him. That's how it's supposed to be done. Not you get 10 minutes and we're going to shut it down. And if you ask a question, well, you know what? We're going to kick you out of the press conference. You just can't come back. Oh, they're trying so hard with these stupid sock accounts. Fake bullshit set up by the NPF. It's unbelievable. With their members upvoting shit on Facebook, running around with disinformation campaigns, as in like disinformation sock accounts, like, oh, we love the RCMP. You know, it's fantastic over here. But it happens to be that you're fucking RCMP yourself. It's fucking interesting when you're going to lose your job. Nothing, no horse in that race at all. How many people are we paying for the sock accounts that were running around spreading bullshit? To which I got lots of screenshots of about Nova Scotia. You know, trying to get people off into fucked up areas. They're around here too. They've been around the Discord, and I was quite open about that. They're around. Be careful. Not that you should run around, because they also feed on that. They love that. Oh, just distrust everybody. Well, then, of course, you're kind of fucked. You have to work together. You have to trust other people. But you have to be really discerning when you do it. When somebody ends up telling you not true things, well, then you have to be careful. Now you know. It's kind of like that star going through the sky. Now you know. Grady is good. It would be pretty expensive to run a detachment, 12 sergeants doing road stops, staffs. I mean, what are they doing? The ones that are working in these part-time detachments, which I don't even understand how a county can negotiate these fucking contracts, irrespective of where it is. Oh yeah, yeah. We'll just accept, part-time service. Don't worry about that. You guys can close. We'll pay you. We'll buy you all the shiny things you want. But you just only work part-time. And whilst you're working, supposedly doing police work. No, actually. You're sitting around doing computer courses on meaningless bullshit, by and large, checking boxes in your cubicle while crime is happening. Or you could be running around actually just having a presence, community policing type thing. Not the Wiley type, but like real community-based policing. Members don't want to be doing stupid fucking classes. Lots of them. Some of them are totally lazy. Totally lazy. And they're like, yeah, this is awesome. Bring it on. More classes, please. I like sitting around. I can use my mouse. Look at me. And I'm getting paid. Why not call them out? Because that's not my job. I like to encourage people because you guys all have great brains. So it's kind of, and the infighting, it's just kind of like a distancing then. You're just kind of like, eh. That's the best way, because that's the only way that people, I should speak for myself only. That's the only way I learn. If people tell me something, sometimes I'm not, I don't have a tendency to listen to it as much as if I learn it myself, if I fall on my face. Then I'm like, well, I don't want to do that again. That was kind of bad. I become wiser. And wisdom, we all need a little bit more. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like being a little bit smarter every day. Probably not a bad thing. It's not a comment like, oh, you're not smart, or oh, you're not wise. The comment is, you can become more. Never a bad thing. Primrose path sometimes leads to a dead end. I'm trying to keep my head up. You can fall down into days that you're just like, no. But then the logic kicks in. The logic. Let us just say, because I would say that there has been, and I'm being very understated when I say that, there has been a very concerted effort to stop what we do, okay, behind the scenes, a lot. And if I was just like, you know what, on my end, I'm just going to stop streaming. I'm just going to, I'm just going to walk away. I have my conscience to deal with. I have my friend, which I don't like to leave friends hanging. I really don't. I don't know if I have a history of that. I don't believe so. It's kind of something. Anyway, yeah. So I got that. I have my own integrity. My conscience. My conscience is a big one on that one. Well, everybody else can just deal with that another day. And that's how we got here. Because everybody just said, it's not my problem. It's not in my backyard. It's not affecting me. But it's insidious, the cancer. And it grows and it grows and it grows. Because nobody's really keeping it in check. We'll write some recommendations. And you can, of course, extend this on a grander scale in this world. Not my problem. But really, at the end of the day, it is your problem. And it certainly is your kid's problem. Your grandkids' problem. Other family members' problem. And it will affect you. And it does. If you have poor service in RCMP in Nova Scotia, and you've had that for years, do you think that's affected your community all this time? Do you think you may have a better standard of living? I think the answer to that one is pretty simple. Yes. To have people equally running around, oh, it's not a problem. I can act totally abhorrently, lie, immorally, possibly criminally. That's not a problem. Nobody's going to do anything really about it. Yeah. Why not? Excuse me. Do you think that spreads? Because other people see it and they're like, yeah, I could too. I'm just tired of being good. I can just take advantage of the system too. How does that exhibit itself in your life? Does that affect you? Logic. The answer is yes. God will only do what we can do for ourselves to a certain extent, right? I'm going to help people who don't help themselves. It's our responsibility to clean the shit up. Our employees, bad. To sit there and lie to you, take your money, hurt families this entire time. These people doing it too. You're on another planet, not one I want to live on. I would say that was probably a bit pie in the sky, but many people did. And we want to hold on to that nostalgic, historic, cultural. Our culture is gone anyway. People have done a great job wrecking it. But how good was the organization to begin with? And it quietly was doing its own thing. It's monstrous 32,000 members strong, where members of officers will speak about themselves in third person, call themselves a title, so that you don't know who they are. I'm ashamed. I have a lot of shame, but you'll not know. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Start again. Start simple. Small. Local stuff. And RCMP can fuck right off with all of their high-tech garbage that's monitoring everybody, monitoring politicians, doing things it really shouldn't be doing. Yet they can't even take care of their own operations that they're running down there. And when it goes sideways, oh well, we'll just blame everything else. We'll build narratives to try to actually cover for other stories like Bootman. Oh my. Yuck. Yuck. The nepotism is, and it's so widely known within the force. Like, it's crazy. Oh yeah, so and so. I knew him. The granddad, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. Did you get a job for him? Yeah, I did. Make sure you give him a good report. Check those boxes because he's a friend of so and so. Yuck. Playing to all the stupid Vision 150 goo. Eesh. Look at those pages that they write. The millions and millions and millions of dollars that they're spending on all of these web pages and these seminars and these books, online shit, spreading things that really police shouldn't be doing. We're more diverse. We're more inclusive. Yeah. And you're also more retarded, and you can't even do police work. Great job. I love my community. Thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks for lying. Don't worry about that. It's okay. Oh, it's thick. It's thicker in the fucking RCMP. It is a cult. They use words like indoctrination themselves. It's hammered into them. And that becomes their life. I don't know. Maybe there's some members in here who might want to speak up. I doubt it, but or maybe they're just often I think I can see a few of you in here once in a while with your comments. It's just kind of they're
Welcome back.
suggestive.
The proceedings are again in session.
Oh, one moment.
Good afternoon. It's Jamie Van Wart again speaking. I just, before we move on to questions from participant council, I just wanted to take this opportunity to make a couple corrections to a few things I said in my questioning. First, with regards to making reference to a statement that Deputy Commissioner Brennan made with the Mass Casualty Commission, I may have inadvertently referenced the wrong date. It was August 10th, 2022, and that's in relation to COM 0063689. The second is when I was questioning Deputy Commissioner Brennan with regards to the quintet report and an action report that I had indicated that Commissioner and Council had not yet received. We have received a copy of the action report associated to the quintet report, and that was received on September 1st, 2022. I apologize, I wasn't aware that we had received that. The document has a COM number of 0063665, and I would ask that that be made an exhibit.
That's exhibit 4667.
Thank you, and Commissioner McDonald.
Thank you. And Good afternoon, or still good morning for you, I guess, Deputy Commissioner Brennan. As I indicated before the break, our council would meet with the various lawyers for the participants to discuss a process, and three council will be asking you questions, beginning with Mr. Michael Scott. So, Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Brennan. Can you hear me?
I can, and good afternoon.
Very good. My friend, Mr. Van Ward, asked you this morning some questions about Ready Alert. And am I correct that Ready Alert was an issue of concern for the national headquarters, and was being dealt with quite extensively in the days immediately following the mass casualty? Is that right?
Yes.
And do I also understand correctly that that you were quite involved in that issue in particular?
You mean involved in ensuring that we were moving forward with examining Ready Alert for across the country?
Well, even perhaps before that, in trying to get to the bottom of how Ready Alert was used or not used in this particular incident.
Yes, the the folks that work in my area were involved in figuring out the usage or non-usage of that particular tool. Yes.
Am I correct that what prompted that review informally was the fact that there were a lot of questions coming from the media and the public, specifically why was Ready Alert not deployed in this particular case?
Yes, that was the genesis for us looking at it.
And in reviewing the interview you did with the Mass Casualty Commission, and for my friends on the page 13, I see you say, I was interested in understanding the context of alert ready decisions made to use or not use. I was looking for information to understand what decisions were made in the division. Does that accurately reflect sort of what the inquiry was at the time?
Yes.
Right. And I draw your attention in this case to your use of the word decisions, because certainly when somebody talks about reviewing a decision that was made, it gives the implication that options were being weighed, perhaps the pros and cons, that it was being considered one way or the other.
Yes, it could, if someone was to read that that statement. Yes.
And am I correct that presumably as a result of making inquiries with H Division after the mass casualty event, what you determined was that a decision wasn't made to use or not use Ready Alert? The genesis of the problem was that H Division simply wasn't aware of how to use it.
It wasn't in their toolbox in terms of using it for an incident such as this. So,
right. And are you aware that when Chief Superintendent Leather was testifying before the Mass Casualty Commission, he was quite clear. He said, we simply didn't know that the technology existed at the time of Portapic. Does that accurately reflect what your understanding was immediately after April 18, 19, 2020?
yes, in regards to the technology, again, being used for a criminal investigation as opposed to an alert for a weather situation, forest fire, flood, etc.
Right. Now, you used the phrase, it just wasn't something that was in the toolbox. What do you mean by that?
Well, in terms of using it in a scenario such as this, we hadn't yet developed a protocol and understanding of how it would be used, how it would be communicated, who would trigger it, what were the resources required in behind an alert in terms of managing information coming in. It just wasn't something that was in place, operationally ready to use, that would have been in the critical incident command thought process as a tool, compared to something like deployment of an ERT team or the use of air services or something operationally like that.
Right. But am I correct that the RCMP was going to send an alert through the Ready Alert system? It just happened to come at a point late enough on the 19th that before the message could go out, the perpetrator was killed.
That's my understanding from the information received, yes.
And is it your understanding that what prompted that was officials from the province contacting the RCMP and saying, you know, do you want us to send out an alert?
I'm not aware of how that was generated or started.
Okay. But am I correct that, but for the fact that the perpetrator was killed at Enfield when he was, can we reasonably assume that an alert would have been put out?
Based on the information I now know, I think that's a reasonable statement. Yes.
Right. So, just to be clear, so the issue here is not that a ready alert could not be sent out, or that, you know, it was deemed to be inappropriate in the circumstances. Really, the genesis of why an alert wasn't sent out in the early hours was just simply that the RCMP wasn't aware of how to do it.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And in fact, you're also aware the RCMP, Nova Scotia RCMP, was sending out alerts, small a alerts, but they were doing it through Twitter.
Yes.
And you can appreciate that while there's been some criticism of the wording that was used or whether it was particularly clear, can I assume that the intention of sending those messages out, even the early ones about a firearms complaint in Portapique, the intention of those messages was to reach the communities in Nova Scotia so they would be aware?
Yes.
Okay. And can we also agree that had those exact same messages generated by the Nova Scotia Strategic Communications Division, had that wording been given to EMO officials, they could have been broadcast in the ready alert format?
I can't speak to the exact wording, but the concept of that, yes, I would agree with.
Are you aware of any reason why, instead of Leah Scanlon's office sending those messages out by Twitter, why they could not have been sent by Ready Alert?
No, I'm not aware of any impediments or reasons for that.
And you said it at page 19 of your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, using Ready Alert wasn't something that was immediately in the forefront of people's initial thinking around communication to the public. Would it be more precise to say it's not a matter of whether it was in the forefront, they just had no awareness?
Yes, in retrospect, I would agree with that. Yes.
And can we agree that if the exact same, God forbid, the exact same scenario were to happen here tomorrow, can we reasonably assume that with the policies that have now been put in place and the awareness that the RCMP has of Ready Alert, could members of the community in Nova Scotia, could we expect that RCMP would use the Ready Alert system to make them aware of a situation like that?
Absolutely, because unfortunately, we've used what we've learned from the mass casualty in Nova Scotia to use Ready Alert very effectively, unfortunately, in the past week here in Saskatchewan with the mass casualty at the James Smith Cree Nation.
And in referencing Saskatchewan, it appears that, I haven't got all the details, but it appears that Ready Alert was used quite extensively in that incident.
Yes, it was used extensively in that incident, and by circumstance, it was used in 2 other incidents at the same time for a firearms complaints within the province. So yes.
And do I understand that going back to April of 2020, in or around April 22nd of 2020, you had a teleconference regarding Ready Alert with members of H Division, including Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and Chief Superintendent Leather, Leah Scanlon, Sharon Tessier, a person named Barb Massey, and another person named Scott McCrossan.
Yes.
Right. And that was a teleconference that you had. Again, the primary topic of conversation was the use or not use of Ready Alert.
That's correct.
And I note that so Sharon Tessier and Leah Scanlon would respectively be the the heads of the divisional and national strategic communications departments, correct?
Yes,
And am I also correct that Barb Massey and Scott McCrossan are both effectively in-house lawyers with the RCMP?
yes, DOJ representatives, yes.
And in your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission in reference to that meeting, you said we're trying to basically scope out what we know, and then how are we going to move that into the comms realm without potentially infringing on any liability that may exist? First of all, what do you mean when you say trying to scope out how we're going to move it into the comms realm?
We're thinking about and understanding that the use or non-use in this particular case of Ready Alert, there's going to be questions about it. There are going to be questions from the media around it. And so how are we going to scope out our reply? Like, what are we able to say? What's the approach that we need to use? What's our consistent messaging? So there's a strategy in terms of our awareness that it's going to be something that's going to be raised in the public forum.
And am I correct by that point, by April 22nd, you've already spoken to the commanding officer and the chief superintendent? Am I correct that you understood why Ready Alert hadn't been used by that point?
I was made aware of the decisions and non-decisions that the division had made in terms of using Ready Alert system by that time. Yes.
Right. So wouldn't it be fair to say that in terms of how this is going to be communicated and answering questions that the public would have, answering that question, why wasn't a Ready Alert sent, would not have been a terribly complicated question to answer?
If the facts were known, so the decisions made by the critical incident commander, like, you have to understand, we would have to understand the context of that. But by that time, as you say, we should have had clarity on that. But again, I don't know if at that point we truly understood the context and the flow of and rhythm of that investigation 2 days afterwards. But
right, but what you did understand was we didn't send out a Ready Alert because Nova Scotia RCMP didn't know how to send out a Ready Alert.
that's a fair statement, yes.
Right, and without the need for a meeting with lawyers and strategic communications people, the messaging certainly could have been, you're asking us why we didn't send an alert. This is why we didn't send an alert.
Yes, if the facts were known at that time, yes, that could be as simple as the message could have been.
And the facts were known at that time.
I'm assuming that they were known, especially to the people in Nova Scotia. Can't say if at that particular time I knew all the facts, but I think in retrospect, I would have known enough to agree that it could have been. We could explain why it wasn't sent out.
Right. And in take you back, you had talked about moving this into the comms realm without potentially infringing on any liability. What do you mean by that?
I can't recall why I made that particular note. It may have been part of the conversation, and I was just taking notes of it. I honestly can't recall the discussion around that piece.
Okay, and to be clear, I'm not talking about your notes. I'm referring to the statement that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission a few weeks ago at page 15, where you say, how are we going to move that into the comms realm without potentially infringing on any liability that may exist around what we would say in the public forum or what we understood of operations at the time? And what I'm asking you is why in your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission are you referencing potentially infringing on liability?
I can't recall. I mean, recall my interview. I can't recall why I used that terminology.
Sorry, Deputy, and Mr. Scott, there may be an objection coming through.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just non-objection at this point, but wonder if Mr. Scott is starting to stray into matters of solicitor-client privilege. So I would just caution Mr. Scott on that.
Mr. Scott?
I can confirm that that I won't ask the Deputy Commissioner any questions that would require him to disclose solicitor-client information.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Scott.
you.
Deputy Commissioner, again, taking it back, what did you mean when you said, when you suggested that you were trying to avoid potentially infringing on any liability? What were you referring to?
Again, I'm not trying to be evasive. I can't recall what I was trying to express using that terminology. It may have been around you know, a discussion about in our comms, are we admitting to something that would lead us to be liable for something down the road?
Right. And without getting into any advice that you may have received, what I hear you saying is we were talking about how we're going to answer these questions about why a ready alert wasn't sent. We've got to think about the way we present that to the public without unnecessarily exposing ourselves to potential legal liability. That was the concern.
Yes.
Right. And when you talk about moving into the comms realm, despite having a pretty good idea by April 22nd why a ready alert wasn't sent out, the concern was that if you just came out and said that, that might have implications for the RCMP, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And you'll agree with me that in this particular circumstance, that concern seems to be in conflict with presumably a desire, or at least an obligation, to be transparent and forthcoming and candid with the people of Nova Scotia.
Yes, with caution.
Sorry, what do you mean with caution?
Well, we needed to have been clear and concise and informative, but we needed to, always be thinking about, okay, what we say and how we say it. We need to be cautious that we're not, again, as mentioned, moving into that liability realm.
And just, given your senior position within the RCMP, how do you, in this circumstance or others, balance those competing interests? The competing interest that you want to not unnecessarily expose the RCMP to, say, legal liability or lawsuits, and then balance that against presumably a sincere belief that your responsibility is to be perfectly honest with the public, regardless of what the implications are for the organization.
So yes, that's why we engage our in-house legal counsel to say, if we go out and we say this in this format or in this way, is there anything that we should be concerned about? But still understanding that we have to get messaging out that's accurate, timely, and clear in the messaging that we're trying to send in that particular statement.
Just moving on, in your interview with Mass Casualty Commission, you were asked by Commission Counsel, and for my friends, I'm at page 75. Do you think H Division is better positioned than it was in April 2020? The inference being better positioned to respond to an incident of the kind that we saw in April 2020. And your answer was yes. And presumably that's still how you feel.
Yes, because I think that there's obvious lessons learned. There's a lot of self-reflection, things that we would do different and things that are in place. So, i.e. ready alert, procedures around that, protocols in terms of things that were raised around air services support, getting the right resources in at the time, understanding, communication, again, lessons learned. And when I say communications, I am speaking of communications in the holistic, whether it be communications to the public, whether it be internal communications within the division, back and forth to national headquarters, lessons learned there. We continue to, advance our training for our members and providing them the tools and equipment that they need. So I think it would be naive to believe or to think that there aren't immediate lessons learned that we wouldn't apply to another incident, whether it be in Nova Scotia or in another part of the country. And that came to fruition, as I mentioned before, unfortunately, with the mass casualty incident here in Saskatchewan.
Right. And then the response you gave that question to the Mass Casualty Commission when you're being interviewed by Commission Council, one of the reasons you gave was yes, in terms of dedication of the employees that are down there, and I assume you mean down there, you mean Nova Scotia.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Right. You'll agree with me that we had lots of dedicated RCMP members in April 2020.
Without question.
Right. We don't have more dedicated RCMP members than we did in April 2020, do we?
In terms of numbers or their dedication level?
Well, in terms of their dedication level, that any criticisms we may have of the response, it's not your understanding that dedication of the members was a material issue.
Oh, absolutely not. And I was making the point that our members continue to be dedicated to their responsibilities, and that hasn't wavered as a result of this unfortunate incident.
Right. So it remains. It's not that we're better positioned to respond to a critical incident. It's that we maintain that level of dedication. That's what you were saying.
Yes, but I also think there was comments provided by to the commission by many people who remained in the division, saying that we continue to be dedicated. So, sort of re-emphasizing that.
You all said I've never wavered in my position that the members would answer the call to the best of their ability and without hesitation, presumably referring to potential events in the future. But again, there was no issue in April 2020 with respect to the willingness of members to respond to the call. That's not something that's been improved since April 2020, is it?
Not from their personal standpoint, but organizationally, I think we're better positioned to support them in that.
You also said that I hope we would be able to rely on better engagement and functionality with other agencies in the province. And I assume what you were referring there to were things like a better relationship or better interoperability with municipal police forces. Do I read that correctly?
Yes, with municipal police forces, with emergency management around the alert ready. I'm sure there was, other areas, EMS, medical examiners' offices, etc. So, out of this, again, a lesson learned: relationships cannot be made in the time of crisis. They need to be made before that. So, in a time of crisis, you're operational, you're interoperable, and you're communicating.
Right, and I think this morning you were talking about how critical that was in terms of the recent events in Saskatchewan and collaboration with the Regina Police Service.
Regina and Saskatoon Police Services, yes. Yes.
And you're obviously aware that the RCMP relationship with municipal police force in Nova Scotia has been a live issue throughout this inquiry.
Unfortunately, yes.
And, you know, I know perhaps it's just a turn of phrase here, but you say, I hope that we would be able to rely on better engagement. Well, we certainly appreciate that. Are you aware of any concrete or articulable steps that have been taken to remedy the issues that we've seen between Nova Scotia RCMP and the municipal police forces?
Yes. So in my conversations with the now interim commanding officer, John Ferguson, early days when he was going to be going there to fill that role for us, one of the priorities that I gave to Assistant Commissioner Ferguson was you need to start reaching out to our partners, in particular the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, to re-engage conversation, to understand the reasons why the relationship had gotten to the point where it had, and work to start laying the runway for the new permanent commanding officer to take over. Because again, I can only talk about the lens that I look through. I was the commanding officer in Nova Scotia up till the end of 2018, and in my estimation, I had personally, and the division had extremely good relationships with the chiefs of police, and obviously something shifted. I can't speak to all the reasons why that would have happened, but we need to get that relationship back on track for the benefit of public safety and the communities we serve, interoperability, all of those things that we mentioned. No one police agency in any province can go it alone. And if we don't have those relationships and another incident of any scale happens, and we weren't able to work together, it does not reflect that we truly understood the lessons that needed to be learned from the mass casualty.
And I hear you saying that that when you were CO of H Division, this wasn't a live issue, and obviously we're very much aware of the fact that in recent years it has been. Is it your understanding that that the source of those issues can be tied to either the commanding officer or senior officers within H Division since 2018?
I would say that is part of the equation, yes.
What's the other part of the equation?
It would have to do around things that I have come to learn about since. So things like policing standards was an issue in terms of relationships, and what the provincial government potentially could bring in. It sort of separated the objectives of the municipal chiefs and the RCMP. Some of it obviously was personalities within those relationships, and I believe that has led to a lack of trust between the senior leaders and senior managers trying to work together to achieve common goals for public safety in Nova Scotia. So I think it's that gradual buildup of issues, concerns, personalities, etc., that just grew into something that ended up not being productive in terms of policing leadership in that province.
Just changing gears, Deputy Commissioner, you recall you came to Nova Scotia personally in October of 2020.
Yes.
And that was precipitated by a phone call you received on October 5th, 2020 from Assistant Commissioner Daly.
I'm not making that linkage.
Do you recall around that time period receiving a call from Assistant Commissioner Daly regarding issues that he was hearing about with H Division?
Oh yes. That in and of itself was not the impetus for me necessarily going down there. There was other factors involved in that.
Okay. But the assistant commissioner had relayed to you concerns related to the performance, absenteeism from office, no engagement with the province related to the commanding officer of H Division. Is that a
Yes.
fairly accurate description?
Yes.
And your understanding was that these were messages that the assistant commissioner was receiving and then passing on to you as obviously the person who has oversight for the division.
Correct.
And some of the concerns that were relayed to you were with respect to things like poor relationship between the RCMP in Nova Scotia and the Halifax Regional Police,
Correct.
and poor relationship with the municipal chiefs of police, which we were just talking about,
Yes.
and poor relationship with between the Nova Scotia RCMP and the Provincial Department of Justice.
Yes. I've found that out. Yes.
And poor relationship between the Nova Scotia RCMP and the Nova Scotia Indigenous chiefs.
So I'm not quite following I understand your questioning. I'm just not following the trail from that initial phone call or that conversation I had with Assistant Commissioner Daly, because in the lead up to my visit, I received unsolicited phone calls from senior managers expressing those things. And then upon my meeting with senior leaders on the 20th, these things that you are outlining were relayed to me. So I don't think all of that was contained within my conversation with Dennis Daly. However, what you are saying were things that I came to learn in those areas through phone calls and through my conversations during my visit on October 20th. So I just want to be sure that I'm understanding the sort of time period or the realm of your question.
No, that's fair. I guess maybe we can put it this way. So you're alerted that there are issues at H Division through this call from Dennis Daly, which is followed by you receiving some unsolicited phone calls and then actually traveling to Nova Scotia in October 2020 to interview senior management and others to try to get a clear picture of what's going on at H Division.
Yes, that encapsulates the sort of the chain of events, I guess.
And in that, for want of a better way of putting it, in the course of you investigating those issues, some of the things that you're learning or being relayed to you are these things that I'm referencing: relationships with HRP, chiefs of police, Department of Justice, Indigenous chiefs.
Yes, those were the four themes that came out of my visit to Nova Scotia and meeting with the senior management team as individuals. Those were the four themes that were consistent through the majority of those conversations.
And what was also being communicated to you was the suggestion that some people felt there were two camps at H Division. Either you're with the commanding officer, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, or you're on the other team, and that was impacting the functioning of the division.
Absolutely, yes.
And you were also receiving criticisms that some of the senior management felt that the assistant commissioner, the commanding officer, wasn't showing up to the office frequently enough, wasn't engaging, had no vision, wasn't pushing anything forward.
Yes, those were some of the comments relayed to me, yes.
Would it be fair to characterize it? I'm not going to ask you to speak to whether they're true or not, but just in terms of the concerns that are being relayed to you, that the picture that you were being provided with was one of dysfunction at the management level within H Division.
Yes, and I would go as far to say on behalf of the management team, it was affecting the entire executive team of the division to function as a team, and at what I would determine an acceptable level for a divisional command structure.
And am I correct that what you were being told didn't suggest that this was something that had just arisen after April 19th, 2020, but actually had been, to one degree or another, issues that have predated the mass casualty event?
Based on the comments from the individuals, yes.
And what, if any, action was taken by you to address those issues of dysfunction within the division?
So after my meetings with the senior management people, and I think it's important that I be clear that I went down there and offered to speak to people who wanted to speak to me. I didn't schedule or make anybody come see me. It was voluntarily on their part, and I probably met with in excess of 15 individuals that wanted to come talk to me. So after those interviews or those conversations took place, and I did a little tour of the detachments because the fishery dispute was on, and I went out to Enfield. I met with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and Chief Superintendent Leather to advise them of the comments that I heard, to advise them of those 4 themes, and to talk about that this division is split into 2 camps by the observations. And I gave them clear direction that they needed to resolve these issues of these 2 camps. They needed to have a strategic go forward in engagement with how this senior team was going to work, because some individuals who were new to the division post the mass casualty in the senior leadership roles would tell me, and I'm paraphrasing, would say, I know what my job is, but I don't know how I fit in to the senior management team. So there was no strategic outlook. People weren't understanding, okay, what else am I supposed to do? So, and the other thing that was obviously clear to me was that while the division had provincial policing mandates and direction, they didn't have any priorities for the division itself on the go forward. They were so consumed with a lot of other things that they weren't focusing on how to make that division function in a time of COVID, post the mass casualty, etc. And without a strategic priorities and plans, nobody would find their way. And they needed to have self-examination about that. And these are the 2 top senior leaders of the division I'm talking with. That's their responsibility to lead and try to resolve those issues. And so I gave them a diary date, for lack of a better term, to establish strategic divisional priorities that could be attainable to bring this management team back to a function that was productive and efficient by sort of the next planning cycle in our world. So into the new calendar year, because this is October of 2020, and that was agreed to be done. The other thing that I personally observed was senior managers in that division were exhausted. They were tired, and I had the belief that this was leading to some of this. So I directed that both Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and Chief Superintendent Leather would be taking annual leave, sustained, like not a day or 2 here, but 2 or 3 weeks, to demonstrate that it's okay to go off, for them to refocus, recharge their batteries, and to have the same expectation that their senior people would take leave. So I'm giving them the opportunity. I've raised the concerns. I'm giving them an opportunity to sort of correct what they should be doing and looking after their well-being and moving into a new phase of what that division needed to be.
Thank you for that. Just shifting gears, you were asked briefly this morning about the now well-known meeting of April 28th, 2020 with Commissioner Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be clear that in advance of that meeting, it was completely clear to you that H Division was not going to be releasing the make and model of firearms used or possessed by the perpetrator.
That was the information that I was provided in a verbal conversation with Ms. Scanlon, and then she subsequently followed up with an email to me stating what Superintendent Campbell was willing and able to say within the press conference that was going to be held later that afternoon.
Right. And that confirmation that you're receiving from Leah Scanlon is on the afternoon of the 28th.
Yes.
And what was made clear to you through those communications was that Chief Superintendent Campbell would be talking about the fact that there were handguns and long guns used. He just wouldn't be talking about things like the caliber of those weapons, or whether it was a Winchester or a Ruger. He wasn't going to talk about the make or the caliber.
And he wasn't going to talk about the forensics of the weapons used or seized, etc.
Well, and your understanding at that point was that he couldn't because they didn't have the information on the forensics.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And your understanding was also that they were going to communicate that there were no other weapons, because by this point the RCMP had searched the perpetrators of the residences. The only weapons were the ones that were found in the car at Big Stop.
That was my understanding. Yes.
Right. So your understanding is that information about firearms was going to be released. It was just this very narrow band of some very specific details that Chief Superintendent Campbell was, in Leah Scanlon's words, not comfortable releasing.
Correct.
And you're getting that in the hours just before the press conference.
Yes.
And you had said previously that you had advised Commissioner Lucky about that. And if I heard you correctly this morning, you've now reconsidered that position and say that you did not pass that information on to the commissioner. Yes,
I believe the words I used in my interview was I used the word probably had advised the commissioner, not realizing or recalling that she wasn't in the building and I was at the time. And because in the normal course of business, I would have walked down the hall, probably had a conversation with her. So I was thinking more along the lines of, well, that would have been my normal practice. But then becoming aware of the commissioner saying that she did not receive it, I then recalled that, yes, she was not in the office. I was. So on reflection, it's clear that I did not advise the commissioner of my conversation with the division around what they would say.
Okay. And when did you come to that realization?
When I realized that the commissioner, when in her testimony, had said she wasn't in the office on that day.
Okay. Can we agree that obviously there were some concerns about the way a number of those press conferences had gone in terms of the information being provided and how smoothly it went? There were certainly concerns at the national level about how Nova Scotia was communicating publicly.
Yes.
Right. And can we also agree that that the press conference that was headed by Chief Superintendent Campbell on April 28th, 2020 was by that point hand over fist better than the ones that had come before it?
Clearly, yes.
And it was certainly your view, and in fact, I think some similar praise was communicated through the Justice Minister, the Honourable Minister Fury, about how well Chief Superintendent Campbell performed and provided clarification on a number of issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
And following that press conference, you received a phone call from Commissioner Lucky expressing her displeasure and asking for a meeting.
Yes.
Am I correct that the only issue that, as you understood it, that the commissioner had with that press conference was this one issue about make and model of the firearms?
It was partly about the make and model, but more to talking about the firearms and becoming clear in it as well. It's not strictly just about make and model.
All right. Well, what else is it about with regard to firearms?
It's about talking about and acknowledging that certain styles of like handguns and long guns were seized in the investigation. So to what Darren Campbell, because we were, as I said this morning, it wasn't, in my opinion, the commissioner, it wasn't strictly about that press conference. It was about what we would now say was inadequate communication over that week. And this kind of culminated with the point that the commissioner was given wrong information, I believe through Sharon Tessier, or a wrong understanding about what would be said. That didn't come to fruition. So she wanted to have this conversation about communications with the division.
Right, but the difference between what was expected and what Chief Superintendent Campbell actually spoke about in the press conference, the only thing missing was this issue about the make and model, was it not?
From the commissioner's point of view, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I appreciate that, and we heard the same from Commissioner Lucky, that this was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. There had been concerns about, but in terms of what that straw is, what triggers this phone call, it's not that, you know, guns weren't mentioned or firearms were mentioned. It was really specifically this make and model issue.
Yes, from what the commissioner believed was going to be said and what did not happen.
And did it strike you at the time that you know, certainly we can appreciate that sometimes things are cumulative, but if that's the straw that broke the camel's back, it's a pretty small straw.
I guess that would depend on who's making that determination. For the commissioner, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm not sure I could unequivocally say that it was a small straw for everybody.
All right, but in terms of advising the public and keeping the public informed, whether or not a long gun is, you know, chambered in .223 caliber or 7.62 is not perhaps the most important bit of information to be put out? Or is there some particular significance to naming things like, well, this handgun is made by this company, or this rifle is chambered in this caliber?
It would depend. It would depend on how critical that information would be to an ongoing investigation. So, as Chief Superintendent Campbell has articulated, there was ongoing investigations about where potentially some weapons were sourced from. So potentially giving out a descriptor of the weapon, you know, could alert somebody that they're looking into that particular weapon that, you know, maybe an individual sold or transferred to the perpetrator. So it seems like a small point when we think about it in the grand scheme of things, but it may be a key point of what we would refer to as holdback information or holdback evidence, not to be made public at that time. So I know it's a small nuance, but sometimes that's some information that needs to be protected for an ongoing investigation.
No, and maybe I wasn't clear. I'm suggesting to you that yes, of course, there's times where certain details need to be held back because of an ongoing investigation. But in terms of the necessity of providing that information to the public in a press briefing, I guess what I'm asking you is whether you have any sense of why those particular issues not being held back, being shared by the chief superintendent, why that seemingly small detail seems so important to the commissioner.
Yeah, I can't speak. I don't know why it was.
Right. Now, when Commissioner Lucky contacted you to ask that you set up this call, I presume she advised you what her sort of the source of her ire.
Yes.
Right. And I appreciate that you're now saying that you didn't know or that you didn't communicate the information you received from H Division that afternoon. But presumably at that point, if you're getting a call from Commissioner Lucky saying, I'm really annoyed that this information wasn't announced about the make and caliber, presumably at that point, you would have said to her, oh, about that, they were never going to. They made it very clear to me, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but they actually told me this afternoon that they're not releasing that information. Did that come up?
No, it did not.
Because at that point, if your understanding is that we're having this call so that Commissioner Lucky can, for want of a better way of putting it, take the senior executive from H Division's task for saying they were going to do this and then not doing it. Presumably you were well positioned to intervene and on behalf of Superintendent Campbell and others to say, actually, they've been quite consistent. This isn't their fault. This may be an issue with Sharon Tessier, or maybe I should have communicated it to you, but this isn't H Division's fault. They've been very clear that they weren't going to release this.
In hindsight, yes, I think that's that would make sense at the time. It's not something I thought about, and I also wasn't in possession of any knowledge of what Sharon Tessier Communications had reported to the commissioner, so I didn't have that context around it.
And I appreciate you would have gotten that later, but certainly at the time, even putting Sharon Tessier aside, you had received information from H Division that they weren't going to release that information. I guess I'm wondering why you sat through that whole meeting and didn't think to put your hand up and say, in fairness to Superintendent Campbell, or in fairness to the crops officer, they didn't say they were going to release this information. I just talked to Leah Scanlon a few hours ago, and she made it very clear what Darren Campbell was comfortable talking about and what he wasn't.
It never crossed my mind to interject in that meeting with those facts, because I was operating under the assumption if Leah Scanlon is telling me that they're not going to do it, she's telling National Comms that they're not going to do it, and that would have been relayed to the commissioner. I didn't have the other side of what the commissioner was told was going to be said. I just would make the assumption that whatever Ms. Scanlon is briefing me on, she's briefing National Comms on. So oversight on my part, in hindsight, absolutely. I take responsibility for that.
Right. But what you're saying is you didn't deliberately refrain from acknowledging what you knew. It just never crossed your mind that that perhaps the H Division officers were getting blamed for something that they didn't do.
I never intentionally withheld that information. I just didn't think of it at the time.
Okay. And you said earlier that one of the issues here was that, we're getting a lot of questions about this from the media, and we need to answer that media. But in the meeting with Commissioner Lucky, what the commissioner is saying to the people at H Division is, she was talking about how important the firearms issue is to the federal government, because, it was no secret that for us working with the federal government, that they were looking at future gun legislation. That's what Commissioner Lucky was communicating in that meeting, wasn't she?
Yes, she mentioned that, yes.
Right. She wasn't saying we need to get this information out about, whether this is a Ruger Mini 14 or it's this particular caliber, because we need the public to be well informed. She's not saying anything like that in the meeting, is she?
No, she's not.
No, she's specifically tying the importance of that information to the interests of the Liberal government.
That was part of what she was expressing to the H Division team, along with the fact that the information that she was being provided was sort of ever-changing, non-consistent, didn't allow her to engage with accurate information to the federal government, the public safety minister's office, etc.
Right. But the focus of the conversation was about this one omission.
I don't think I could agree that it was the focus. It definitely was raised. There was other issues that the commissioner expressed, but it it was raised in the conversation for sure.
And after that meeting, I think you said you received a phone call from the commanding officer, from Lee Bergerman.
Yes,
Right. And obviously she was very unhappy with the meeting.
yes,
And later on, you received a call from Chris Leather as well, did you not? Or perhaps sometime down the road.
I recall having conversations with Chris Leather about not feeling that meeting called by the commissioner was necessary. He had some concerns about why it came about, when it happened, like right after the press conference, etc. So I mean, because I was dealing with Chris on other matters, and it gave him the opportunity for me to speak to him, or for him to speak to me about it. Excuse me.
Yeah, but his concern wasn't primarily about the timing of the meeting, was it? It was about Commissioner Lucky's, the things that Commissioner Lucky said in that meeting. He suggested to you that he felt it was unprofessional.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah.
Right. And you're obviously been involved in this now for a while, and you've heard, I'm sure, the testimony between the Mass Casualty Commission and SecU, that there appears to be two very different accounts of what happened in that meeting. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Chris Leather and Darren Campbell and Leah Scanlon and Lee Bergerman all seem to provide one account of that meeting, and then we have the version that we heard from Commissioner Lucky a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And as somebody who was in on that meeting and has firsthand knowledge, because obviously we don't, whose version of that meeting is more accurate? The people at H Division in Halifax or Commissioner Lucky?
That's a very difficult question for me to answer, because people had their perspectives of what was said, what was received, how they interpreted it. So from my perspective, I was not privy to any conversations with government around those particular issues, nor at any time did the commissioner ever express to me any concerns she had with government. So I think we're talking about the political interference piece, if I'm correct.
Well, it's certainly one of them, but there were, you understand that some of those witnesses have said that certain things were said, and that Commissioner Lucky has said that, to the best of her recollection, they were not.
So yes, so in terms of things said, how they were said, I didn't take any, as you can see in my notes, I didn't take any particular notes about exact wording of things that were said. I don't recall anything derogatory towards, that the commissioner spoke towards anybody. She never like yelled. She never used inappropriate language. She never called anybody out personally. So, i.e., you so and so didn't do this. It wasn't that type of conversation. Was she frustrated? Was she disappointed? Was she was concerned? I think she even used the term disrespected. So like those words were used. But again, I didn't take any specific notes about it, and I cannot recall exact language used or how people perceived it. I am not discounting either side of the story. I just don't have a recollection that would allow me to honestly fall to one side or the other of the question you've asked. Like, who do I believe is most accurate? I just don't have that recollection to give that answer.
I mean, in fairness, if you don't remember the meeting, I mean, that's one thing, but you appreciate the distinction between, we may not be able to understand how somebody perceives something or how they interpret something. That's a very different thing than a disparity in the fundamental nature of the meeting, because while you may not have taken very good notes, you were at that meeting. You heard everything that was said.
Absolutely. I just can't 2.5 years later recall enough specifics, or I don't have anything before me that refreshes my memory to allow me to give a fulsome answer to the question that you're asking. And I'm not trying to be evasive. Like I said, I can remember what the commissioner's tone was, how she presented the meeting. I can't speak to how it was received because, again, it's a teleconference. I couldn't see the individuals. I couldn't read the body language. I couldn't do any of that. So again, I just cannot recall specific enough details around that, I believe, to answer your initial question.
Approximately a year later, you received or you were shown a copy of the letter that Leah Scanlon had sent to Commissioner Lucky.
Yes.
And you reviewed that letter?
Yes.
And would you say that that what Ms. Scanlon writes in her letter, what she sets out in her letter, her depiction of that meeting, is that a fair representation of the meeting, or did you read that and think to yourself, well, this doesn't accord with the meeting that I was at?
I actually, when I read it, I was disheartened that that was a meeting that I participated in, and did not grasp the effect that meeting had on Leah in that regard. I mean, I could not recall that meeting leading to things that Leah had expressed in that letter, and it shocked me that the conversation and a year later that had affected her so deeply. So in hindsight, I actually questioned myself to say what was said. Like, can I recall anything that allows me to say, oh my God, yeah, I could see why Leah's feeling that way, and I couldn't recall it again. It's Leah's interpretation of the message that she received and how it affected her personally and obviously professionally over a long period of time.
To the extent that Ms. Scanlon says that Commissioner Lucky said something to her to the effect of, you let those boys down. That's not an interpretation, is it? That's a statement of fact.
Absolutely, and I did not recall. I don't recall. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't recall that particular statement.
Do you not think that if it was said, you would probably have noted that, because it would be a wildly inappropriate thing for the commissioner of the RCMP to say to the Nova Scotia Director of Strategic Communications? Would that not be memorable?
It should have been if it was said. I just don't recall it.
Okay. Now, obviously, what would really clear this issue up would be if there was some sort of like an audio recording of that meeting. That would be of great assistance, would it not?
It would leave absolutely no doubt what was said and how it was said. Yes.
Right. And who's Dan Bryan?
Dan Bryan is a member of the national headquarters communications team.
And was he participating in that phone call on April 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you know about the possibility that Mr. Bryan recorded that meeting?
I am aware that Mr. Bryan had recorded I don't know if it was all of the meeting, but partial parts of the meeting. And I did not find that out till sometime spring of this year. I didn't know that had existed, or that he undertook to record that call.
Right. And you say spring of this year, so you're talking about like April and May, or around the time that we were discussing the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time that you were alerted to the fact that Dan Bryan may have recorded that meeting?
Yeah, I believe it was post that, so probably the April, May is my recollection.
Right. And to the extent that you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting, I note that at no point in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission did you make any mention of that.
No.
And did you not think that it would be, given the fact that you've now testified, before the the standing committee in Ottawa, and we've obviously dedicated an extraordinary amount of time to this issue here. Did you not think that it would be of assistance to mention that, by the way, we think there may be a recording of that meeting that would really clear up this glaring discrepancy between the accounts?
I don't disagree. It never came up in terms of the meeting, and I don't have a whole lot of information about the recording. I do know that there's an investigation into the recording. Where is it? Can it be retrieved? I know that there's an internal investigation taking place, but I'm not privy to the details of it. I was basically just informed that it appears that Dan Bryan recorded either all or part of that conversation, and that it's being looked into further. And I believe I also was advised early on that apparently the recording doesn't exist anymore.
And do you have any information that would explain why it no longer exists?
I don't. I believe it was because it doesn't exist because Mr. Bryan has deleted it from whatever phone he was using at the time. But
I see. So this has been under investigation since the spring of 2022.
I don't know when the exact investigation started. I just know that it was brought to my attention as another fact in the matter, and that the internal processes were going to be put in place to investigate, where the recording is, does it still exist, can we obtain it, all of those types of things, which
Right.
is not falling under my core responsibilities in terms of the deputy commissioner level.
How much investigation is required to track down Mr. Bryan and say, where is that recording? And if you deleted it, why? And if it's deleted from a device, give us that device. This doesn't strike me, and maybe I'm missing something, as a particularly complicated issue if it was recorded by a senior staff member at the RCMP.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that complicated to say these are the things that should be done to do that. I just can't speak to where they are in that process. If the recording is deleted from his phone, is there an ability, investigation-wise, to technically retrieve it? Like, I don't know if it's sitting in a cloud base. I don't know. Like, I don't have any of that information. So there may be steps that are being taken around investigation, privacy, potentially, getting a search warrant to search a phone. I don't have any of that background information in terms of required steps to find out where the recording is, retrieve it, what his intentions were. I don't even know if Mr. Bryan has yet been interviewed.
If we are able to retrieve a copy of that recording, how confident are you that it will bear out the version of that conversation that you've described?
If the recording is the entirety of the conversation, so the entire thing, it would bring absolute clarity to all the questions that are being asked by not only the Mass Casualty Commission, by the SecU, etc. There would be no doubt, no room for interpretation if it's there in its entirety.
Those are the questions I have for you, but I appreciate your time, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Deputy Commissioner, the next council to ask you some questions will be Mr. Josh Bryson.
Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
I and my colleague Aaron Wagner represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court. And I also work closely with Stephen Topshee's team. They represent the families of the Oliver Tuck family, also on Cobequid Court, and the family of Lillian Campbell. So I have a few questions for you. I want to start with the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices. So you do have familiarity with this office, correct?
Yes, it falls under my area of responsibility and contract in Indigenous Policing and National Headquarters.
Yes, thank you. And this office can review investigations that are ongoing or concluded, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And in fact, do you not yourself on occasion personally receive requests for these reviews to take place?
In my time in this position, I've never directly received a request for a NOISP investigation.
Okay. Madam Registrar, if we can bring up COM 42991, please, page 5. And while we're waiting for that, Deputy Commissioner, but you do agree that that this office does report to you, correct?
Yes, it eventually reports up to me through several levels of supervisors, yes.
Yes. And in this matter, this mass casualty, the RCMP did in fact receive a request, as you discussed in your interview, for a national investigation review, right?
By NOISP, yes.
Yeah. And were you involved in either setting its mandate or approving or putting this review like in abeyance, essentially terminating this review?
I was not.
Did anyone consult with you?
In terms of not going ahead?
Yes.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And the termination occurred, my understanding is that it occurred on or about December 14, 2020 in that time frame. And the rationale that you had discussed during your interview and I read in other documents was that it was due to the fact that there were ammunition charges that were laid against 3 persons. And given this pending criminal charge against 3 people in relation to ammunition, the decision was made to terminate that review. Is that your understanding?
That's the information I was provided, yes.
Okay. So we have the policy up. Are we on page 5?
Yes, Mr. Bryson, and that's going to be marked Exhibit 4668.
Great, thank you. So can you see that, Deputy Commissioner?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So on page 5 at the very bottom, it talks about the review and it says, if required, submit a request for support and approval to the Deputy Commissioner, Contract and Indigenous Policing, Delegate for Contact or Core Policing cases, or in federal policing cases, again, it's the Deputy Commissioner. So that would be you, correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating you've never received a request?
A request, sorry?
You've never received a request for a review under this policy?
A request has never reached my level in this regard, no.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure you've reviewed this policy prior to today. You're familiar with the policy?
I'm familiar with it in general terms. I did not review it prior to appearing before you today.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to you that when I review this 5-page policy, I can't find anywhere where it states that that a review is to be terminated once criminal charges are laid. Do you know different?
I do not know different, except for the information that I was provided, was that from the NOISP unit, it's their practice not to engage in a NOISP review if there's criminal charges before the courts that have yet been disposed of before engaging. Now, that is not obviously in policy, but that's the information that I was provided.
Okay, so if we turn to page 2, file review types, I'm going to suggest to you that the file review types actually contemplates several scenarios where investigations are ongoing. In fact, read the first one. Independent file assessment is a review of an ongoing investigation that provides an impartial assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of a case for the purposes of providing strategic, corrective, and investigative recommendations. Do you see that there?
I do not. So you're looking at 2.2 something? Sorry.
Sorry, 3.21.
Oh, it's 2.2 is up on the screen.
Okay, I'm on page 2. It's under file review types, the bottom of page 2, 3.2.
$3.22?
3.21, we'll start
Oh,
there.
sorry. Okay.
That contemplates that the investigation is ongoing, correct?
Yes.
And let's turn to the next page. I'm going to jump to 3.23, independent practice assessment, IPA. Also contemplates that the investigation could be ongoing. There's no limits placed on this review, or it's linked to criminal charges being laid in a particular matter. Is there?
Just give me 1 sec to review. I don't see anywhere in 3.2.3 relating to an ongoing investigation. I don't see
But
where it is.
Sorry, my question is, there's nowhere in this 3.23 that limits this type of review to files that haven't involved charges being laid.
Oh, yes, correct.
And similarly with the strategic advisory group under 3.24, there's no limitation placed that I can see in the wording here in this section 3.24 or anywhere else suggests that these cannot be occurring when charges are before the court. Correct?
Yeah, yes, I would agree. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so essentially here's my question. So even if let's accept your premise there that that these reviews have to be stalled if charges or terminated when charges are laid, why couldn't you review all other aspects of this mass casualty besides the one that dealt with providing ammunition to the perpetrator?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the second half of your question. Sorry.
So the reason why this review was terminated was because 3 individuals were charged with providing ammunition to the perpetrator, correct?
That's the information that was provided to me for the decision made, yes.
Yes. So why couldn't the review continue and focus on all other aspects of the mass casualty response and leave out anything to do with the ammunition, which is one part of this overall file?
Well, I'm not sure that that couldn't have taken place. I'm just not familiar enough with the processes and the structure used to do an on-the-ground NOISP investigation. What you're referring to seems reasonable and logical. Again, I just can't relate it to what the normal practices are for a NOISP review and practice.
Well, in fact, I'll give you an example, and I'll use this commission as the example. This commission has carried out its work with no or limited commentary on the pending criminal charges, right? It's been able to carry out its work, but you're suggesting that NOISP needs a complete clean slate of any and all criminal charges, even on matters that will be wholly unrelated to the criminal charge.
I don't think I'm stating it quite in that fashion. I'm just saying that the information that was provided to me was the reason that Noyce gave for not continuing with the review was because there was charges. So I'm taking that at face value from them is that that's their practice. But I'm also saying that I don't disagree that potentially other things could be examined in that realm, but I'm just not sure of the procedures and practices that Noyce used to do those reviews.
So when did you learn? So I suggested to you, and I'm basing this on a document we have. It's a task action report. It's COM 7031. I don't need it produced, but that indicates that this review was terminated on or about December 14th, 2020. When did you learn this review was terminated?
I would have learned that when I was preparing for my interview with the Mass Casualty Commission.
Wow. So you did not know that this review was terminated until recent preparation for the mass casualty interview. Is that correct?
That's correct. It never came to my level for decision.
And in your role as deputy commissioner, you do have the ability to resurrect this review at any time, right?
I would have that authority, yes.
And have you done that to date?
I have not undertaken that action because I have been advised that as of I believe it's July of this year, because the charges are that have been dealt with, that the Noyce is now re-engaged with determining the path forward on completing a Noyce review in this regard.
And you also agreed in your interview that certainly there are areas that could have been reviewed, right?
Within Noyce for the totality of the incident?
Totality of this incident.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to give you some examples. So for example, an area of review, and you can tell me if you agree with me or not, why did it take 45 minutes to initiate the critical incident package after the initial 911 call was made? I don't know if that was too long, if it could have been initiated earlier. We had some evidence from Campbell, Superintendent Campbell, that suggested that that he could have consented to the critical incident package after that first 1001 call. But we have a 45-minute period here that it takes to initiate this critical incident package. So that to me seems like an area that the RCMP could review, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, and that hasn't been done, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And in this case, we know that by the time the critical incident package was initiated, there were already 13 victims of this mass casualty by 1045, 1046.
Yes.
Another area, for example, is why did it take ERT several hours to arrive on scene? Can that
Yes.
be?
Pardon me, sorry?
Let's assess that. Why isn't that reviewed?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Another area could be the night, and Mr. Van Ward had discussed it with you when you're direct, but the 19 hours to conduct a proper major crime scene containment in Portapique. Okay, it took from the first 911 call at 10:01 on the 18th, it took until 4:46 p.m. on April 19th to have scene containment and to discover the deceased persons at 41 and 46 Cobequid Court. That's an area that could have been reviewed, right?
Yes.
And it hasn't been to date, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's look at information gaps. Patterson Law has mentioned this previously. Richard Ellison lost his son Corey in this tragedy. Mr. Ellison had called at 10:59 to indicate that his son Clinton reported to him that Corey had been shot in Portapique. There was at least 10 minutes before that information was broadcast on the comms, and it was also coded as a priority 3. When you look at the CAD system, that's the lowest priority you have in the system. That to me seems like an area that could be reviewed.
Yes.
The next day, when the perpetrator resumed his activity, we know that there was a 911 call that was made at 9:34, and we now know that that was in fact Lillian Campbell, deceased at the roadside. The caller had indicated very early on in the 911 call that someone was deceased at the roadside, and they saw a cop car driving by. It took roughly 7 minutes for that information to be broadcast on the comms and to be relayed. I see that as a problem. Do you agree?
I do.
And that's an area that could be reviewed.
Yes.
Other issues. Patterson Law has mentioned this before. The two officers that shot up the Onslow Fire Hall, okay? They were permitted to return to duty immediately. Shortly thereafter, they had a very close encounter with an HRP plainclothes officer. When we can see on the comms, they said, "We're going to take them down." Okay. This is after firing roughly 5 rounds into a fire hall. This is an area that could be reviewed to see if that decision was appropriate. In the future, should members that have this type of incident remain on duty, or they should be released from duty for that day. That's an area that could be reviewed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Another issue, and stop me if any of these areas have been reviewed to your knowledge, okay?
I'm not aware up to this point of any of those things being reviewed in detail.
Okay. Another issue is that the RCMP had possession of a picture of the perpetrator's replica cruiser from HRP at 7:30 a.m. on the 19th. Okay. There's been an explanation for some of the delay, at least in the minds of some of the members, that suggested they had to confirm first if that RCMP vehicle had been burned out or not. But we have from 7:30 a.m. to 10:17 a.m. until the Nova Scotia public and Canadians at large are advised that the perpetrator is in a replica cruiser. Okay, that's over 2 hours. It's almost 3 hours. That's an area that could be reviewed, right?
Yes.
When this incident started at 11:32 p.m., have you seen the, and I'm going to get into your notes, but did you see the, like you indicated, you first became aware of this unfolding tragedy when you received the call from Commanding Officer Bergerman, is that correct?
On the Sunday morning, yes.
Sunday morning, and based on your interview, you had said that call had come in at roughly 9 o'clock?
It was early morning, yes.
Yeah, and in the interview, you had said 9 o'clock. I'm just confirming with you if that's accurate or if it's a different.
No, that's approximately when it occurred.
And are you in Ottawa at this time? That's Eastern time?
Yes, that's 9 o'clock my time in Ottawa, yes.
8 o'clock our time?
That would be 10 o'clock your time.
Sure, yeah. 10 o'clock. So the tweet at 11:32 said that it was responding to a firearms complaint, essentially. And at this point, that's what the RCMP tweet had said, responding to a firearms complaint. But at this time, we know that the RCMP knew that there were more than shots fired, that there were shooting victims. They, in fact, at 10:30 encountered Andrew and Kate McDonald. There were reports by multiple 911 callers of deceased persons. There were homes that were on fire, and the RCMP had information that the perpetrator was now mobile. So another area for review is the messaging to the public, informing them of the severity of the situation. That's an
Yes.
area that could be reviewed, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the internal review, so your department rejected the request of Nova Scotia RCMP leadership to conduct a critical incident review, correct?
That's correct.
You as deputy commissioner have the authority to approve this request. You also have the authority to approve it even now, correct?
Correct.
And have you?
I have not.
During your interview and today, during your interview, you had used the words that part of the rationale for denying the request was that you felt that that H division was being reviewed ad nauseum, was the word you used. Today you used the word review fatigue. But why not? So that this is in regards to review fatigue of H division. Why not accept the recommendation of H division that says we want this critical incident review and put time, energy into it, sent a very detailed proposal on areas to review? Why would you not accept the recommendation of H division and go forward with that review?
So to be clear, at the time, the request for the CIC review was working its way into national headquarters at Chief Superintendent Jamie Salem's area, and then into discussions with Assistant Commissioner Daly. As I mentioned in my testimony earlier today, I had conversations with Assistant Commissioner Daly about the timing of it, and is it going to be conflicting with the Mass Casualty Commission, given that the mandate of the Mass Casualty is to look at certain things. There's a number of reviews ongoing. Does it have to be done now? So in consultation with between Assistant Commissioner Daly and Jamie Salem and that staff, they made the decision not to proceed with the CIC review at that time. That's not to say that now or into the future, maybe post the formal part of the MCC being completed, that we could easily undertake a CIC review. There was also concerns about, as I mentioned earlier, getting the external SMEs together on the ground at that time to do a holistic CIC review, given the obvious extent and precedent of this unfortunate tragedy. So that accumulated into a decision made by Assistant Commissioner Daly and Chief Superintendent Salem. But nothing precludes us at any time for doing a review.
Yeah, but we're 28 months out now, right? And you already had talked about in direct and cross about, in fact, your memory. 28 months later, memories start to fade. Knowledge is lost with the passage of time. You've lost knowledge through 28 months, right? I think that's a pretty easy thing to agree with, that memories are going to fade over time.
I would agree with that statement if it wasn't for the fact that some of the key people that a CIC review would be engaging are people that have come before the Mass Casualty, that have already given statements in terms of a Hoyt, an ESDC review, an ERT review. So some of that information has already been captured that we could use in a CIC review. So it's not like there hasn't been any accumulation of those memories over the last 2.5 years. A lot of things questions have been asked and questions have been answered that could form part of the for a future CIC review.
Do you not see the risk in maintaining the status quo for over 2 years on some of these areas that were recommended for review, which means that the changes that may come from such a review will not be implemented? And now we're 28 months out.
Yes, there's some risk to that, but just because a review hasn't been done and recommendations formally made does not mean that we haven't applied lessons learned in some of those areas that we've applied in investigations since then. I did mention this morning about using some of those lessons learned in a critical incident and have applied them to the unfortunate situation in Saskatchewan. So, but I do agree with your point. I do agree with your point, but I think it's important to say that it's not simply status quo in terms of us applying lessons learned and best practices in ongoing files. It's not, those aren't contingent on necessarily a review, a written review, and recommendations that come from it.
But you're going to have a fulsome opportunity to correct issues if you do a critical incident review that have not been captured to date, right?
Potentially, yes.
And this review had support outside of H Division.
Yeah, I as you would have maybe have seen in the correspondence from Assistant Commissioner Daly, I supported the review. I had a number of questions and sort of not concerns, but things I felt we needed to scope out a little bit better. But supportive of the review at the time, and a decision was made by others within their realm of responsibility and authority not to proceed with the CIC review at that time.
But just on that point, though, and I won't belabor my last question on that, but you're their boss, right? They're under you. The buck stops with you on this issue. If you want the review to take place, you order the review to take place, right?
Yes, that could happen.
Madam Registrar, if we can just look at COM 63678.
And that's marked Exhibit 4669.
Deputy Commissioner, who is Jamie McGowan?
So Jamie McGowan is currently an inspector in Cornwall, Ontario. At the time of this, he would have been, I believe, a sergeant in the emergency response team unit in national headquarters. Is there an ability for me to see the bottom of the message?
Yep, Madam Registrar, roll up, and essentially I'm going to ask you to read paragraph 3 as well. Once you see the bottom, then we'll go to paragraph 3.
Okay. So I was just looking for maybe his signature block to see exactly where he was at the time of this. I'm assuming it's an email.
So paragraph 3, I'll call him. Is it Sergeant McGowan? Well, now Inspector McGowan. So
yes, now Inspector McGowan. Yes.
Inspector McGowan states the review is an opportunity to not just try and correct issues for H Division, but for the whole of the force, perhaps a recommendation for full-time CIP resources or central governance. Conversely, it may also cause the force to have to eat some crow. ATAC, for instance. We've been trying to get this for ERT since 2014 and have been ready to go with it since at least 2017, but we were not much further ahead due to funding. Did you see this email prior to today?
No, this is the first I'm seeing of it.
Did you know that Inspector McGowan supported this review in H Division?
I did not.
Was the decision to forego a review driven by concerns of liability?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm going to turn to your notes. You did discuss this during your interview, but I wasn't clear on page 6. Actually, Madam Registrar, could we bring up 59954? And it's 6 pages in. So at the very top, the 1:30 p.m. entry. Can you read that for us, please?
Sure. TC stands for teleconference with Sergeant Daverman, Kiki Janes, and Krista McKenzie. Regular check-in call. Krista is to do a review of major incidents after action reports to provide document for the force and H Division.
And you did speak about this in your interview. This is a note from April 22nd, 2020. The timestamp is 1:30, correct?
I would have to I have to see the date, but it's 1:30 for sure on that date. Yes.
I'll just advise you that we can certainly scroll back then. Just
Okay. Yes, that's accurate. Yes.
April 22nd. Kristen McKenzie was your strategic advisor at the time,
Yes, she was.
and she reports to you.
She did at that time. Yes.
And I wasn't clear on your answer. Is it mandatory to conduct these major incident reviews after a major incident under your policy?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Doing a review of the reviews?
You talked in the interview and again today in direct about policy pertaining to completing after action reports for major incidents.
Emergency management operations, yes.
Okay, in this context though, in this context of major incident after action reports, which is referenced by Mr. McKenzie, do you have policy that mandates these types of reviews after a critical incident like we're dealing with here in Portapique?
I don't believe so.
Would that be beneficial to have policy that would mandate reviews of this nature after a major incident like this?
Yes, we do have the ability to conduct reviews that don't necessarily fall into a specific policy. So, for example, if you look at the Moncton shooting, then Commissioner Paulson ordered a review, which falls under his authority, and that's when retired Assistant Commissioner Phonse McNeil undertook the review of that. So we do have the ability to ask for reviews or to order reviews like that. We have the ability to order independent officer reviews. We can order management reviews, but I am not aware of a clearly written policy that after a critical incident, the RCMP would undertake, very specific reviews. I'm not aware of a clear and distinct policy in that regard. Although we do have the mechanisms to do those things, I don't believe we have a policy that states "thou shalt," so to speak.
So Ms. McKenzie indicates that she will review the major incident after action reports and provide the document for the Force and H Division. Was that done?
Yes, I believe so.
And are you referring to the ERT and EMERT after action reports?
No, in this case, Krista is referring to reviewing the reports of things like Mayor Thorpe, Spiritwood, Moncton. So they come in all different fashions, like, for example, as I mentioned, Phonse McNeil doing a review, the judge in Alberta doing the Mayor Thorpe review. She was going to look at all of those reviews and provide a document to us about what had taken place, how these reviews were undertaken, under what authorities those reviews may have been done. I believe the one for Mayor Thorpe was done under the Fatalities Act of Alberta. So in the early days, as my strategic advisor, Krista, was just undertaking to provide as much information about how other reviews were done and things that, to provide us with some thoughts and advice on how we may wish to move forward for H Division specifically, but potentially for the organization as a whole. She's providing us options and insight into past reports.
Okay, I had thought based on your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that the major incident after action reports pertain directly to this mass casualty. In your interview, you start, because you're asked by Ms. McLean specifically about that, and then you start talking about the ready alert. And I believe you said, well, that would be part of it in the context of this mass casualty. But you're suggesting that this note to you means that it meant a review of major incident after action reports in relation to other major incidents, not the Portapique. incident.
Yes, that's correct. She's doing a historical look back as my strategic advisor to give advice on here's the things that we saw in the other reports, and here's maybe what we should be looking at on the go forward. Because can you just repeat the date of that meeting to me? Sorry.
April 22nd, 2020.
So that's just a few days after the incident. So she's being forward looking in terms of, someone needs to start looking back to see what things have taken place, best practices maybe, and those types of things. So it's sort of a historical review to sort of maybe help guide us as we move into the future.
And you've seen a document that was generated as a result of that review?
Yes, I believe it was a 2 or 3 page word perfect document, something like that.
And do you know if that's been disclosed?
I am not sure. It may be an attachment to an email that Krista may have sent me in that regard, but I'm not sure if it's been disclosed or not.
Okay, I'm going to move to the issues management team that you talked about in your interview as well. My understanding is that the issues management team essentially looked at 3 issues. The issues that they had looked at were the Brenda Forbes complaint that she made in 2013 about the perpetrator. That was one issue. The other issue was the CISNS bulletin in 2011. And the third issue was the Ready Alert. Is that your understanding?
This is the first time that I've heard those 3 specific principal themes in the sort of the role or the mandate of that particular team.
Okay, so you don't know if there was more to it than those 3 areas I just addressed?
Yes, that team would have been a direct report to the commanding officer, and I don't recall anybody articulating, like I said, these 3 points as being their primary mandate.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest this to you. So when I read those 3 items, certainly important issues to look at, but it appears to me, and I'll suggest it to you, that the issues identified by the issues management team were the ones that garnered media attention. They were not necessarily the ones that required the most urgent action, such as, or equally urgent action, such as the ones I read to you a few minutes ago, but they were the ones that were basically aimed at what was obtaining media attention, and we have to address this because these items are being discussed in the media. Is that your understanding?
Based on the 3 points that you've given me, yes, they were, especially in the early days, the three most popular, I guess, for lack of better terminology, areas in the media. Yes.
Yeah, but why wasn't Cobequid Court being unattended for 19 hours as popular as these 3 items that were in the news at that time?
I can't speak to that. I wasn't involved in any direction to this issues management team, and I didn't have the requisite knowledge of a lot of the examples that you provided until some of them well into the timeline of post the events of April 18th and 19th.
My concern is that the issues management team is relying on the media and these mass casualties to set their priorities as to what they're going to review. Can you comment on that?
On the face of it, I wouldn't disagree with your comment. I am sure that given the scope of this matter, there were many issues that they were possibly examining, but I'm not, like I say, I have no intimate knowledge of those discussions, and I'm not even sure if these 3 particular points were articulated in a written document as a priority for the issues management team. I have no knowledge of that.
I just want to touch briefly on the ESDC external review. You're familiar with this review, correct?
Yes.
And this is the Employment and Social Development Canada, and they're reviewing what, if any, contraventions occurred under the Canada Labor Code during this mass casualty, right?
That's their mandate, yes.
Yeah. And there were findings, I understand, findings of contraventions. I don't have to list them now, but there were findings of contraventions under the Labor Code, and the RCMP was ordered to cease contravening the Act. Is that your understanding?
That's my overall understanding of those, yes.
Yeah. And are you aware that deadlines have been set by which the contraventions must cease, and that some of those deadlines have since passed?
I am aware that there were deadlines and timelines on that. I can't speak specifically about which ones have passed or not.
Can you tell me what, if any, steps the RCMP has taken to remedy these labor code violations?
I can't speak specifically to that. I would have to rely on getting an update from Chief Superintendent Michael Malley in that regard. I know he's tracking them and asking for the requisite information required, but I'm not aware of them specifically.
And so there's no changes that come to mind right now that have been adopted as a result of a contravention of the labor code, is there?
I can't recall them at this moment, no.
So I just want to go back to your notes, Madam Registrar, if we could. It's COM 74515. And we'll just look at the first page. So I just want to understand, so once that is up, I just have a question there to start, and I'll give you a moment to read if you wish to refresh your memory on the note.
Excuse me, Mr. Bryson. I'm not sure that's the proper COM number.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was looking at the GOC number. It's, yeah, sorry. It's COM 59954. So I don't know if we have the notes up. All right. I don't see them yet. So Deputy, oh, there we go. All right, so my first question, Deputy Commissioner, is just in regards to your note taking. So I see a couple of paragraphs, and then I see a line scribbled, and then I see another line of content, two more paragraphs actually of content, then another line. Is this meant to capture like glimpses of time? So for example, this first block of information is the information you obtain from Bergerman, Commanding Officer Bergerman.
Yes.
Phone call. And
Yes.
then, okay, sorry, go ahead.
So yes, so when I take my notes, you can see I'm not referencing times in the margins like other notes. I'm representing blocks of information that were received. So the first one is the initial phone call I got from Lee. So I put a line there to remind myself that that's what I was given in the first instance. And then the next block is more information that came in. And then the next line is, okay, that's the end of that information. So it's just so that I can, I guess, compartmentalize that, what was the first information I got, and then what was the next information, what was the next block of information that I got. So I'm blocking out, I'm sorry, I'm blocking the information as it's coming to me without making specific notes at the time, and then blocking the next one.
Okay, so this first block is information you received in that very first call from Bergerman.
Yes, and that I immediately spoke to the commissioner and updated her on the known details, which are above.
Okay, so I just want to perhaps question you on the timing, because in here you are referencing the death of Constable Stevenson, which we know didn't occur until roughly 10:40 a.m. on the 19th. Okay, and that's Atlantic time.
Okay.
So that must mean that the earliest you would have received that initial call is, 9:45 or so, your time. That could be the first. Would you agree?
Yes, if that was the timeline, I didn't know what time Heidi had passed away. So again, I didn't make a note in the margin on specifics of the time. I didn't make these notes exactly at the time. So in my interview in that, I was relying on my memory that it was early on the Sunday morning.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not gonna critique you on the time. I just wanted to make sure that this represents the initial call, initial flow of information you received, which you've indicated. So I'll get to my main question and my concern.
But you'll have to remind them, sorry, Mr. Bryson, you'll have to remind the witness the difference between Ottawa time and Atlantic time when you're probing him.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So again, just to make sure I haven't confused anyone, so Constable Stevenson was deceased as of, I believe, roughly 10:40 a.m. That's Atlantic time, okay? And that would be 9:40 Eastern time, correct? So the earliest you could have received this information was sometime after 9:40 Eastern, 10:40 Atlantic.
Correct.
My concern is that you were asked, what is your role in a mass casualty event that's unfolding? And your response included, my role is to see what, if any, potential requirements are needed, and also to update the commissioner. So my concern is that we're roughly 10 hours since this mass casualty had unfolded, and only now is someone reaching out to you to give you information about this unfolding mass casualty. And if your role, part of your role, is to see if the division has the assets, the resources they need, people are waiting too long to reach out to you in a serious incident. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Any idea why it took so long for someone to contact you and provide you with information?
No, I cannot speak to that.
So up to this point, 10:40 Atlantic, had you seen any of the tweets that had gone out? Any
No.
of the media content?
No,
So you had no idea that this mass casualty was unfolding as of 10:40 a.m. Atlantic time?
I wasn't aware of it until I received this particular phone call from Assistant Commissioner Bergerman.
Okay. So perhaps there should be some engagement with HQ much earlier. And I'm just suggesting that as a recommendation that that there has to be earlier engagement with HQ to advise them of what's occurring, right?
I would agree, yes.
I just want to touch briefly on the bulletin. So I believe you indicated, and correct me if I'm misstating your evidence, that the decision to withhold the 2011 CISNS bulletin, that you had supported that particular decision, right?
I'm not sure I understand the withhold part of your question, sorry.
Not to disclose the existence of the bulletin.
You mean publicly?
Publicly, yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I wasn't convinced that that there was a need for us to disclose that bulletin at that time to the public. To what end? It wasn't our information. It wasn't our bulletin to disclose. It involved two other police agencies, and I was questioning what is the purpose of us disclosing it. And we need to be having conversations with those particular agencies around this bulletin, and we need to work our way through that. My question was, why would we disclose? What was the purpose of disclosing it in the public realm, which is not something we would do normally anyway.
Right. I'm going to suggest to you that the purpose could have been to correct a misconception. I'm going to suggest to you that on April 19th, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, and this is in column 57762, that on April 19th, he was specifically asked by a journalist, was he known to police? And he replied, no, he was not. Okay, so releasing this CAI SNS bulletin would have corrected that misconception that was in the public that the perpetrator was not known to police, right?
It could have cleared up that that particular point, but you know, you could also take the position that Chief Superintendent Leather could have, in another media availability, correct that by saying something. There was information known to police through intelligence held by CISNS. I don't think the actual releasing of the bulletin itself was necessarily a required step to clarify something like that.
And just my final question is on your notes. So I won't pull it up, but we looked at the last notes that Mr. Van Moort had put to you had some vetting. It said not relevant. And it was in the context of there were 4 points that were being discussed. And I believe it doesn't really matter which ones were not disclosed, but 1 and 2 were disclosed, say, and 3 and 4 were vetted with the description not relevant. Do you recall seeing that when Mr. Van Moort put your notes to you?
Yes, but I think I need the context of it again, if they can be shown.
Well, here's my question. It's more general.
Oh, sorry.
You still need the notes. So my concern, the concern of the Bond family, is that we get all these notes and we see these redactions. We see redactions that have been made presumably by you that state irrelevant, that they're in the time frame of this, for example, mass casualty, that there's notes before and after relating to this mass casualty. So are you looking at your unredacted notes and deciding that the content beneath the redaction is irrelevant?
It would depend on what the note was saying.
Understood, but are you making that determination? So my question is this: you've disclosed, I think there's roughly 15 documents that contain your notes in relativity in our database right now, with markings of irrelevant. And this is not just you. I'm just mentioning it to you. But other witnesses, it's the same thing. My question is, has the practice been, are you looking at your notes to say, okay, this has no bearing on this mass casualty, I'm crossing it out, going to the next page, this is irrelevant? Are you involved in that process, Deputy Commissioner?
I was not. I provided 971 pages of notes to the council process, and the redactions were done after I provided my unredacted notes.
Well, these are your notes, right? So how does anyone other than you know for certain that the content behind these redactions is irrelevant?
That question would have to be put to the process that's redacting the notes. I think it's important to understand that I am making daily notes all the time. I don't have a separate notebook for mass casualties. So within my notes, there could be everything from my personal information to code of conducts with other people. With people. There could be other investigations that are not tied to the mass casualty in any connection. Some of them, I'm assuming, would be quite obvious. Some of the notes would be like irrelevant, arrived at the office, reviewed, correspondence.
What you're telling me is that you weren't involved in that determination for each one of these irrelevant redactions.
No, I was not.
No further questions, commissioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Deputy Commissioner, we're going to take a break now until 5 o'clock Atlantic, which will, 11 minutes time. And just for your information, We expect only one more counsel to question you. It'll be Miss Lori Ward from the Department of Justice, Federal Department of Justice. And there may be some follow-up questions, of course, from Mr. Van Wart, and the commissioners may very well have some questions for you. So we'll see you in 11 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 5 p.m.
How rigged is that? Okay, so we'll end with Lori Ward, followed up by Van Wart. Nice hair. But no counsel? See, this is the way they do it. Then no questions can really be asked. Just like, commissioners getting the one question from, and then you can't have any follow-up. So then you're not going to find out anything because they'll just move along. Like the Sutton interview. I saw a car driving down the road. Okay, and your dog, was it wearing a vest? Go into something else. Yeah. That'll be fun. Looks like it's taking its toll on Lori. Only going to get better. Feel really sorry for anybody who has to be around these people ever in the future. Family, friends, they're going to go through not good times with Lori just burning down. Any of these people, they're on the way to serious mental health problems, anger issues, PTSD. I didn't quite get the 1040 there reference. That was a bit odd. It's kind of just like I was looking at a document here. This is going to take me, it's very peripheral, my looking at it at first here. I haven't seen this one before yet. Staff involved during the evening seems a little bit different than what I understand, but okay. We're missing, say, Mr. Binio's missing there, Ashley's missing there. The ambulance driver's names seem to be different. Okay. I'll just skip ahead here a little bit to a kind of more concise record of calls. Orchard Beach, 3 DOA, 6 transported. Okay. Missed call. Wentworth, not attended. Plains Road, not attended. Missed call. I'm not sure what we're dealing with there. One transported from Milford. Hunter Road, 1 DOA. Not attended, not attended, not attended. No Nobody's going to the calls. Leaves a slimy feeling in my mouth. The statement "he is calm" is so strange. Sorry, who was that? I missed that. There's this other little interesting absence. Maybe I'm just missing it. There doesn't seem to be an ambulance transporting Lisa to the hospital. Again, this is very peripheral, but 612, update MCC shift change, light flight, debriefing, MOP, DM, that there's 3 deceased people, and police do not have an assailant at this time. Term active shooter is now being applied to the situation. Day crews being sent to relieve night crews. Code red at 7:24. Blower details response. Incident labeled as active shooter. 10 patients so far. 3 DOA. 4 transported. 1 being assessed at this time. This is incorrect. There should have been 11 and 5. Now, she could be obviously the one being assessed, I guess, but $9.40 incoming for Lillian. Lillian is a not good. Sorry. Calling the witness to the Cloverleaf said he is too calm to the 911 operator. Yeah, well, you have 0 with that, so It's nothing burger at this point. All claims that he's driving slow, waving at officers, no emotions at all. Brainwashed. Yeah. Again, what do you have? Sorry? Waiting for the evidence. Or is that just an opinion? So I'm thinking I haven't read anything about that anywhere from anyone. Even a hint. So that sounds like unsubstantiated bunk. But if you do have something, that would be great. Not an act of passion with no emotions. Did you hear that the lawyers in Brian's room there? There's a bunch of them coughing. He's got such a fucking team in there. Spooky. Spooky. If they could just pan that camera around. Wow. Would just open people's eyes. He's just sitting there by himself. And you know that it's from his room because, well, they switched lawyers and the cough still there.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Brennan, are you there? Well, again. And Ms. Ward, you're there. Great. Okay. Ms. Ward, whenever you're ready.
Ward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Can you hear her okay, Deputy Commissioner Brennan? We can't hear you, Deputy Commissioner Brennan. You may be on mute. Our tech people are on it. Just I think a member of our tech team is contacting you now, Deputy Commissioner.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Good. Ms. Ward?
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Brennan, as you know, my name's Lori Ward and I'm counsel with the Attorney General of Canada. And I don't have too many questions for you today. I wanted to ask you about community policing. We've heard many witnesses talk about community policing and their views, and we've heard that there are pros and cons, I think, to either moving RCMP members around a lot or keeping them in one place. And I wonder if you have views about that in relation to community policing.
Yes, well, thank you for the question. I think just in the terms of community policing, I think we need to have a broader discussion about what community policing is. In my opinion, I believe that too often, in general terms, we hang on to a former definition of community policing around a police officer in a community, walking a beat, doing those things. We kind of long for a different time in policing, many years ago. So when I started my career in the mid 80s in rural Saskatchewan, community policing was a lot about that. It was a lot about getting to know the community, which we still do. But I mean, getting to know the community, needs and expectations of communities were different at this time. If we talk about community policing in 2022, I think that we need to broaden our understanding of community. So for me, our community has changed. With technology, the World Wide Web, we are now policing a community virtually. We're policing on the web. We're policing things like frauds against seniors. We're policing the dark side of the web, intelligence gathering, extremism, bank fraud, those types of things. And the community is not simply the bricks and mortar and the greenery of the place we live anymore in terms of policing. It's much broader than that. It requires a different skill set within policing in terms of investigators, intelligence gatherers, people who can work their way through the technology. As one person in the technological field told me not that long ago, there's more technology power in your smartphone than there was on the first rocket that went to the moon. So, in my lifetime, that's the difference. So, and what are the expectations of this expanded or new community that we're in? I don't think we explore that enough in terms of policing when we talk about the communities that citizens are expecting us to make them safe from or to investigate crimes against them. So I'm all about having that broader conversation, which leads into things that we've touched on earlier today: investment in recommendations, using technology to help support investigations. If we go back to the more sort of traditional sense of community policing and the expectations of communities about policing, there needs to also be a conversation in there about need versus expectation. What is the need of a community to remain safe in policing, and what is the community, the elected officials, the citizens, etc.? What is their expectation of policing? Because if those two don't meet, then there's always going to be this divide of need versus expectation. What police and public safety can deliver in that regard. And our communities are changing. A lot more of our citizens are moving into larger centers. We're not seeing the large families of the rural environments. People are moving in to their closest town, their closest city, and that's changing the dynamics of crime as well. It's the population base versus how many police officers do you need, and the expectations of people in today's society, police officers included, are that they want to have those opportunities to raise their families closer to major centers. While they enjoy their time in smaller communities, personal lifestyles changes. So for the RCMP, we're constantly trying to balance that desire for our especially our regular members to have opportunities to grow and develop, to take on different responsibilities that they may not get if they stay in a rural or more rural or community setting for a long period of time. So while we encourage mobility for development and for operational needs, we are not the same police force we were a number of years ago when, oh, you have 3 years in that community, it's time for you to leave. That's not how we base our planning around of moving people just for the sake of moving them. We're trying to build their expertise. We're listening to their needs. They may say, I've worked in small town Canada for 15 years. My children are getting close to university. I've developed a skill set and I want to move to closer to a major center. And we try to accommodate that. And it's really no different if you take a large municipal police agency. With the growth in cities, a police officer, I'll pick a city, say Vancouver, could be working in the downtown core of Vancouver for a number of years, and for operational reasons, they decide to transfer that member to a different district out in the suburbs. Well, if it's not an area that particular police officer has lived in, they're going to have no sense of that community. They're not going to know all the business people. They're not going to know all the streets, the access, like all of the things that we've often heard and talked about in some of the things presented in before the mass casualty. So community policing is different today than it was a number of years ago. Expectations are different in terms of what community policing should be, and the expectation of the police officers themselves have changed in terms of they go to their shift, they work their 8, 10-hour, 12-hour shift, and they've honored their commitment in terms of their job. How much they get involved in the community may be changing for personal reasons. So there needs to be that connection with the community. And I think, we need to be focusing on community policing in terms of engaging with elected officials and citizens around what are your needs, what are your expectations, where's the balance, what's the investment required to do that, and how can we work collaboratively to meet the needs based on the resources available, et cetera. Those are the conversations that need to be had around community policing and service delivery models as well. We have examples where we have within the RCMP, you may have a detachment of 4 people and they may get 200 calls for criminal code calls for service a year. Do we really need to put resources there, or are we leaving them there because that's the traditional and historical thing that we've done in the past? So again, community policing against service delivery models, expectations, et cetera. So I know we all think about community policing in a different realm, but especially for us in the RCMP, policing a rural environment, it's very difficult to apply the same standards and expectation that we would have done 20, 30 years ago.
Okay, that's a lot of interconnected things, some of which I want to follow up on. The commission is now having some roundtables and panels and looking at the structure of policing in Nova Scotia. And I wonder if you could just give us in a nutshell how the funding works in Nova Scotia, because I know there are differences between the municipalities and the specialized services. And if you could just give us a thumbnail sketch of how the funding works in Nova Scotia.
So funding for the RCMP with the province is under what is called service exchange. It's an agreement that was developed in 1995, I believe it was, between the province of the government of Nova Scotia and the communities, the municipalities of Nova Scotia. traffic services, ERT, forensic ident, major crimes, police dog services, street crime resources. There's a few others mixed in there. So the government pays for 100% of those for the RCMP, and then those services are available to all police services in Nova Scotia if required at no additional charge and to the communities. So then what happens is the municipalities determine a budget level for policing. They decide that they're going to invest X number of, say, millions of dollars into their policing budget. They speak to the province, and the province says the cost per an RCMP member, all cost in, is X number of thousands of dollars. So based on your budget, this would allow you to have X number of police officers serving your community. So it really is for lack of a better word, it's a broker decision between the municipality's affordability and what the province is able to provide to them based on service exchange, understanding that if there's a call for service for those specialized resources, the municipality will not be charged for them separately. So it's a benefit to the municipalities that they can get all these services at no additional cost. But what it does, though, it doesn't allow the province or technically the RCMP to leverage the amount of resources that they need in the area because of funding exchange formula around that. So while we can give advice to municipalities for X number of police officers covered in a certain time period, it really is a kind of decision by the municipality and affordability that they can take.
So ultimately, the municipality decides what level of safety members they want. Is that correct?
Yes, so basically they determine what their investment in policing will be and what the formula is calculated at different times. So it's just that defined for that for lack of better.
And I think we've heard from former for specialized services, though, that are provided by the
It does, but it's not the municipality that I believe what this is the other municipalities specialized resources to that. So if take a municipal agency in Nova Scotia and they apply RCMP ERT or forensic ident or maybe major crime investigation has to go assist or supervise investigations. The RCMP does not charge municipality or charge municipal for those services. If there was to be a charge, municipality back to the service, that would have to come from the province to the municipality for reimbursement. So what they're doing is they're tracking the cost of what the RCMP is providing at no cost for the services, so that the public investigation the service of X, and we funded that with one of the other to the municipality of that agency to recover those costs. So it's tracking mechanism just to demonstrate to the province how the honoring our commitment to the Department of Policing in Nova Scotia and taking on investigation. We can run into the billions of dollars total in the fiscal year, which obviously would potentially start the division at a deficit starting next year.
Switching gears for a second, you spoke earlier about the we've heard some of this is developing the budget and the effect of that. Well,
Discouraged with the other Nova Scotia chiefs and working in that realm of the Nova Scotia Chiefs Police Association. I think I would take the position and ask the question, it doesn't make a difference in why you do it. So there's obviously a message being sent there. An unfortunate separation of municipal police services and RCMP, which creates a divide. RCMP places quite a high percentage of geographic area in Nova Scotia. And if we're not equal partners with our colleagues in Nova Scotia, chiefs of police, sitting at a table, having the same ability to input, to vote, to lead certain subcommittees and certain things. How do we translate that into policing partnership for public safety across Nova Scotia? It doesn't rely on cooperation. It doesn't rely on being partners at all levels, at all times, because no one police agency person can provide public safety with it's just not able to. And I think it speaks, to me at least, my observation, it speaks to other issues that need to be addressed. So I'm hoping that, with a new leadership team going in, re-engagement with the Nova Scotia Chiefs, we'll find a solution that brings all that same table, same sort of level, understanding, cooperation, voting, etc. Because there's no benefit in being separated in that fashion. And it's going to affect how governments cooperation. I know that we brought together the mass casualty prevention legislation. We should be looking at prevention of these groups. Resource exchange will allow resources to share at no cost. To build up a prevention police force, all of the expectations around service delivery, and to get everything through technology. So capacity is an impediment to potential to recommendations. I think of the example from Mayor Thorpe where the
Oh yeah, you
recommendation
did a
was
lot
to
with
have
that too. You
basically
fucking
an
idiot.
intelligence function by a member at every single detachment in Alberta. That's not sustainable.
You're
While
not
it
sustainable.
may
How's that?
make sense in terms of the practicality of one particular incident, it's very hard to do that consistently across every single detachment, at least for the RCMP, to have a consistent system that's being fed. Is it being supported by technology? And what are the expectations around that? Who's monitoring? And is that person that you give that particular task to, are they trained in intelligence gathering, examination of intelligence, analytics, those types of things? So that would be an example where capacity and technology would be an impediment to trying to get that across every single detachment for the RCMP in Canada.
No, she's not
The
listening to
addition
us.
of training
She's playing games and
can
shit.
sometimes be an impediment to frontline
Her
policing.
life is over.
So,
Like her
for recommendations that require
having a happy life.
a linkage
You can
to
tell.
training, that means we are
It's
sending
destroyed now.
people to training sessions more often. We're most likely going to be recertifying them in their training. Or if it's online training, they're going to be spending an hour to 10 hours sitting in front of a computer doing training.
Sitting in front of a computer doing training, you're exactly right.
These responsibilities that they have. So training can sometimes be an impediment to providing consistent frontline policing. So the scope of recommendations for training needs to sort of consider, okay, what are the downstream effects? How much training is this really going to take? How much is this new tool going to take us away from frontline policing? And is the tool something that is a good investment for public safety all the time? So there's these types of sort of impediments to getting recommendations enacted, making sure the service delivery one of the other pieces that we kind of touched on a little bit is the impediment of interoperability. If a recommendation is made to, say, for the RCMP to do this or acquire that training, how does that affect interoperability with neighboring police agencies that may need to call upon operationally to work? So that's why I think the scope of recommendations is narrow to the RCMP, especially in the contracting environment. It really has potential effect on interoperability with other police agencies. Clearly, we have seen that in some examples, unfortunately, with this particular mass casualty. So, and the other impediment is recommendations for Nova Scotia. And I know this is a tool that doesn't exist policing standards. So policing standard recommendations in one department could inadvertently affect another department in terms of what the policing standards become. So again, that's why earlier on I talked about recommendations being looked through a more broader lens of public safety, not just to a single police agency. Because policing standards, to my understanding, are coming to Nova Scotia. I think they should be welcome, but I think it should be the minimum expectation of citizens that regardless of what police agency they called or what police agency arrives on, to that call or to that scene, the expectation from the public is, regardless of the stripe on their pants, there is a standard that they met in terms of equipment, training, interoperability. And if a police agency can exceed that standard, excellent.
Well,
Caution I
we
have
never
around that is that you need to ensure that policing standards are the minimums, not the maximums, so that we're continuously able to add on and grow. So those are some of the things that are potential impediments to recommendations that sometimes aren't sort of thought out or practicated into the everyday functioning of a police service.
Is it fair to say that almost any recommendation would require some kind of funding or investment, like training? I mean, we think about equipment is expensive, right? If we're gonna get a second helicopter, that's a high dollar item. But training is sometimes thought to be an easy thing to implement. And do you have any comments on that?
Sure. Training can be seen as an easy, achievable recommendation. However, it's what does that training entail? If it's online training, well, that entails an investment in developing a course training standard, putting it on a computer system, having it become interactive. All of those things behind the actual training costs money to develop, costs money to maintain. And we talk about things like requirements for bandwidth, or detachments that are in the rural or northern parts of Canada. So while it sounds simple to do, there's always costs associated to it. If we talk about training where we are physically taking members from their location of work to say, in the case of Nova Scotia, to the training center in Halifax, the training means you're putting them in hotels, you're paying meals, you're paying expenses, you're potentially paying overtime for people to backfill in against those trainings. And then depending on the training, one-time training, so it's a one-time cost, but it could be training that is required every second year, certifications. So there's then ongoing costs against a budget. There's no projected funding or augmenting the funding. That means that these forces are forced to use existing budgets and stop doing things to do the new recommendations. Now, in saying that, some recommendations may not have much effect on the budget. So I think of things like, as I mentioned this morning, I would be most welcome to see the commission recommend in our policy. So to change policy relative to
that. Not family. Really?
And to report back on it. Minimal comments. Probably great.
Won't deny my friend.
So recommendations like that don't always have a dollar attached to them. So I think there's room there, but I would certainly say that 80 to 90% of most recommendations that come out of commissions or reviews have dollars attached to them that do require extra funding to ensure that those recommendations are met, whether it be training or investment in equipment. Think of just the recommendation for carbon deal. The tool itself is expensive. We're talking about 5% the ammunition goes in training, but must get opposed to coming hiring extra technicians, sort of all of these downstream things. Start adding those up significantly to move those forward, and that requires conversations with partners like officers and municipalities Put the bill for those submissions. I'm not appearing in uniform because it's my understanding that the commission asked that police officers and others that may wear a uniform not appear as part of the trauma-informed approach in this given situation, given that the perpetrator dressed himself as a police officer. I am very supportive of trauma-informed approach and contribute where we can. I would not treat the fact that by not wearing that it sends a message to those of us as witnesses before this committee that we're not proud of the uniform that we wear every day. That it doesn't represent. That not wearing it doesn't represent that we're
Are you
not
still going? Win back.
by the frontline members every single day, because we are. It's just our contribution to the trauma-informed approach and the necessity for the victims' families and others in this process. But we cannot forget that in times of crisis, when police are called, it's the uniforms that attend, the uniforms that show up. So that's the reason that I am not wearing my uniform today.
Yeah, that's why your
Thank you. Those are my questions.
the other day your
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
cohort was
Mr. Van Wart?
fucking shitbag.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have any further questions, and that does conclude the questions from council this afternoon.
Thanks so much. Commissioner Fitch?
I can almost say good evening. Deputy Commissioner Brennan from Atlanta, Canada. I'd first like to say thank you for spending the better part of the day with us so far. And we do recognize that you are in Saskatchewan under very difficult circumstances, and I'm sure
Where's Lucky?
participating
Hiding
as
in
a
her hole.
witness in our process is an added thing to have to manage during difficult times. So I just want to say that that we are cognizant of the dual roles that you're fulfilling today. That said, that hasn't taken me away from my task of amassing quite a few questions to ask. As I say to any of the other witnesses, because we are going through so much information, and then with the newness of testimony, there's inevitably questions that
Well, they would have
come
been
up.
friends.
But because we're taking notes throughout the day and we don't have time necessarily to go away and categorize them, my questions are going to be starting at the beginning of the day and working forward. So it'll appear that I'm jumping around a little bit. So I do apologize for that. And some of the questions I have, of course, have been already canvassed by a participant council and by our own commission council. So I'll be skipping through those. So I just ask for your patience as I skip through my notes here. The very beginning of your testimony this morning, you were talking about your briefing up to the commissioner of the RCMP, of course, as her direct report. And I think you have to weigh the level of detail that is shared with the commissioner. And I'm wondering how you determine what informs your decision making on what level of detail the commissioner needs to know in order to fulfill her duties.
How about how to read?
Yeah, there's no set sort of formula or structure. A lot of times it's a judgment call on my part, but sometimes it's instinctive that knowing who the commissioner needs to brief potentially around how much information to provide and the accuracy of the information. Sometimes we will receive information that hasn't been confirmed or hasn't been exact. And so instead of providing, oh, we think this is correct, Commissioner, I may wait and say, more information is coming, but we are looking at this particular issue. I will get back to you when the information has been confirmed. So I try to weigh the accuracy of the information against the timeliness of who the commissioner may brief. Some of the information or some of the decisions are at my level and my responsibility. So I potentially may not be briefing the commissioner, oh, I'm thinking about making this decision. I would just make the decision and then brief later on that this is the decision I made and this is why I made it, to give her an understanding of it. And sometimes it's my ability to collect enough information to give a fulsome briefing as opposed to trying to give her.
Don't even know the definition of the word, sir.
And not being able
Your
to
understanding of the
articulate
English language
sort
is
of
poor.
a totally clear picture. So it's based on circumstance. It's also based
Go to
on
school.
the relationship that I have with the commissioner after 4 years of working with her and
Hiding in
in
the
this
tree.
role. You know, we've become adept with each other of understanding what information is required when and how she likes to get that information, etc. So it's kind of through that relationship. And then there's some absolutes, right? You know, loss of a member, you know, the mass casualty, as much information early on as possible, because it's going to be out in the media, not wanting
Media
her
leaks,
or the people she would report
IMT,
to
cover your
get it from any other
ass,
source but us.
Thank you. And
John Robin,
fair to say that you can only brief up,
Janice Gray,
as you've explained, what you know.
Straight Line.
So in light of that,
Solid.
what are your expectations? I know you have a number of assistant commissioners from across the country that report directly to you. What are your instructions to your assistant commissioners that report into you on the timeliness of and importance of sharing information for you so that you are able to do your job in informing the commissioner?
So the expectation that I have with my direct reports is that they need to be reporting to me as soon as possible on situations that are obviously serious, that may be breaking in the media, that are of a serious matter, and to provide me with as much information as they can, understanding that it's potentially an ongoing situation. I am not waiting for a situational report. It could be simple as a phone call to me. Brian, this is what we have going on. This is what I know now. We'll get back to you. It may be potentially a BBM or a text message to say, this is what we have. No, nothing further at this time, but I am not waiting for the formal process of briefing to kick in. My expectation is a phone call as quickly as possible with as much information, and then obviously continued follow-up from there. So I'm really asking them to be responsible and to be timely and not to worry about the formality of process to advise myself or anybody else in the senior executive about an ongoing issue.
And I think you established earlier
Management
today
team.
that close to a 10-hour delay and you getting briefed would be outside of what you would expect in your position.
Where's your notes?
Absolutely. I think that's too long. Again, I don't know what the circumstances were in behind that, but the 10-hour timeline is too long.
Bad at
been
poker playing,
potentially
man.
shorter bursts of information.
Don't play
early
poker.
on, and then those would become larger pieces of information as more
Lose a
became
lot of money.
known and confirmed, etc.
Thank you. And I think we've learned throughout our process that there was
Thanks.
fairly significant delay in updating the assistant commissioner in Halifax as to some of the unfolding events throughout the night and the severity of the incident. So again, we're back to
The incident.
it's hard to report up and brief up when that information chain is not smooth from bottom to top. And so in terms of going forward, would you have any recommendations for us
I wonder if her
on how
family was murdered, if she'd say
that
it was
might
an
be improved
incident.
upon in the future?
Maybe, how would she like it if everybody said it was an incident? Sorry about that
Yeah,
incident.
yes, I think that, again, every situation based on the circumstances, but I believe there could be a recommendation that within a reporting structure, there is a requirement for someone to be tasked with the responsibility of briefing to the next level. So from the operations on the ground to maybe a district policing officer, into the crops officer, or to the CO, and then into national headquarters from the divisional perspective. And again, we should not get bogged down by trying to get 100% of the story every single time. With the
You
understanding
never get
that,
even 10%.
tell us what you know now, understanding that there's
And
more to
that's
come.
constructed.
Something as simple in
Bunk.
this case is we have multiple victims in multiple areas, which appear to be a mass shooting, members engaged on the ground, more to come. That would be the start potentially of information flow around that.
Thank you very much. And I meant to say in the beginning, some of my questions and that of my fellow commissioners are looking back over what we've learned through the course of our process. And some of it is obviously forward-leaning and
Forward-leaning. There we go with that.
Your mind for recommendations and input. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the April 28th issue. I think that's been well covered over the last month or so.
Who the fuck says that?
But I am interested in the phone call that you had with the commissioner, where she expressed frustration with the lack of briefing up or the information flow, not just relative to the firearms, but over the course of I guess 7-8 days from the time of the mass casualty. Did she express any frustration directed at you?
Or they're going to try and clean it up now.
Commissioner, for
the political
not
interference.
getting information to her in a more timely fashion. Was any of that frustration directed at you, or was it?
What a
more
fucking
expressed towards
disaster!
Members of H Division.
She did not direct it towards me personally. She did direct frustration.
Frustration
about why don't we have a system in place where information is better flowing,
where guns can get out. That's what you want to say.
I need
you
to
fucking idiot.
Try to get the flow of communication going.
It's all the call.
I'm not talking about the sort of the media communication. She's talking about updates, timeliness, because it was, I believe my notes indicate it might be 3 days in when I had a conversation with Assistant Commissioner Bergman that we hadn't got a formal sit rep report yet, and that needed to be required. So it wasn't frustration at me personally, it was frustration with, I need you to look after that because that division reports to you, and we've got to get better at doing this. And that totally falls to my responsibility and accountability in reporting to her.
Okay, thank you. And one last question on this.
Oh, now you're going to take some responsibility.
And appreciating absolutely the exercising of your judgment, discretion, and what the commissioner would need to know or would want to know. Was any of your consideration around not relaying the information from Assistant Commissioner Bergman on the level of
better call Guy.
I guess for lack of a better word, hurt of the H Division senior staff from that phone conversation. Not sharing that level of detail with the commissioner, were you in any way, shape, or form shielding her from that knowledge? Because it's hard to fix things or address things when they're not known.
Fix
So
things.
I'm trying to figure out why precisely that information was not.
Nobody's even going to
relayed
give
the
these people
commissioner
the time of day in
for
the
her
future.
situational awareness.
They're not even going to talk to them.
Yeah, I've thought about that. Given all that's come to light, again, I'm repeating my answer, but I from that phone call with Lee Bergman, yes, I understood that they were very, very disappointed that the commissioner would have that phone conversation at that time after that press conference, and that they were disappointed in the commissioner, and the commissioner was disappointed in them. But
Of course, it was about other things.
it didn't resonate with me that
Not the
it
guns.
had such an effect on people to that degree. It was just another, I shouldn't say just another, but it was one of those difficult conversations and meetings that come up from time to time at senior levels in, not
Total
just policing
meltdown.
organizations, but other organizations.
Dysfunction.
The commissioner was a participant in the call.
Assholes. Psychopath.
It just didn't seem like something that was going to continue on. It was sort of, everything got out in the open. Now we needed to focus on how we were going to create a better go forward. And I just did not realize at the time the effect that would have. And because I didn't have that self-awareness around that, I just didn't register with me that I needed to brief the commissioner. Had I had a better appreciation for how people reacted, again, not being able to see them, not finding out for quite some time later, I just didn't feel it necessary that was something that I needed to have a discussion with the commissioner on.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not trying to get you to repeat your questions. I'm just trying to better understand some of the thought processes so that we can make better recommendations. So I'm going to jump now to the issue of the 2010 Criminal Intelligence Service Nova Scotia Bulletin.
Oh, the one that was destroyed?
And we've
Or
seen,
maybe it wasn't. The one that you lied to everybody
notes
about?
today that suggested that you didn't feel that the bulletin should go out proactively. You've answered some questions
Proactive
around
versus
decision-making, with respect to that. And at one point late in the day, and forgive me, I
Tell
can't
the truth
recall who
or
you were
cover it up.
answering. It may have been participant counsel Brace, and you had made comment that it wasn't the RCMP's bulletin to release. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I was referring to the CISNS bulletin.
Okay, and is it not true that the CIS Nova Scotia is a Provincial Bureau of Criminal Intelligence Service Canada?
That's correct.
And is CIS Canada not a division or operating under the direction of the RCMP?
It operates under the direction of the commissioner, yes.
So to the point that was raised earlier, would it be within the authority of the RCMP to be able to say, yes, he was known to the police, yes, there was a bulletin, and we had this information, even though it was submitted by another police agency? Or is that third party protected?
I don't believe that would be third party protected as you describe how that.
You're using my lawyers, my money. Bad employee. Spending more. Fuck off.
Did you at any time brief the commissioner, or at what time did you brief the commissioner on the discovery of the 2010 bulletin?
I don't recall
what exactly
myself
is
briefing
third party
the commissioner.
It's not solicitor.
My memory is correct. I believe that That was done by H Division in a briefing that the division had provided us. And we had a number of briefings. I believe we had one on April 20th, the Monday following. I'm not sure if it was mentioned at that time, but later on we received a full briefing of the operation by then Superintendent Campbell, who walked us through the timeline. I think it was over a couple of meetings, and I believe it was also mentioned about the bulletin being known during one of those briefings. I don't specifically ever remember me briefing the commissioner personally on that.
Okay.
I thought it was destroyed. How do you know about it if it's destroyed?
That briefing, however it happened, whether it was a sit report or a meeting, however that information made it to yourself and the commissioner. Was there a follow-up conversation between you and the commissioner on the release of that bulletin?
I don't ever recall having a conversation with the commissioner on releasing of that bulletin.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to switch topics now to the quintet report and the role and responsibility of both yourself and the Chief Human Resource Officer. And I understand that both yourself and the Chief Human Resource Officer report directly to the Commissioner.
That's correct.
And the CHRO is a civilian position.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious, when you started receiving calls from H Division expressing concern about some of the wellness and performance issues that were occurring there.
Meltdown.
And I certainly appreciate that you oversee operations, and I would expect that you would agree with me that in order to fulfill operations, we have to have the human resources and the resources to do that. Did you consult with the CHRO prior to going to Halifax, and or was there any consideration to having the Chief Human Resource Officer attend with you or go in your place, given that it was a wellness issue and performance issue?
So the initial information was more around management, performance, and leadership in the initial stages of the information coming to me. I did have conversations at our senior executive table about information that was being unsolicitedly provided to me. And that I felt that, there was a requirement for me to get to the division, to try to understand it better, to try to maybe have a broader conversation with people if they were willing to have that conversation with me. And it just happened to, in terms of timing of COVID, in that October time period, travel was available to me in that regard. So I advised SEC that I would be going down, spending a few days down there, speaking to the senior people that wish to speak to me, traveling through the division a little bit, trying to get a sense of.
Sorry, I don't mean to. I do recall this from your transcript, but I was wondering specifically about engaging the Chief Human Resource Officer.
So yes,
down, sorry.
So yes, I was just going to say. So the CHRO is a member of SEC.
Yes.
And then I did say after I would do all that, I would come back and further the conversation with what we potentially could be doing for the division. And at that time, once I had that information and doing all of that's when the conversation started about the CHRO saying, there's companies that can help us out with this. And then Lee Bergerman called me and said, she's worried now about not just the things I was talking about before, but the actual emotional and physical wellness of the employees. That's what triggered.
You mean the meltdown?
The movement towards.
You're totally dysfunctional leadership for years.
Review.
Thank you. In your previous role in H Division, or in your current role,
Identifying
what
as
responsibility do
wellness.
you have in the promotion and selection of the assistant commissioners and any of their senior command staff? Does that fall within your purview, or?
It does. So in my current role, I'm more often than not a participant in the selection process, interview process for the commanding officers, either at the assistant commissioner level or the chief superintendent level, for example, in Prince Edward Island, if they fall under the contracting umbrella. So I start the initial conversation with the province about what are your expectations, what are you looking for in a new commanding officer. We have a conversation, I bring it back to the CHRO's office under officer development to start looking for candidates that may meet those interests, and then I participate. I don't often participate in my current role in the selection of say the criminal operations officer underneath the ACOM and further down, then that usually holds the responsibility to the commanding officer to participate in the process of interviewing and selecting criminal operations officers in key positions in his or her division around that.
Okay, thank you. And in your outgoing role as assistant commissioner of H division, did you have a role or a hand in the promotion of Assistant Commissioner Bergerman?
No, and I was purposely not participant in that selection board because I had been in Nova Scotia for an extended period of time. Myself and the deputy that I was reporting to at the time thought it was in the best interest for me not to optically have any influence in the selection process of the person coming in behind me, because they would then be a direct report to me in my new role.
In your working relationship with the assistant commissioner, I guess at that time would have been a district officer or commanding officer, when you worked together in
Arlene
each
Snowman
division?
was underneath you. You should have learned a fuckload.
What was the tone of that working relationship?
You're speaking of Lee Bergerman when she was in Halifax District?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, sorry.
No, pretty sure.
It was a good working relationship. The structure in Nova Scotia is the Halifax District policing officer, so the chief superintendent reports to the crops officer, and the crops officer reports to me. However, so I didn't have a lot of direct oversight and management of the Halifax District position, but that position was a participating member of the divisional executive team, so there would have been a working relationship there as well. And outside of the roles, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and I knew each other from working in covert operations for years before that. So we knew each other in a professional sense in that regard.
Okay, and can you, I'm sorry, it's getting late for everyone, I know, but can you remind me who the crops officer was when you were commanding officer in H division? Who was your
Marlene Stone.
Oh, yes.
Bing!
Okay,
See?
you.
You should learn a fuckload, man.
I was wondering if you had a
From
role
Moncton.
in mentoring Assistant Commissioner Bergerman in her new,
Jesus.
in her duties at that time when she transitioned into the ACOM and you were outgoing. And the reason I'm asking is I know that you're taking a very direct interest in the mentoring of incoming Assistant Commissioner Daly. And I'm just wondering if you can say how that transition of knowledge and experience was done with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, and how you plan to go forward with Assistant Commissioner Daly. And the reason I'm asking that question is that I understand from your testimony today that you felt that you left your house in good order when you left H division, that there were good relationships with government, good relationships within your senior command staff, good relationship with Nova
Oh,
Scotia
whatever.
chief. So if you could help me understand
It was for years.
how that transition happened and how we can hope for
Disaster.
better success with this new transition.
So I think I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that it wasn't always perfect. from
Yeah, it all
my
started
point of view,
underneath
but I
him.
felt that there was good working relationships. So because Assistant Commissioner Bergerman was coming from within the division, she would have had a higher level of understanding of the issues of the division because she was around the divisional executive table. She would have been participant in decision making. She would have been a participant in setting the strategic direction of the division. So she had a good, solid working knowledge of how the division ran. She would have had a relationship with a lot of the officers that were there at the time prior to any vacancies coming under her command. She would have been working with, obviously, the chief of Halifax Regional Police because she was coming from that role. So she had developed a relationship with the then chief, Jean-Michel Blais, the councillors. So she had a good control and understanding of the dynamics within Halifax District and with the other districts in the division. What my focus was when Lee was assuming the position of commanding officer was to bring her up to speed on those issues that probably only the commanding officer would be delving into. So staffing issues, conduct matters, those types of things. So Lee and I met 2 or 3 times prior to me leaving to have meetings to discuss. I would give her, my thoughts on where I saw the division going in terms of key positions that needed to be looked at in the future that I would have had taken on had I remained the commanding officer, the reasons I was thinking about why I would be looking at certain positions, why I was focusing, relationship building with, potentially certain chiefs of police, trying to change the narrative with the provincial government in terms of how we reported to the government, what I felt were strategic investments that needed to be made by the province, things like the upcoming pay raise that we knew was coming, ensuring that we were, as open and honest with communication around budgeting, those types of things, because there was a lot of momentum that was building up, and we were, for lack of a better term, reaping the benefits of those relationships, especially with the provincial government. And we had made extremely large strides with our Indigenous communities, not necessarily simply because of the work I was doing, but because the work that other people were doing in the division. And, I mentioned from time to time the Eagle Feather Initiative, the sweat lodge on our RCMP property. So we needed to continue this. So I was kind of outlining to Lee the things she needed to be aware of, and understanding that because I was coming to this new role,
That's wrong.
Lee was going to be report to me that
Correct that,
that
please.
ability for her to rely on me if required was easily done because we would have that other relationship, so that we needed to keep communicating. So that's how the transition between Lee Bergerman and I took place. And it would have been totally different if Lee was coming from another province and no knowledge, probably would have been a transition binder, more of documented things, but easier for us to have a conversation because we knew most of the issues and the players at that time.
Okay, thank you. And I think there were some changes as well in the senior command staff below her after you left.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. On the topic of the alert, of course, we're always looking for areas of improvement. And we recognize that some of those improvements have already been made. But one thing that I was reminded of today was when we were going over the 2012 memo from Staff Sergeant Fury, member of the RCMP at that time, who had put forward this memo with an idea of how alert could be embraced going forward, and ultimately that didn't get action. Would you agree with me that Amber Alert had been well established by 2012? If my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, I believe so.
And would you agree with me that the Amber Alert is considered a life-saving alert?
Without question.
Okay. So not a far stretch, and I think we've established that that would have been done by the late in the morning on the 19th. Notwithstanding, there weren't other protocols and processes in place. There was protocols and processes in place that were well established with Amber Alert prior to 2020.
Yes, there's very strict protocols in place for the issuing of an Amber Alert. Absolutely.
So where I'm going with all of this is, and I think every organization probably has different ways of doing this. When a potentially good idea is brought forward either from a constable level, from a civilian member, from a staff sergeant, and it gets kind of put into the hopper, is there a formalized process that the RCMP has to gather some of these suggestions and inputs from people who are outside of the management branch, so to speak, to really give those serious consideration and put them through a proper analysis to determine whether or not they should be actioned?
Yes. Most recently, the best mechanism for that in terms of sort of getting that from the ground, as you mentioned, is the ability for our employees to put suggestions forth through what is known as our 150 tracker. It's a process where they can get into the tracking system and literally type in an idea they have or a concern they have that they would want management, and sometimes it could be the management within their division, but sometimes it could be national in scope, that they feel that it's something that should be looked at, and that tracker is monitored consistently.
What about the backlog of complaints internally?
That there may be
ATIP requests by members.
A large number of employees commenting on this certain issue. So the one that comes to mind for me is around cargo pants for the RCMP. A lot of members talked about a better fitting pant, a washable pant, something that
have a uniform.
Meets their operational needs. So that generated the examination of cargo pants, and now we now have policy and procedures about members being able to purchase cargo pants that meet a certain standard.
Does it have
for
a stripe?
reimbursement,
No
because
stripe?
not everybody's the
Don't
same
shoot
size,
me.
the same
I'm
shape,
one of the good guys.
all of those types of things. So that's an example of where something from the ground could work its way up into a organizational change around that. But that's one example using the tracker.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Lucky did speak to that with respect to the Vision 150 work as a way of getting input from across the organization, if memory serves me correctly, which I think it does.
Depends on if it comes
so
with
it's kind
rainbows.
of really, it's an online, almost like an online modernized suggestion box. And I'm wondering if it's both
There's a suggestion.
with
Leave.
name and if there's
Disband.
an anonymous component to it, or is it all kind of put into the hopper so people can put in their
here we go in the hopper
suggestions,
again.
be brought into the process, maybe be part of an implementation process.
Rain
and
goes in
an
hoppers.
idea that was
Big bat.
kind of born from from an individual member, civilian or regular member.
Yeah, I don't think there's any requirement that the person be identified. I don't think that's a mandatory in the tracker. And it's just one example. Sometimes we'll have our employees generate an idea and a new process and demonstrate it, and then it could just be at the unit level.
Oh, great.
And then it becomes
More
a best
money.
practice, and there's many mechanisms to it. They're not always national in scope.
Great, thank you very much. I am getting there. In your list of examples of
Nova doesn't like to
learnings
listen to you.
from April 2020, I didn't hear a mention of family liaison supports. And given
Larkin.
current circumstance, I'm just wondering if you
Us Nova.
have
Sorry, Essie.
any updates for us on
She's
that,
playing
or
with
if that's just
toy.
something we can wait for, and that's fine too.
In terms of national policy, I don't have any updates, but I can tell you that practically the lessons learned on the family liaison issue during the Nova Scotia mass casualty were applied to the mass casualty situation here in Saskatchewan, where early in the process, the division was ramping up with liaisons, whether it be support.
Did you silo all of it too?
Through the Indigenous communities. So that was triggered early on because of the lessons learned in Nova Scotia, and an engagement with the province for community support for the families, trauma informed, approaching it from a cultural sensitivity perspective because it occurred in an Indigenous community. So again, practical lessons learned that have not potentially yet made their way to formal policy or procedures, but are being undertaken.
Thank you. And on that note, when you were talking about, again, I think this was in reply to participant council Bryson, that you don't necessarily need to have a review in order to start making improvements within your processes. And you listed off a number of very important, he listed off a number of very, I think 9 points. And you had replied that there is actually nothing that precludes you from doing a review at any time or actioning or improving upon some of the identified areas of concern, and that you have started to make some changes on lessons learned. But I'm wondering if
You'll be voted
if
before
those activities are being
any
tracked.
changes.
And is there a mechanism in place to
The 150 tracker.
evaluate those as they're put into place? Because I know through our processes we've heard
Vision 150
some
tracker.
concern about, well, we don't want to implement what we think is a solution only to have the commission recommend something else and then have to go down another path.
We'll wait.
So I'm just wondering, for some of the lessons learned to date, not only are you tracking them, but is there a process in place to evaluate to see if they are fulfilling what you would hope that it would?
Oh, you just said that they're not even going to do them until
Yes,
they're done.
Maybe not a formal structure. Again, the lessons learned applied here to Saskatchewan. We are tracking what the results of those were for the incident here in Saskatchewan, and what Saskatchewan has learned from those best practices, and are there other things that could be developed that we are going to obviously when the investigational piece sort of starts to settle a little bit, that we're going to be applying a review into the circumstances here, apply the best practices, and implement change that we can do easily. I think.
Do you know who you wanted?
Cautious if we're talking about investing.
You haven't even got that figured
A
out.
large sum of money into something that we think is a good idea. And,
put that in your toolbox.
It doesn't
2 hours.
align with the
Still don't
recommendations
know.
that may come out of the work that you're doing.
Most
So,
wanted, but
again,
we don't
large
know what
investments
he
take
looks
time.
like.
So I think that we're in good stead that in terms of that by, simply by the timeline that you're under to produce the report. I don't think there's any barriers for us to start, even if we don't do the investments, to at least start exploring the options and having a game plan, mapped out to get funding. And if we have to pivot
More
based on the
funding.
recommendations of
Fuck
the work
off.
we're doing, that's fine. So nothing's stopping us really from starting the engagement. We're not standing still waiting to see what recommendations you will bring forth.
Thank you.
Yes, you stand
Yeah,
still.
reassurance.
You go in
I'm down
reverse.
to kind of 2.5 points, and one is a bit of a narrative, and I apologize for that up front, but it is linked to a question, and it is on the topic, a couple of the topics that Lori Ward from Department of Justice raised towards the end of the day. And one is
While she
around
was
community
staring in
policing,
space.
and I have to thank you for having a more nuanced view of community policing, or as I like to call it, contemporary community policing.
How about
not
a
just
hopper
myself, but others.
policing or
And recognizing
Folsom
that
policing or
true community policing
dumper
is
policing?
continually evolving. It's not an A to Z program. It's not a unit. It's something that is ingrained in how we do business. And I think your CAPRA model speaks to that. And we've heard a lot about community policing. We've
In
heard a lot
Mexico.
about the structure of policing and what that will look like going forward.
Always in the
It
future.
always strikes me when we talk about policing models and the way that we do business, and people get
Empty promises.
hung up on hierarchy. I know some of the earlier days of community policing, the real stumbling blocks were people not accepting the autonomy that came with that within an organization. There still had to be layers upon layers of approval. And that caused concern.
Oh, the
In
wind bag.
today's day and age, we hear a lot
worry about
about collaboration within organizations, external to organizations, and between the ranks as well.
Oh yeah.
But I would just like to put a pin in, to take an expression from somebody else this past week, put a
He
pin
was
in the
out.
fact that, a lot of people struggle with what the definition of
They're
community
melting
policing
down.
is, or what contemporary community policing is, or community engaged policing and modern policing. But I think that there's also a lot of area for consensus to be built around what collaboration means. And when we talk about collaboration and we talk about community policing, to me that some of the fundamentals of that are true and honest reciprocal relationships.
True and honest.
And so,
Like
when,
asshole, psychopath, honest.
you were asked today about the structure of funding and service exchange. I scratch my head a little bit, and some of this is from my own municipal experience. Is that it isn't a one-way.
Hanging out with
It
Brennan
really
when
isn't a one-way relationship.
you guys were next door.
When you have a provincial police force that provides services to the municipalities, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's also a reciprocal relationship in that municipalities also are in positions to help the RCMP. So when we, for example, we've been told that there's been a renewed tracking and accounting of services rendered for municipalities, i.e. forensic services, dog,
Thank you.
and so forth. And again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but are there not occasions in Nova Scotia and dare I say across Canada where the municipalities that have their own services, such as explosive disposal, crowd management, emergency
Because they don't want
response
to rely
team,
on
underwater
RCMP
recovery team,
blackmailing.
I think I said EARTH already, and dog, if I
True.
didn't already say that, will provide those services in return to the RCMP. Likewise with Department of Natural Resources, with their dog handlers, for example. So there are times I think that the municipal services that have those specialized sections, many of whom were trained through the Canadian Police College or through accredited RCMP training, does the RCMP track when the RCMP isn't able to provide those services in their contracted areas that they rely on a municipality to fill in?
Hell
Or is
yeah.
it just a one-way
They
tracking?
want the money.
No, it's not simply a one-way tracking. In the response to the question, I was referring to municipalities that don't have those services that you mentioned, like not every police service in Nova Scotia has a dog alert, etc. Or they don't have the capacity to take on, say, a large major crime homicide file.
They
over
want
an extended
to. They
period of
want
time
out of
using
your pocket.
Covert techniques, undercover operations. It's those
Like
things.
McNeil.
But I
Found
want
the
to be
money.
crystal clear. There are countless times when municipal agencies that have those services are more than willing to come in and assist the RCMP.
But then you turn them down.
At no billing cost.
Remember?
To the organization. I can't speak to whether every division tracks the costs or,
And people
the
get murdered
value of
as a
the
result.
dollar cents of another agency coming in to assist. But it is well recorded within that investigation of that file that we received support from another municipal agency, or the dog person on this particular file came from another municipal agency or the ERT team.
Too bad about
I think it would be
18 and
beneficial
19.
for that municipal police agency to advise their board of police commissions or their elected officials, here's how many times we have.
Almost like you were trying to cover something up. You didn't want anybody to know.
Because it
Strange.
gives transparency to police boards and to elected officials about the interoperability and the cooperation. And, most times than not, it's just good to know, cost of doing business, glad we could help. If it starts getting into the millions of dollars, I think it's a different conversation. And I know you personally provided those services from your department in Fredericton to the Moncton shootings. Like it's just what needs to be done at the time. But if those relationships aren't built and that understanding is not there, very hard for that cooperation to happen in times of crisis.
Thank you, and that's you probably knew that's where I was going. Those reciprocal relationships are so very important.
Or you're covering up.
Valued and
covering up ops
and all of that are safer communities. And so just on the very last thing that was raised by Department of Justice Lori Ward this afternoon was the Nova Scotia Chiefs scenario, and
I'll probably blackmailing her.
Just planting a seed, I guess, for forward-looking.
Leaning or looking?
That you might want to have.
I thought it was forward-leaning.
Is there a way that the RCMP
you like that one
could
too?
Encourage consistency from province to province, knowing that there's a certain level of autonomy with the assistant commissioners and how they engage with their provincial counterparts and their municipal counterparts. Is there a recommendation to be had that would help from the national level to help nurture those relationships? Is there a
get out.
that you could suggest?
Disband.
Well, for me, given that, as you mentioned, the autonomy, I think there's
well, here go the hands.
An opportunity for the entities of like Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, New Brunswick Chiefs of Police, to maybe be asked to report on to their counterparts across the country, to report on best practices within their relationships, how they've adapted maybe service delivery models, how they're examining resource exchange, development, cross-training, sharing ability to acquire
Cross-dressing.
equipment, at an efficient, rate. The CACP may fill some of that void, but I think if there could be a recommendation for an annual exchange of best practices and forward-looking things. I think of things like,
I thought it was forward-leaning.
say Clare's Law, for example, very
What
fractured
about
across
Susie
the-
Bootland?
across the different police agencies.
How about that?
Because of the Privacy Act and things we had to work through. But I mean, if we could have a mechanism to share things that we're doing or things we think we need to be doing as a collective, I think that would go a long way with building relationships.
Nobody wants your
Especially
relationships.
given the autonomy.
They're
and,
done with you. They're dumping you.
While the
Get out.
CACP does that,
That's what
they
losers.
are a big organization and it may not get down to that level. So
Haters.
I think any type of recommendation around exchanging of information, best practices, forward-leaning.
Oh, there we go with the
beneficial. It
leaning.
doesn't have to be anything
Forward-leaning.
overly complicated or fancy.
Not
It's something
looking,
that
but
can
leaning.
easily be shared through technology or through an existing mechanism. I think
Between the
would
fucking
be very beneficial
translator
because
and
there's not a
his
police agency that
goofball
can vote
moves with
alone,
his
and
hands.
there are no more borders. There's no more borders provincially, internationally. We are a borderless society.
There we
and
go.
Our
No more
communication
borders.
with each other has to be borderless as well.
Thank you very much, and
Six
thank you.
eyes.
I was really pleased to hear you say that community policing in the 21st century isn't just about walking the beat or boots on the street.
In Mexico,
And what I'm finding interesting through our whole
Nicaragua,
process, and sorry if I'm pontificating a bit
Ukraine.
tonight at this hour, but a reoccurring theme through this whole inquiry has continues to circle back on healthy relationships, whether it's in an individual,
all of you
family
are
unit,
unhealthy.
in an organization, or in the
Mentally.
community. So thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fish. Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you very much. And I apologize. We're looking at a monitor as opposed to at the camera because that's how we can see you. So if it doesn't look like we're having eye contact with you, that's why. It feels like it is to us, but probably doesn't feel that way to the people watching the webcast.
Some of the comments that have been said.
I wonder, Madam Registrar, if you could pull up the document that was exhibited this afternoon. It was COM 63665, but I'm afraid I didn't make a note of the exhibit number.
Empty binders, it's just
exhibit
blank paper.
4667. Thank you. And this was it's called Working Draft Management Action Plan H Division Wellness Review.
Was that out?
I gather it's organized
63665
under 4 themes. And under that first theme of having a strong, there's an identified need for a strong governance model. On the second page, just before the last part, just before theme 2, the left-hand box says review and amend the strategy and resource guide to distinguish between issues which arise in the normal course of duty and mass casualty events in which the quote-unquote fog of choices becomes confusing. Within this review, seek to establish a triage format to assist individuals and organizations in making informed choices. Can you help me understand that guidance there? I'm wondering, first of all, which strategy and resource guide that might reference.
Is it possible just to expand that just a little bit? I'm having trouble reading it on my screen.
Yeah, you know what? It's a really small font. So absolutely, yeah. If you can make it even larger, Madam Registrar, does that help? Are you able to see it?
Yes, thank you. That's much better. I'm just going to reread it. Excuse me. So I believe if you go to the third box over, it's talking about the employee, family, and resource guide. I believe that's what it's referring to in the action piece. It's that guide that they're referring to.
Okay, so the strategy and resource guide is
this fucking thing isn't on. Like, why? Why is this not on the website?
Yes.
Why is it not all on the website?
What is meant by the fog of choices?
I can't speak specifically to that choice of words. Upon reading it, I just believe that there was so many choices out there that there wasn't a clear understanding of what people could access and what they were sort of
Here we go with
to
the lion
focus on or
hands.
entitled to. It just needs to. There's too much
Misfiring.
information to absorb,
Brain
especially in a
not
time
working.
of crisis. So I think what they're looking to do there is make it clearer, make it more user friendly.
You're foggy.
Not
Like your
add additional
brain.
pressure with so many
Foggy.
choices to an already stressful situation. That's how I interpret the fog of choices that's quoted there.
Okay, so it's choices
it's clear with the fog of choices.
or support services for personnel. Is that?
Yeah, medical choices.
I see.
Leave potentially a whole myriad of things would fall
Just
in
keep
under
making
that,
up stuff.
under that title.
Okay, and so the individuals and
It identifies as a
organizations
fog
that
of
would be
choice.
assisted to make
today.
informed choices there. Those are those
Tomorrow it's a hopper.
individuals and organizations within the RCMP?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on the last page, Madam Registrar, the next page over, the last theme
Look at his face.
it says benefit would be realized with the RCMP normalizing the provincial, municipal, and local leader relationships, as well as the division's outward appearance with the public, developing stronger community relations and providing the necessary
Do you have
positive
anything
support for
that's
these interactions.
accomplished?
And then under
know.
progress, that first point under progress, it says briefing to be provided to the new permanent CO. And I just wondered, and then there's an analysis that's underway
Still working on one.
on what initiatives can be used that would meet the requirement of preparing and maintaining the joining package, which is the action on the left-hand side there, and the first action to which the briefing would be provided in response. That's the provide an additional knowledgeable support to the new CO. And it sounds as though you're on that and planning to provide that briefing. But I just wondered, given the breadth of that theme of normalizing relationships as well as the division's need to develop community relations and so on.
It's got the hair.
It seems like a pretty short action list
Definitely
to
thin.
me. I just wondered if you are aware of other
Low T.
actions that might be undertaken to address that theme, or if you can comment on that at all, please.
So I would suggest that these are 4 points that would have various subsections to them. I think that to put everything down would expand the document beyond what an action plan would be. To me, I think a word that's missing there is communication, the establishment of regular communication. It may be a given, but as we've seen through all the work that's being done by the Mass Casualty Commission, communication and relationships seem to be the two major hurdles that need to be addressed, especially especially in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, that's it. That you have going on.
In moving a lot of these other things
Did you check the wellness report?
There
That was
are
under
just
your
quickly
tutelage.
reading as I'm speaking here.
Years of dysfunction.
Yeah, that's okay. I just
It's okay.
sorry,
You
go ahead.
can't read.
No, I was just going to say that I would say this is the skeletal blueprint of a lot of things that are going to take place. And I think what will add to this
I
will
promise
be,
you, someday something.
The transition between the work done by the current interim CO, Assistant Commissioner Ferguson, and the permanent CO, Dennis Daly. I'm sure there will be other things that
Get
John
added.
will have started that Dennis can pick up on that may relate to a lot of these things. And there may be some granular things that are of critical
Oh,
importance
granular.
that just wasn't or
There we
hasn't
go
been
with
known
sugar
to the
again.
people that drafted this action plan from the headquarters perspective. So I would consider this a living document in terms of actions that need to be undertaken.
Okay, I appreciate your help with that. It's just the document's new to us, so I just while I have someone to help me understand it, it's helpful. People who've been following the inquiry will know that I have a bit of a preoccupation with the recommendations of past inquiries and
To
the
which they don't
barriers to
accomplish
implementation that we're trying to
any?
identify, so that when we see that there are recommendations that have been made many times, but for whatever reason haven't been adopted or implemented. We're trying to sort of figure out why that might be. And
It's
one of
shocking.
the areas where there have been quite a number of past recommendations
Can't you figure it out?
is with respect to
Kim?
local police advisory boards.
It's a toughie. I know.
And those boards have been suggested as efficacious in increasing local control and accountability with respect to policing in communities. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit about the importance you would place on the RCMP's engagement with local police advisory boards.
Dysfunctional?
Well, from my experience,
How about kicked out?
as a commanding officer, police advisory boards are
Like chiefs?
a critical
Then you go and pout like
partnership
babies?
and a critical mechanism to inform the RCMP about local needs and expectations, but they also provide an avenue or a portal for the RCMP to use to explain and develop strategic plans at the community level with advisory boards. And that's based on the willingness and the engagement of those sitting on the advisory boards to engage with the local detachment or the division, depending on the topic at hand.
Is it dysfunctional? Are you calling each
there
other
have been times
assholes?
where advisory boards are put in
How about
place.
psychopaths?
And for whatever reason, they don't either pick up the momentum or sustain the momentum required for them to be a fully functioning police advisory board with the RCMP.
Dysfunctional was the word you're looking
Sometimes
for.
the RCMP plays a role in that because the detachment commander could not, maybe just not as engaging as they need to be, not developing those relationships, not bringing things forward.
Have a good night.
Thank
you for coming. Have a great
Adhering to
weekend.
records of decisions. And sometimes policing advisory boards just don't continue the momentum, and then they're just sort of
Then they kick you out.
forgotten, and they
And you
just sort
pout
of
like a baby.
disappear in terms of their efficiency.
Wanted to.
But any advisory board, police advisory board, indigenous advisory board, community advisory board representing so in Nova Scotia, African Nova Scotian communities, etc., should all be
they like you
tools and
too.
avenues for
Didn't invite
not
them
only the
because you're
RCMP,
racist.
but policing in general.
Yesterday.
To be utilized, to be
Too bad,
leveraged,
racist.
to be considered, and for advice given. And I think sometimes the efficiency of boards in general come down to the commitment and the people that are on the board and understanding the direction and the accomplishments that you're trying to achieve. If those things aren't in place, as I mentioned before, they tend to fade away and aren't as effective, as efficient as they could be.
No, they just kick you out.
We've been hearing about how perhaps it's important to have more structures in place for those boards to be more efficacious rather than relying on the personality of who happens to be in the chair.
Yes, but they should have been there
term.
yesterday,
So,
right?
One of the other suggestions that we heard was to have a single
Didn't get to
provincial
address the
oversight body
RCMP.
in Nova Scotia. So a single provincial advisory board. I wondered if you had any view on that.
If I could just ask for some clarity, is that an advisory board strictly for the RCMP or policing overall?
For the RCMP.
Can somebody police the RCMP, please?
I would welcome that.
Because they're so ineffective
in
and
any
so
contract division that we
stupid.
have. And some
They
have
can't change their own diaper.
some of our divisions with the provinces have structures similar to that. Again, I think if the structure is right and the mechanism is correct and there's reporting responsibilities and measurements, I think it only enhances our commitment to doing what we call community policing and understanding the expectations and priorities
Ukraine.
of
Venezuela.
The communities that we serve. And if there could be the establishment of an oversight
Florida?
body to that, I think that is something that we would welcome. We're working on the national level with the Management Advisory Board, which would be similar in terms of goals and scope, but just at a provincial level. I think that is something that we would absolutely love to participate in the development of, and then see it through to a successful functioning body.
And potentially, if their remit is
Can somebody
to
police
assist
us,
with
please?
or to identify prioritization of tasks for police in a given district or division, that might be of assistance as well.
No, we're
given
still
that
waiting on his
also there
boot
are
licking and
past reports in the
5
report
minutes of
particularly that
thank you
talk
and his
about
important work and all of his other bullshit as he's got
one of the
paid.
issues
How
with
much
the
is he at
RCMP
now?
is that they're saying yes to everything.
Was it
when
1.3
there are
million
actually, and getting away from what they might consider to be core police functions.
for his soul?
Do you have some water handy to you? I know you've been talking all day, so I just want to make sure you've got some, if you need some water.
I do. I'm just going to slide in.
What about the 23? Oh yeah, you can't give them water. Did you forget about that?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We don't want you to be parched when we need you to still be able to speak for a few minutes longer.
Don't worry, you'll get the
thank
DEOC
you.
and the bus and the
So,
sandwiches and the fucking rum.
So there have also been past reports that have, of course, made recommendations with respect to the possibility of ending contract policing for the RCMP.
Yes, and all the contracts.
That talk about
disband,
systemic sustainability,
federal,
challenges,
everything gone
for the RCMP. Which relate to contract policing, and there's been some recommendations to move away from.
And I recommend you clean toilets.
And I'm wondering,
and give me a refund.
Having led H Division and now
I want my underwear back.
You're at contracted and Indigenous policing in Ottawa. If you have reflections from having been in these two places, two roles. On those recommendations about contract policing and whether from your perspective contract policing is still the way forward, or whether restructuring and moving away from that is the way of the future.
Well, they want permanent, long-term fucking.
Yes, that is a very large topic. And I think the conversation is becoming more prevalent as we move towards the renegotiation of the contract in 2032. It's 10 years sounds like a long time, but it's really not when you're talking about a structure in which policing is undertaken by the RCMP in the contract in the contract
fails and you
provinces
can't adhere to your contract. And everybody now knows, and they can sue you.
I can't envision a scenario or a structure where the RCMP would be completely removed from contract policing.
Oh, you're going to be removed.
When you look at the communities that we police, for the most part across Canada, you know, they're smaller communities. They're in the north. Some of them are extremely isolated.
I'm sure they love you.
I don't know as if removing an established entity.
As I recall, there's some
on the whole
quite a bit about
can be
racism.
Replaced by another policing model that's going to look after those types of communities.
RCMP, not good.
Require
self-policing. They don't want you.
Investments in infrastructure, recruiting for people to go there, ensuring that there's mobility,
sandwiches.
I don't know if there's a policing structure.
Rum.
You could
computer
have
courses,
somebody go to an isolated community and spend their entire career
outdoor
there,
training in gyms.
And the other thing in regards to contract policing, in all the discussions that I've had with provinces and elected officials,
nobody
and
wants to
community
talk
groups,
to you.
It's never a question about the service that's provided by the RCMP.
Oh, really?
It almost exclusively comes down to affordability, service delivery models, expectations of communities around what they
models
like
are airplanes
policing in their police force of jurisdiction. So we know that these communities are going to have to be policed, and if you're replacing if the RCMP is getting out of contract policing, then you're going to be asking another entity to take on the same roles. I'm not sure there's a benefit of savings given, you know, the policing universe pay scale is pretty close, you know, the top
they're
number.
going down.
And to attract people to go to some of these locations and do the work that needs to be done there, or the work that needs to support those, individuals in today's society are going to be expecting to be well compensated for undertaking
more money
those
duties.
Cheaper with us. So I think the conversation is less about the service that's provided and more about the affordability of policing in some of these areas. And you can also look at policing in the contract policing.
5.2
there are some areas in the country that we police that the expense of living there is another possibility. You look at the Lower Mainland, the cost of housing. You know, the question will be raised: does the RCMP need to be the police force in large municipalities? Maybe we need to be the police force of a larger entity within those areas. Again,
well, now they want to take over cities.
Affordability of the
as they get kicked out, as they literally get kicked out, they want to try and get more. Are you fucking really bent?
So I just can't envision, from my experience, the RCMP being 100% removed from the responsibilities of contract policing coast to coast in this country. Is there opportunities for us to examine service delivery models?
You're gonna get voted.
Utilizing tiered policing, supporting other police forces, the creation of other police forces such as Indigenous policing forces, absolutely. But I think that because we're woven into the fabric of this country through our policing activities, I'm just not sure that it's easily removed and replaced.
Nobody
with
can do
efficiency and expectation around things that we're discussing here today about, you know, response to critical incidents and those types of things.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And
look at how well you did.
You know, you have noted the
look how well
extraordinary
you've been doing.
Of policing and
how many lives have you
certainly
cost?
a lot of focus on resources from.
I think people
from
are
our
finished with you.
And
they're just done.
I have on occasion asked
They'll
the
try something
witnesses
else.
to reflect upon the likelihood that there will not be an increase in resources anytime soon, and so some of the solutions that we have been hearing have been you know, in the vein of analyzing what are the reactive and proactive things that that the various detachments are doing,
Oh.
and figuring out whether there might be
reactive and proactive. Sorry, I forgot that. That's code for telling the truth and lying. Is that what you're saying, Stanton? Remember? Withholding the truth? That's what that means.
rather than go into that now, we might hope that in the written submissions that the RCMP will no doubt be making to the commission, that some of the considerations around not just looking for more resources, but rather how the resources that are presently there might be best prioritized. And whether there are other models that may assist with that likelihood that we're not going to be seeing larger check written.
Oh, well, CERT in Nova Scotia has used RCMP dash cams. I showed that. I don't know if you saw that, Nova Scotia Blue Nose. I showed that. They all have dash cams there. And there's shit in everybody. Bent already admitted it. He said so. Bent. They have dash cams. Where are they again? Oh, it must be with those documents. You know, like the ones they show today, every day. They're not up.
Waiting for them to be examined. That's not a policing role. EMS doesn't, when they deliver somebody to an emergency room, they don't wait around to see how that person is being treated or where they're being done. So the same should apply for us. Our responsibility is to get that individual. I've used it in the past before, and when I was in H Division, we come up with a false alarm policy. It's not the responsibility of the RCMP to be the responders for an alarm company that's getting paid.
Canadian Tire.
Alarm, and the default is, oh, we'll contact
or
the
construction
police and they'll show up.
sounds.
Police can't afford to be going to 5, 6, 7 false alarms in a night, which is taking them away from.
Or is that the Costco?
Their core duties. The other thing that we need
Lisa.
to do in terms
Bullshit.
of policing, I think we need to begin to start to leveraging technology in terms of using our police resources. There are many examples internationally where police services are using technology. I think the terminology is ICA, where you can literally get on your home computer and you want to report something, and you get into a queue and a police officer pops up on the screen, takes your information. So you don't need to dispatch a person to a call that, you know, they may be reporting theft of a bicycle or something, as opposed to a police officer going. So we need to be examining using technology so that
what the fuck is he talking about?
Officers are not tied up with.
I use an
things
app.
that can be managed in a more efficient
I'm getting
way.
murdered.
Lots of opportunities.
I hit an
in that
app.
regard. And these are
and then a
sometimes
virtual cop
investments where
comes,
resources
and I'm
are
virtually,
investments
won't
ongoing
get
for
murdered.
almost like ever in a day. You're always gonna be paying a salary, always going to be transferring them. So
That is special
opportunities,
needs
sure,
on a whole
to help
nother level.
policing, without putting a price tag on new resources.
Right, and with the body worn cameras.
Yeah, I think the
putting
drugs,
in,
something's
and
gotten
with the
to 'em.
remit of rural policing, one of the ideas that was suggested was the embedding a mental health resource at the OCC, for example, and so that when officers are responding to what is a mental health call, there's someone there who can actually assist with.
No, you can use an
directing,
app in their world.
A good
virtual.
response, or the person to the right service, or having, you know, that kind of resource available, using technology to make that kind of accessibility possible, and potentially, you know, increasing or leveraging, you know, a person in one place for people who are patrolling in rural areas that where there aren't mental health specialists available, and so on. So I think you're right that there are potentially technological solutions or changes that may well.
We'll have to
be-
try and bring these
be,
people back from
something
their
to
mental
explore.
illness.
One
That's
thing I'm
a
just not
scary thought.
clear on still, having heard quite a bit about after action reports and reviews and so on, is whose responsibility it would be to review the response and
The review of the review?
reassessing
Like you said
policy and
before?
operational procedure in light of a mass casualty. And is it the division's responsibility to ensure there's an after action report, or does that rest with divisions or departments in Ottawa? And if so,
Who
which one?
quashed it? I still never heard who
In the
quashed
first
them.
instance, it
Nobody asked.
usually falls to the division to make the determination if a after action report or review of some
See,
kind.
these tools will be running
sometimes,
around with
needs to be-
headphones
needs to be
and
initiated.
fucking microphones
Depending on the scope of
with
the
wires in the future.
incident,
They're just going to
it
be.
may
and
require
people will be like,
a,
"What the fuck is wrong with
a
you?"
larger corporate lens put on it.
I'm in the
and
meta.
For the most part,
I'm here, man.
these particular events
No,
happen
you just
within
fell on
the
your face.
contracting jurisdiction, frontline policing. So that responsibility would lie with my area in terms of applying a review of some type, and we've mentioned the different kinds of it. Some can be initiated without my approval. Others may have to come to me. So ultimately, the responsibility and the need for that to potentially take place would rest with me as the deputy commissioner, but obviously with the support and the decision of
There we go.
people that report up to me.
You
that
just
head these
admitted
various
full
groups that do
liability.
these reviews on a regular basis.
Okay, and so I heard you say that
somebody
you
else
expect there would
underneath
be
me.
a review
I don't
in
know anything.
Saskatchewan after the terrible
You're
events
responsible.
there
And you admitted it.
this past weekend, and
Good job.
so you would expect an after action report there or a
That's gonna
review
come up in
there to
court.
be initiated by that division.
Yes, and I can advise that we've already had the preliminary discussions on that from my level through my folks in national headquarters who are currently liaisoning with the division around a review into the mass casualty here. It's obviously early days. We haven't scoped out the mandate yet, but we are talking that yes, there will be a review, and we need to understand what we're looking at and for what reasons. So we've already engaged in that again, this was partially a lesson learned from the mass casualty in Nova Scotia, to be having these discussions early on as opposed to later on and not having to pivot for one reason or another.
Thank you. And so I would assume then that you would also be ensuring that a review will occur, and that you would apprise yourself of whatever lessons are learned from that.
Absolutely, yes.
And so similarly with whatever comes out of the commission, one of the things that I mean, I appreciate your thoughts on the need for recommendations that are implementable, and it's certainly something that we have a focus of. And the challenge for us sometimes is locating the locus of responsibility for implementation. So you mentioned when Mr. Van Wart asked you about how to get new policy from recommendations from various inquiries out to 30,000 people. And within CNIP, where you are in Ottawa, there's a critical incident policy center. There's operational strategy branches that oversee divisional reviews of service delivery. I just wonder if there can be a clearer mechanism for taking new recommendations or policy that is recommended on board and operationalizing it. And and perhaps again, that's an area for council for the RCMP to ponder in making their written submissions, is to assist us in, as you say, identifying who would be the right people to whom to direct recommendations in various areas, to ensure that they can be tracked in their implementation, to ensure that someone is able to say, yes, that's my job. I will make sure that that gets done. Just to have that accountability for implementation element included in the recommendations, so that there is a clear roadmap for folks within such a large organization to try to assist with ensuring that the right people have it on their desk and make it happen.
So this may help you formulate the go forward for your recommendation. So it's not lost upon us in the RCMP that the recommendations coming out of the work you're doing will be significant, either in terms of importance or scope. There may be a large number of them. We've already started to turn our mind in our conversation within the senior executive at the national headquarters for the need for us, specific to this particular these particular recommendations that will come out of your work, to dedicate a group of individuals that can be focused on coordinating the recommendations that come for the RCMP, to engage the subject matter experts in all the different potential business lines that may be affected, HR, technology. I'm assuming a lot of them will fall under my area of responsibility, but that we ensure that people aren't doing this off the side of their desk, that we develop a plan, that we develop an implementation, that we respect potential timelines around that, and that there is one-stop accountability, that it's being monitored, it's being implemented, it's being reported on, and it's being communicated in whatever fashion that would be. So we've already turned our minds to the necessity for that. We haven't got to the phase yet where we've identified people or a budget or all of those types of things that need to be examined. But it's not lost on us the importance of exactly what you're referring to in terms of accountability and responsibility for the RCMP.
You're lost, dude.
Thank you, and I think it is daunting given the complexity of the organization. So it's encouraging to hear that thinking is underway. And one of the suggestions that was made, I believe it was retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman's suggestion, that perhaps including members of civil society on a committee like that that's doing monitoring and evaluation would assist with that accountability aspect. So that there's some of the people that you're serving who are also engaged in assisting you with that accountability piece. So that's something to consider. Just lastly,
with accountability. Could you help me? I don't know what that is.
Quite a lot about police culture, and of course there are quite a few past reports now that address RCMP culture in particular, and some suggest that a fundamental shift
drinking culture
for the RCMP to sort of have the scope to for the uptake of recommendations that come out of inquiries, for example. And I just wondered if you might address a bit of the culture piece. I haven't heard you talk about Vision 150.
Oh no!
And I wondered if you have some reflections on that, and on also the
if he says that Vision 150 is good,
institution,
I think we should rewatch that.
Have the openness to change.
Video.
So I do know the commissioner spent some time speaking about Vision 150 and one of the pillars being our culture. As I reflect, my 36 years in this organization, I struggle to understand why some people are not seeing some of the more obvious culture changes that this organization has made over the years.
Rainbows?
From females coming in as regular members, to us changing the culture around people from minority communities coming into our organization, changing our uniform to adapt to
He likes
the citizens we serve.
Let's watch
that
this
we want
again.
in our organization.
Since Tara's
In
here.
terms of examples such as introduction of the turban or the dak star, the hijab, allowing people of indigenous backgrounds
Sorry you weren't
to
here
wear
earlier, Tara.
certain pieces reflecting of their culture on their uniform. Our open transparency in terms of reporting on race-based data, on changing our recruiting strategies to make it more desirable and more equitable for everybody that sees themselves as a police officer within the RCMP or an employee within the RCMP to have that ability to come in. I'm speaking to you from our RCMP training. The diversity of cadets here is astounding. Sikh members wearing turbans, people joining us from other countries around the world to get this officer here. Our culture should not be confused with our history and the traditions that we keep alive. But we are constantly trying to find mechanisms to
I don't even want to hear his fucking voice.
The culture of being a police officer, being a member.
That sets me free. I sing it wild. I feel I can hold on. I sing tonight. 'Cause it comforts me.
Are you just listening, Tara? Or are you watching?
I carry things that remind me of you. In loving memory of the one that was so true. You were as kind as you could be. And even though you're gone, you still mean the world to me. I never knew what it was to be alone, no. But you were always there for me. You were always away. But now I come home and not the same, no. Feels empty and alone. I can't believe you that sets me free. I feel wild. I feel like I can't hold on. I sing tonight. 'Cause it comforts me. I'm glad it sets you free from sorrow. I'll still love you more tomorrow. Yeah, you'll be here with me still. Oh, you did with feeling. And you always find the meaning. And you always will. And you always will. And you always will.
To provide us with
Oh,
your
here we go.
insights and experience.
Oh,
It's very helpful.
thank you.
36 years of experience leads to some very valuable insights, and we greatly appreciate that. And, this has been a long day. It's been a difficult day, and I must say that we've had a lot of difficult days and a lot of long days, and they don't get easier. And
Is that
we
the
never
Regan
get used
talking?
to them, actually.
Or is it the millions? What is it?
We're doing this virtually, but we're typically in physical spaces, and when we're there, the difficulty and the sadness and sorrow is palpable. And when I talk about difficult days, I'm really talking about difficult days for those most affected. And
now you're gonna
feel it's incumbent upon me to take us all back to why we're all here for all these various days and why you're here today.
Oh, you got some
And that
nerve,
is
sir.
the
You got some fucking nerve.
unimaginable pain. And
You got
sorrow,
some nerve!
Felt by so many, cascading outwardly from the families of the lives taken to those injured to the trauma,
You haven't even
suffering,
heard
first responders,
anybody.
To the communities in Nova Scotia, to the province of Nova Scotia, to Canada.
You kicked them out,
with
remember?
The Thomas family to the United States of America. And so that's why we're here, and I feel it's important to put that context for you.
You never
and
lived that
thanking
shit
you
down. Never.
It's been a very difficult
Ever.
day, but it's been a long day, but a very important day, and that makes us very grateful.
We need some
You
decorum.
know, Deputy Commissioner, the stakes are high here. They're very high. We're learning that there's a lot to be fixed, and we're here to call people in, not to call them out. We're here not to blame, but we're here to try to come up with very important.
It's the Regan and millions talking,
recommendations.
isn't it?
And
you watch
I've been
yourself.
dealing with
future.
justice issues for over 40 years, and I've never seen
Not a
stakes,
threat.
than these.
Your
These are
mental
really
health
high stakes
is going
that
to
we're
go
dealing with,
down,
and our
man.
recommendations will be the product, a significant product of our
The
efforts.
suffering you have
We owe it
inflicted
to
on
families.
people.
We owe it to
Unbelievable, sir.
communities. We owe it to our country, our nation, and I said the United States. So you're a pivotal player here.
Fast and Furious.
You're a pivotal player.
United States.
You've had 8 years in Nova Scotia. I think if my math is right, there's a new regime, if that's the right word, but there are 4 new leaders at the
New
top in Nova
regime.
Scotia.
That's again, they keep using
And,
that word.
The new assistant commissioner reports to you. So you are the direct report to you. And if I understand correctly, you're the direct report to the commissioner. In other words, you are this. I heard you say the senior deputy, which means that you are
The
as
man
close to the commissioner as they get.
who's
I've had a similar
responsible
conversation or
for
discussion
quashing
with the
the
commissioner as well.
reports, and you admitted it.
We're really counting on you.
Oops.
And we will do our best to make recommendations that are pragmatic. And thank you for that advice. Doable, pragmatic recommendations that to the best of our ability will attribute responsibility.
Trade.
But
It's not a
we
human's
need champions.
God's
the we
job.
I'm talking about really are those most affected.
Weeping and gnashing.
So that
for
these
eternity
lives, those
outer
injuries,
darkness.
this sorrow just can't be in vain. It cannot be in vain. And so my plea to you, sir, in addition to my thanks, is to be the champion for
Sexual
those most
assault.
affected. And I know you will. And we're counting on you. So
Little
thank you
girls,
very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you. And you have my commitment on that for sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stanton just for some closing remarks. And thank you again, Deputy Commissioner.
You're free to go, sir, and have some more water and
Oh, take care of yourself.
Late lunch. So thank you very much.
How about the 23, ma'am?
And
You forgot
thanks,
about them?
to Deputy Commissioner Brennan for being here and assisting the commission, and to the extraordinary team of commission council investigators, research and policy folks who've reviewed thousands of documents and conducted days of interviews. And slept very
Obfuscated.
little
Guided.
to prepare for
Redacted.
and identify witnesses so that we can learn from them in the way that we have. Thank you also to Participant Council for your questions, and to everyone who joined us for public proceedings this week, and to everyone who helped make these proceedings possible late on a Friday night here in Nova Scotia. It's 7:20. Ben and Rob and Sean and Idolo and Lee and Nate and Alex and Ashley and Brittany, Jenna Lee, Darlene, Sydney, Jen Cotterill, who is the person who puts so much.
Want to
together for
name
us
the
at Blueberry.
23?
She's all stayed here late and long. And
Oh, I don't know if I've
Andre,
ever
our
heard
French
that.
interpreter, Deb and Peg and Richard. We really are so grateful to all of you, and I really hope I haven't missed anyone, and I probably have, and I apologize now.
You have 23.
But this is our last day too at the Halifax Convention Center. It's a venue where we started our public proceedings back in February.
So why was it closed?
And we really want to express our thanks to everyone here at the Convention Center in Halifax for looking after us so well while we've been here. This week, we continued our focus on potential recommendations. We heard from representatives from firearms organizations and from experts taking part in roundtables looking at policing and community safety. We've also heard from what we anticipate will be our final witnesses, who've assisted us with some questions remaining from earlier phases of our work. Next week, in-person proceedings will resume at the Doubletree Hilton in Dartmouth, except for the participant consultation on September 15th, which will be virtual. Our webcast will continue to be available as well. We'll be engaging with representatives from African, Nova Scotian, and Indigenous communities, making sure they have opportunities to share their suggestions for recommendations. And I would just note that our mandate requires us to consider differentially impacted persons and groups. And since it's clear that the history and the reality of colonialism and systemic racism in Canada means that policies and processes relating to policing could have a disproportionate impact and do have disproportionate impact on these populations, it's incumbent upon us to hear their voices.
Why are you in that chair?
We'll also hold
What do you
another
think you're
roundtable
doing?
focused on police oversight, supervision, and accountability.
It
And
has to
we'll hold
do
additional
with
participant
this.
consultations, including with justice-related organizations who are participants in our process.
And you haven't even talked
Please do
about
remember
it,
to keep
acknowledged
sharing your
it.
ideas for recommendations and making use of the discussion guide available on our website. We welcome your suggestions through to the end of September. Thanks everyone so much, and we'll see you again next week.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until September the 12th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
I'll be watching when we get to the afterlife. I'll be watching. I'll be watching that one too. I don't think I'm going to be alone. And I think there'll be 23 with all of us watching. Going to happen to these people. But you make your bed. Final witnesses. Yep. Just remember that bitter taste in your mouth. I never ever want any, obviously ever want anybody to do anything physically to these people, but they need to be held to account on this earth, and they will most certainly be after, and they'll live in infamy. McDonald sits there and he says, why we have to remember why we're here. He needs to remember when he kicked family out, when he told them to sit down, how they don't even utter their names, and they'll talk about everybody else and then call it an incident and then participate in covering it all up knowingly, getting some money. Sick people. Honestly, mentally ill. And anybody that's on that train, they better get off and whistle blow fast. That's the only way they're going to be saved. Anyway. It's for God to do. And, I'm sure that nobody's going to be their friend, want to help them. They may try and lie and paint themselves in a good picture, but there's a record for all time out there. Everybody's going to know. Their kids, their grandkids, their neighbors, the groceryman, everybody will know. And everybody won't forget the 23. God bless you. God bless the 23.